guys, welcome back to my channel and happy Sunday. For me, on Sundays, especially weekends that I don't have my daughter, it's usually like a reset chore sort of a day. And I always like to have background noise, whether it be an audiobook, YouTube videos, something to keep me company while I do my chores. So I thought that it would be a very fitting day to post this video, and I drew inspiration for this when I saw Hannah Louise Poston post this kind of video. I think it was maybe like 6 months ago, but I have gone back through all of my years on YouTube, and I have put together every single eyeshadow palette declutter that I've ever filmed and posted on my YouTube channel, and I have them to share with you today. There are 7 total declutters, I believe, starting from 2018 and ending most recently June of this year. And throughout the years, I've decluttered over 175 eyeshadow palettes. It is a little bit embarrassing to like go back and watch like 6 years ago me, even though I'm not like, my face isn't on the camera, even just like, I'm like, oh my gosh, girl, what were we doing back then? But I have them all put in order for you today in case you need something to keep you company while you do chores. I thought about editing this to be 1.5 speed, but I figured I would leave the decision up to you whether or not you want the full 5+ hours, or if you want to watch it quicker, or if you don't want to watch it at all. You are more than welcome to not watch it at all. But that is the video that I have for you today. So if you're interested, stay tuned. First, if you have yet to subscribe to my channel and you like project painting content, palette themed content, declutters, or just chit-chatting about makeup, I'd love if you'd consider subscribing before moving on. And other than that, let's get into some palette decluttering. I'm going to do the best I can here. Here is the first palette in my collection. This is the Skylar palette by Elle and Blair. I actually got this palette from my sister. She was decluttering it from her collection and gave it to me probably about 1.5 years ago. I don't know how old this palette actually is. This is what it looks like on the inside, so barely used. There's definitely some pretty colors in here, like, let's see. Oh, and they swatch really nicely too. I've never played with this palette, so I actually think I may just keep this guy around. I was thinking of possibly decluttering it, but I think I'll keep it since it still swatches really nicely and I really haven't played around with it at all. So that is that one. All right, next up I have these 2 palettes from Smashbox. This one was one that also my sister was going to get rid of and gave to me. I actually gave this to her as a Christmas present a while ago. This is what it looks like on the inside. This is pretty old. I'm turning my ring light on. So this is what the palette looks like. Let's see. Ooh, still swatches really nice. That's a really pretty color. Let's also see what this looks like. Ooh, that's pretty too. Ooh, I'll probably hold on to this and just play around with this a little bit before, before decluttering this guy. Don't worry, you guys, I won't swatch through everything. So this is a Smashbox palette I got probably about 1.5 years ago. This was their Art Love Color Masterclass palette that they did in collaboration, I believe, with an artist. This was one of the first palettes that I picked up when I really got into makeup. As you can tell, they have a bunch of different eyeshadow colors as well as some blushes and stuff. Ooh, that's really pretty. I like haven't played around with this palette much in a while, so I may pull this back out and play with this some. I know that some of the colors were patchy and then others were pretty nice, so this is just like an inconsistent palette, and it's just so bulky that I don't pull it out that often, but I am going to play around with this a little bit more. Alright, next up I have the Athena palette by Bad Habit. I picked this up at Hush. People say that this is, or it really is, a dupe or kind of a ripoff for the Desert Dusk palette by Huda. This I have used one time and it performed okay. I don't know, it was kind of hard to blend and I felt like the colors muddied together a little bit, but I'm going to hang on to this and play around with it a little bit longer. Alright, next up I have these 4 Wet n Wild palettes. These 3 I actually picked up just today before filming. These are their new ones. I picked them up in all the colors that my Ulta was carrying. So this is Comfort Zone. This is Rosé in the Air. This is the one that looks like the Modern Renaissance palette. And then this one is Nude Awakening, which is a nice cool tone smoky palette. And then I also have the older version of Comfort Zone, which I haven't even opened yet either. Kind of pathetic. But I'm obviously going to hang on to all of these Next up, I have my Z palette that just has most of my Makeup Geek shadows in it, as well as a couple of ABH palettes. I'm obviously going to hold on to these. I'm going to start doing Shop My Stashes, and I want to definitely like pull some of these out and put them into a smaller Z palette just to try and use these more often. I obviously love most of the colors, but I just find that I don't reach for this palette simply because it like is tucked in the way back. Plus, sometimes I like to just use palettes where the colors are just like laid out and ready for me rather than trying to come up with my own looks from this, but I definitely want to start using these more. I feel like this just gets kind of left out in my collection, but yeah. Alright, next up I have the Marc Jacobs palette from this holiday. This is what it looks like on the inside. Really pretty. I thought I was going to love this more than I do. I've used it a couple times and I find that, I mean, the eyeshadows perform well. I just feel like they kind of muddy together. They're kind of so soft that they just almost blend together too well. I haven't played around with much of the shimmery shades, so I'm obviously going to hold on to this and play around with it a little bit more, but I don't know, for $99, I can't tell you if I kind of regret buying this, but anyway. Alright guys, next up I have the Melt Stack. This is their newest one. This is the, I forget what they call this. My last shade fell out, so it's in a different Z palette right now. What do they call this one? This is called the Dark Matter Stack. Anyway, I really like these. I love this purple, and I like that this is just cooler toned. I've been really into purples lately, so yeah, I really like this. It's definitely more on the pricey side and a little bit bulky and hard to like travel with or store, but I really do enjoy this formula. Next up I have this palette from Carity. This is their Smoky palette. My daughter got into this, which is why it is so messy, but this is just a really pretty, colorful palette. I haven't played around with this enough. I need to pull this out to use it more. But yeah, not a whole lot to say about this. They're definitely more on the affordable side, and like their shadows swatch really nicely, not patchy. Really beautiful, really pigmented, so I want to play around with this more. It's just, the color is intimidating, you know? Let's swatch one more. Let's do this green. Ew, like so pretty. I could do a St. Patty's look with that. Anyway, so that is the Carity Smoky palette. Alright, took a break to watch swatches off. Next up, we have the Cocoa Blend palette from Zoeva, or Zoeva. This is what this looks like. I really love this palette. It looks like I haven't used it that much, but I have, I promise. These two colors are just beautiful for like a warm eye look, and I like the like purple shimmer. I like that it has the darker shades, so you can definitely deepen a look up and do a lot with this. So really been enjoying this palette. All right, next I have this MAC palette. This has gotten a lot of love. This is probably like 2 years old though. So this is their Warm Neutral palette. I believe you can still get this. Look how much love these two got. This palette I had before I even really knew what I was doing with makeup. But there's definitely some shades still that like haven't gotten enough love. It still swatch pretty well. This is old. I was worried it gone bad. That's a little patchy, but yeah, really like this palette. Obviously not going to get rid of this. This has a lot of sentimental memories, so yeah, this is the MAC Warm Neutral palette. Next up, I have the Urban Decay Naked 2 Basics palette. My grandparents got this for me for Christmas a couple years ago. This is what it looks like. This is just a nice travel palette. Hello again. There, I feel like my ring light was too bright. So nice travel palette, just a lot of nice neutral shades. I'm not the biggest fan of the Urban Decay eyeshadow formula, but again, this is just a really nice one to have if you want to travel with it, or if you're just going away for a weekend and just need some simple matte shades to do simple eye looks. Good one to have. Okay, so I have these two small NYX palettes. I believe I got both of them in Ipsy or like a BoxyCharm. These, I like never reach more. These are just shimmery shades. Ooh, that actually swatches pretty nicely. It's a bronze and then like a smoky color. Anyway, I feel like I don't need this, nor do I reach for it, so I'm going to get rid of this. Then I have this NYX palette again. These are all shimmery shades that I just don't really reach for that often. It's a really, really pretty color. Sorry, I'm horrible at swatching at the angle I'm at. Ooh, and that's a pretty red. Maybe I'll hang on to this and try and pull this out and use this a bit more. So then I also have this NYX Air palette. This was one of their like Element palettes. I haven't used this at all. I actually just bought this simply because I loved these three shades. To be honest, this palette kind of intimidates me, and I really would only use it for these few shades, but I love them so much that like I feel like I can't get rid of this palette. Yeah, like the camera is not doing this justice, but these are just some really pretty shimmery shades, so I'm gonna hang on to this guy. Alright guys, then I have the Urban Decay Electric palette. I never use this palette, but I have to keep it simply because it's so cool. If I ever wanted to do a really fun color, or like maybe if I want to play around for Halloween looks and stuff next year, I'm obviously going to pull this out. It's just such a cool palette, and like honestly I just mostly, oh my god, look at that. I love to collect makeup, so this is just, you know, this means a lot to me to have this in my collection. So that is the Urban Decay Electric. Next, this is my only palette from BH Cosmetics. This is the B by Bubs Beauty palette. Oops, almost dropped that. This is what it looks like. I really actually like this palette. The shadows perform really well. This was definitely a more affordable palette. I don't know if you can still get this, but if you can, I will link it down below. I really like it. You can definitely do some neutral looks, but then jazz it up with some of these like purples. So this is a really great affordable palette. Alright guys, next up I have my Kylie Cosmetics Take Me on Vacation palette. This is what it looks like. I don't love this palette. I was actually really disappointed. Obviously I got it for this blue color. I ordered this like the day it came out, and these are just not that pigmented. They don't perform that well. They just take a while to blend out, and they just, like, again, they're really not that pigmented. So this was a disappointing palette. I'm definitely going to be passing this one along. If you guys are interested, I will be putting my palettes on Poshmark. I will link my Poshmark down below in case you are interested. Maybe someone else would like this a little bit better than me. But this, I'm just going to pass this guy along. Alright guys, then I have my two Dose of Colors palettes. I have the Baked Browns as well as the Blushing Berries. Here is the Baked Browns. I absolutely love both of these palettes. These are so easy for travel. They are such a great eyeshadow formula. There is the Blushing Berries. Oh my gosh, such pretty colors. I absolutely love this. I need to use this week. I have been really into these like cool toned purpley colors, so again, really love the Dose of Colors little quints here. I definitely want to get the Marvelous Mauves one, and I would just recommend these to anyone. I love these. Alright guys, next these random ones that were over on the side. So this I just got in a BoxyCharm. This is just a little Pacifica eyeshadow palette. I probably won't get the most use out of this. I may pass this along since it's not even been swatched, just because it's all shimmery shades and I don't see myself using this. So I'm going to pass this guy along. I have this little Clinique Quad. This has just like some darker green shades, a little bit more muted. There they are right there. I used to use this palette quite a bit before I really got into makeup. I just don't reach for this at all anymore, so I think I'm going to pass this guy along. Then I have this little guy from Naked Cosmetics. It just has these 3 shades in here. I believe I got this in some sort of monthly subscription box. I never reach for this. I'm going to pass this along. Then I have this from IBY Beauty. This is, again, just a little, like, little 3-pan palette. I never use this either, so I'm going to pass this along. Alright guys, next up I have my e.l.f. Mad for Mattes. I actually just recently picked this up. It took me forever to get this, but I am in love. This is so worth the $10. The shadows perform really great. I absolutely am obsessed with this. You should definitely go get it if you've been considering. Then I have the Alchemist palette by Kat Von D. Looks like this. It has just the, like, oh my gosh, what do they call that? Duochromatic shades. Anyway, these are really cool. I don't think they'll swatch well at all. But I really love this palette. Love this palette. I waited forever to buy this, but I'm so glad that I finally picked it up. And I have one of the Huda Beauty minis. This is the Electric Obsessions palette. I picked this up so that I would have more color in my collection, and I really enjoy this palette. I haven't used it a whole ton, but these shadows actually perform pretty well. I just love that purple. I think it's so pretty. Let me just show you. Like, look at that pink. I really like this palette. So if you guys have been considering the Huda minis, I don't know, I know they're $27, but they're really nice and compact and easy to travel with. So yeah. Then I have these 2 palettes from the Unique. I have the Moodstruck 1 as well as the Moodstruck 3. I'm gonna get rid of these. I just never reach for them. This is what the 1 looks like. It's just a really neutral palette. And then the 3 is a neutral purple. Oops, that has a gouge out of it from my daughter. So, I mean, it's not like they perform bad. I just don't really reach for them. So I'm going to be getting rid of these. Alright, next up I have my two Ciaté Chloe Morello palettes. The first one is the Pretty Fun and Fearless palette. This was the first one that they did. Again, my daughter got into this a little bit, so it's a little gouged out. But this got a lot of love when I first got it, and I need to start using this again because it has some of those purples in it that I've really been into lately. So I've been loving... So I absolutely love this palette. I don't know if you can still get the first one, but if you can, I would highly recommend this one. And then I also picked up the two this holiday season. I haven't used this at all yet, but this one's really fun. It came with more shadows, I believe, than the first one, and just a lot of fun, like pops of colors and just fun shadows. So I need to pull this out and actually use it. But those are my two Ciaté palettes. Then I also have this IT Cosmetics Naturally Pretty palette. This was actually my sister's that she gave to me because she just never used it. And to be honest, I also never use this. I just don't feel like the shadows are as pigmented as I was hoping that they would be. And it's just, okay, now I swatched that and it's super pigmented, but it's just not my favorite. Okay, I guess they're swatching pretty pigmented, but I just felt like the couple times I tried to use this on my eyes, it just didn't look as intense as I thought it was going to. So, and I know it says naturally pretty, so maybe it's supposed to be for more natural looks, but I am going to be getting rid of this guy. Alright, next up, some ColourPop palettes. This is just a little duo. This is really pretty. I don't use this enough. This was from their Valentine's Day collection last year. I don't even know what color the shadows are, but just really cute how this is packaged. And yeah, I really like ColourPop's pressed shadows. I think they're phenomenal. I like them a lot better than their Super Shock shadows, so I definitely will be hanging on to this. And then I have two of their 12 or 16 pan. I can't remember. 12 pan? 12. Anyway, so this is the Element of Surprise palette. I really like this palette. You can do some really fun looks with this. I like how it has this really like pretty duochromatic purple shade, but you can definitely still get your neutral looks out of this. This one is another one that's really easy to travel with, and you can get quite a few fun looks with this. So I really enjoy the Element of Surprise palette. And then I also have the She palette, which was in collaboration with Karuchi. Anyway, this is what this looks like. Definitely looks a little more like romantic and pretty. I also really enjoy this palette. I really like the ColourPop pressed shadows. You definitely have to work with them a little bit more to get them to blend out how you want, but really pretty and a really good affordable formula. So really enjoy both of my ColourPop palettes. Alright guys, next up we'll go with Lorac. This is my Pro one. My daughter got into this, but I had panned these 7, 8, 9, 10 shades before she even like started to dig into them. So this palette got a ton of love, but at this point, like this one, I'm just going to toss out. I also do have the Pro. I believe this is the 3. Nope, this is the 2. This is what the 2 looks like. I've used it some. Definitely used Cocoa quite a bit. And then also Rosé, Beige, and Snow, and Buff and Light Brown. I need to pull this back out and play with it, but again, I'm just not the biggest fan of the Lorac eyeshadow formula anymore. I just feel like it's almost so soft, or too soft, that it just blends. They all like blend and muddy together, but I obviously am going to hang on to this. I have these 3 Lorac. I can't remember what these were called. I got these for Christmas a while ago, and I think there was even a 4th, but this one is Caramel Affair. I'm actually going to hang on to this. These are all shimmery shades, but I really do enjoy these. Then I have the Ooh La Vanilla, which my daughter also got into. I feel like I may, I feel like I may just get rid of this. I never reach for these. Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this. And then I have the, this is worn off. I used this so much in college. Again, these were all shimmery shades. I'm just going to get rid of this. The mirror on this is even broken. But I am going to hang on to this Caramel Love Affair. Alright guys, I also have this one from Marc Jacobs. This is an older, I think there's 8 shadows in here, 7. This was their Plush Shadow Ombre Palette, number 7206, the Lolita. I don't know what the name of it is. Looks like this. I feel like the formula has improved since this one came out. This is a lot of like nice lighter shimmery shades and then like your neutral transitions. I'm going to hold on to this. I do like it. I just feel like Marc Jacobs shadow has been reformulated and improved. But I still really do enjoy this, and it's easy for travel. I have these couple that I got from BoxyCharm. I just got this one last month. This is the Glam Metals palette. I'm not impressed by this, but there's this gouge out of it, so I don't know. I'm never gonna use this. I feel like I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna pass this along. And then I also have this Winky Lux palette. This guy's really cute, and I actually really do like the colors in this. I just kind of need to pull this out and play with it. Then I have these two Studio Makeup On The Go palettes that I also got in BoxyCharms. One of them is the Brown Neutrals. This has gotten a lot of love too. I actually really like the formula on this, and I just wish it had a mirror, but these are perfect for travel as well. And then I also have the purple one that looks like this. I really do love this one too. So definitely holding on to both of these. Alright guys, next up my Too Faced palettes. I have the Chocolate Bar palette, which my daughter has also gotten into. I know, horrible, but I love this palette. Like, this is a staple in my collection. I use this all the time, so definitely hanging on to this. And then I also have the Sweet Peach palette, which I haven't used in a long time, but I forgot, I really do enjoy this palette. This one got a lot of love as like a base shade when I first used it, as well as like these two shades. And now now that I'm really into purples, I want to use the Summer Yum and Talk Derby. I thought it said Talk Berry to me. Oh, Peach Pit and Delectable. Anyway, I'm going to pull this back out and start using this because I actually really am one of the ones that enjoys the Sweet Peach palette. Then I have these two older Too Faced palettes. This is the this is the Naked Eye palette. Looks like this. And I still have like all this stuff for this. But I don't know, I just never reach for this. Let's see. It still swatches really well. These are not necessarily like my tones or my vibes, so I'm gonna pass this along. Then I also have the Too Faced Natural at Night. Looks like this. Again, really pretty. Let's see. I actually may hang on to this. This is like more my vibes. I'm gonna hang on to this. This one's pretty. Then I have my two limited edition Kat Von D palettes. I have the Serpentina palette, which I never use, but I would never get rid of because, I mean, it's beautiful and it's limited edition, and I really love all Kat Von D's products. So even if when these shadows go bad, I'm still going to hang on to this. This is like a collector piece for me, so love this. And then I feel the exact same way about the Metal Matte palette. I love this palette. I don't use it enough. I feel like my daughter like dug into one of these shades too, but it's just such a cool palette. So absolutely love the Metal Matte and so happy I got my hands on it. Alright, next up are my Juvia's Place palettes. This is the Saharan palette. I love Juvia's Place eyeshadows. They have such good quality. This is the Saharan 2. I need to pull this because these are such beautiful shades. And I mean, these are all really fun. Sometimes these shimmery shades sort of intimidate me, but I love Juvia's Place, their formula. Here is my Nubian 2. Again, my daughter got into this. You guys are probably horrified. But I love this one again. This purple shade I really love. This brown shade I really love. Some great neutrals. And then like this fun blue that my daughter got into, but it's so beautiful. Love that Nubian 2. Next up I have these two from Pure Cosmetics. This is the Soiree Diaries. I got this in a BoxyCharm. This is a great neutral palette if you love neutral colors like this. You've got your warm tones with a couple of cool tones as well. Easy to travel with. This actually looks warm on camera, but I swear it's cool. I enjoy this palette. I do find that the shadows don't blend out as much as I would like. I don't know if I even care enough to keep this. I actually may get rid of this just because I have so many other palettes like this and I never reach for this, so I am going to pass this along. I also have the Pure Love Your Selfie 2. Looks like this. It came with like a mascara, an eye pencil, and a lipstick or lip gloss. You've got like your highlight, a bronzer, which is way too warm, and then like a blush topper, as well as your 8 eyeshadow shades. This is just a palette that I don't reach for at all, and while the quality is nice, like these are pigmented and pretty, I again just don't reach for this palette enough, so I feel like I'm gonna pass this one along as well. Alright, here's the one Viseart palette that I do own. This is their Warm Matte palette. Looks like this. I love this. Viseart palettes are such good quality. It looks like this hasn't gotten that much love. I haven't used it a ton, but I definitely have used it a few times and the quality is just so great. I definitely want to pick up the Dark Matte palette. I kind of wish I had gotten that one over this one, but I do plan to pick that up during the VIB sale this spring. And then I also have the Natasha Denona Lila palette. I finally bit the bullet and purchased this. This is a beautiful palette. I kind of do want to buy more Natasha Denona, even though they're so outrageously priced. I love the shimmers and like the couple of duochrome shades in here. They're just like unlike anything else. The mattes perform really well. It's just such a unique palette. Like I feel like I can't get these colors from other palettes, so I really do like this palette. Next up I have my Tarte palettes. This is the Clay Play 1. A nice neutral palette, easy to travel with. Fun that it has the bronzers at the bottom and then neutral shades that you can obviously use to do neutral eye looks. I really like this palette. It's newer to my collection. I got this right before they brought out the Clay Play 2, so I really like this. Then I have my Tartelette Tease palette. Looks like this. I am currently working on panning this in my Project Pan. If you guys are interested in watching that video, I will link it down below. I love this palette. This palette has got me really into purples right now due to like this bottom row. As you can see, I have panned this shade. But yeah, I love Tarte's formula, and I really do like this. Is nice and compact, but you can create easy and pretty eye looks with this. So love the Tartelette Tease. Yeah, the Tartelette Tease. Then I have the Tarte Toasted palette, or the Tartelette Toasted palette. Looks like this. I've used it one time. Wasn't all that impressed. I definitely prefer other warm palettes to this, but I want to play around with this a little bit more. I feel like maybe I just didn't give it enough of a chance, or just, I don't know, maybe I was having an off day, but I wasn't as blown away by this as I thought I would be. And my favorite Tarte palette of all time is the Tartelette in Bloom palette. This palette has gotten a lot of love. I need to pull this back out because I just love this palette so much, but I've been using other ones lately. So this is my Tarte in Bloom palette. This is probably the one that I would recommend most out of all Tarte palettes that I own. Next up is ABH. ABH, I will buy every palette they ever come out with. It's my favorite eyeshadow formula, I swear. So this is my Modern Ren. My daughter got into a few shades of this. I'm one of these people that, like, if I love something so much, sometimes I don't use it, which is stupid, because I can obviously buy and replace this. So I need to just use this more, but I love my Modern Renaissance palette. Here's my Subculture, which I actually haven't used. I know I'm really bad about buying palettes and just like letting them sit there. But again, I love the Anastasia formula so much. And I will always collect ABH anything pretty much. So there is the Subculture palette. I know this has a lot of controversy surrounding it, but there's some fun colors in here. Like I want to try this Rowdy because, you know, I'm into the purples. But even like the blues and stuff in here are just so fun. Actually, I lie. I have used the electric color in here, but that's the only color that I've used thus far. Then I also have the Prism palette, which again, I have not used yet. I'm so bad, you guys, but I need to pull this out and use it. But again, I love all the products that I use from Anastasia Beverly Hills, her glow kits, the things that I've actually owned and used. I just love ABH. So that's the Prism palette. I cannot wait for the Soft Glam palette to come out. Here's the Master by Mario palette. I actually wasn't going to get this and bought it on a whim, and I'm so glad I did. This is probably the palette from ABH of mine that has gotten the most love. I've used literally every color in here. I love this palette. I really want them to do a second round or a second collab because I love this palette so much. You guys, and then I do have the Sephora Pro Editorial. Again, another palette I have but have not used. This is a very intimidating palette to me, but I wanted some quality color in my collection, and I felt like I could get that from this. Like, I feel like I'm gonna drop this palette, but like that is unreal. So I definitely do need to pull this out and experiment and play around with it, but this is one of my favorite palettes just to like look at. The packaging on this is so high quality and nice. It's pretty heavy. So I don't know, I love having this in my collection. Alright guys, and then finally my Morphe collection. I have the 25B and 25A, these Morphe like 27 or 25 pan palettes. I forget. I definitely use the B more than I do the A. I don't know, like some of these, the way that I had them stored, for some reason they crumbled. It wasn't like I dropped it, so I don't really know what happened with this. I don't love this palette that much. Again, I definitely like this one more. I do feel like the quality is okay. Like the Jaclyn Hill palette is definitely better quality, but I may get rid of this one just because I don't use it that much. But I'm definitely going to hold on to the 25B. And then I have the 350 palette. This is lightly used. For some reason, I just don't reach for this that much. I think because it sits closed like this, it's just easy to forget about. And it is a bulkier palette. I have my favorite palettes that I'm comfortable using, and like I just always reach for those. I need to be better because I have a pretty large palette collection. I need to be better about cycling through stuff. But this is the 350. Then I have the 350 which I actually like better and can't wait to pull this out definitely like next fall. But I need to, ooh, like I'm loving all of these right now. I'm gonna have to pull this out and do a look with this in the next few days. This is the 3502. I have heard the quality on this is better than the 350. This is one that I've swatched, not used. I know I'm horrible. I buy palettes and then I don't use them, which is just so bad. But anyway, this is the 3502. And then finally, the last palette I have to share with you guys is the Jaclyn Hill Morphe palette. I have used this palette quite a bit. I love this palette. I love all the neutrals, but then like the fun colors. And I love Jaclyn Hill personally. I think, you know, I just really enjoy watching her videos. All right, so first we have the Master Palette by Mario, which was limited edition. And this honestly is probably my favorite palette from ABH. I love the color scheme in here, and I'm so glad I decided to pick this up. I almost didn't get this, so sorry you guys if you didn't get your hands on this, but I love this palette and I'm gonna hold on to this forever. We have Modern Renaissance. I'm sure you guys have seen this a million times. I know mine looks a little destroyed. About a year and a half ago, my daughter got into a bit of my makeup collection, so some of my palettes look like this. I know in my previous eyeshadow palette like collection / declutter, some people were like, how could you let your daughter get into your makeup? It wasn't on purpose, you guys. All the moms out there will know, like, especially if you have daughters, like stuff like this happens. But I do love my Modern Renaissance eyeshadow palette, and I'm definitely gonna keep this. Is another favorite of mine. I just love the color scheme in this. I think it has a great color story, just something that really speaks to my personal makeup vibe, so definitely hanging on to this. I also have really enjoyed the Norvina palette. It's obviously not an everyday palette, especially for like work looks, but I do think it's a really, really fun palette, and I think you can do, it's a versatile palette. Like you can do very neutral looks with it, but then with the pops of pink and purple, you can have a lot of fun with this palette too. So definitely hanging on to this one. And then for the sake of being an ABH collector, I just can't get rid of the Subculture. I know this one is a struggle to work with, and as you can tell, there's quite a few shades in here I haven't even played with. This is a frustrating palette to work with, but I just can't get rid of it. Also have the Prism palette from last year, another beautiful palette, another palette I haven't played a lot with just because I feel like it's definitely outside of my comfort zone, but again, for the sake of being an ABH collector, I'm hanging on to this one too. Another favorite formula of mine is the Dose of Colors 5-pan eyeshadow palette, so I'm not going to get rid of any of these. This is Blushing Berries. This is a beautiful palette. Love this one. We've got Marvelous Mauves here, which is another beautiful palette. I love mauve toned eyeshadow, so love. We've got Sassy Siennas, which I just recently picked up. So this one definitely looks like it has like the least amount of use out of it, but this is a beautiful eyeshadow palette as well. Definitely for the warm tone lover out there. So if you guys really like warm tone eyeshadows, I would definitely recommend checking this palette out. One thing about the Dose of Colors palettes is that they are a bit more of a powdery, or a lot bit more of a powdery formula, so just please keep that in mind. If you don't like powdery shadows, I'd probably skip these, but this is the Baked Browns, another one that I really like, a beautiful neutral palette. Next up, we have all my Huda Beauty Obsessions palettes. I have 8 of these. I love these. This is one of the limited edition gemstone ones. This is what I've played with a couple times. I really do like, especially like this olive color, and then this lime green is so, so pretty. I'm really glad that I decided to pick this up. And I also picked up the purple one, which is also a lot of fun. I was only gonna get one of the gemstone palettes, but the purple one I just felt like was so fun and unique that I just had to pick this guy up as well. And then I have all 6 of the originals. First, we have the Gemstone palette, which has gotten the least amount of love. It's an all shimmer palette, but I still love this, and it's very, very unique, so definitely hanging on to this. Then we have the Coral Obsessions, which I really enjoyed last summer. This one got a lot of use for me in the summertime, so if you guys like warm tone coral shades, or looking for a good like spring summer palette, even though obviously we're heading into winter, really love the Coral Obsessions. Then we have Smoky Obsessions, which I really haven't played with yet. I picked this up, I can't remember, maybe 2 Sephora VIBs ago, like the customer appreciation sale, and I really haven't played around with this one, but I do love the formula, so I can imagine It's probably the same as the rest. Smoky palettes, like with the cool tones, just sometimes for some reason intimidate me. But you know what, I'm gonna pull this out and play with this week. And we have one of my favorites, which is the mauve tone one. It looks like I haven't used this very much at all, but I actually like this one's gotten a lot of love from me. I love the tones in here. I think this is, even though it's a mauve tone palette, I feel like some of the shades in here are still pretty unique, so definitely recommend checking this palette out if you like mauves. We have the electric palette, which I think is just such a great, fun little 9-pan color palette. If you are looking to dabble in color but don't want to invest too much or don't want like a huge colorful palette, this is definitely a great option for you. And then finally we have the warm brown obsessions, which I absolutely love as well. If you like warm tone palettes, again, this is another really great option for you. I love that they're just so cute and compact, but you still get 9 shades, tons of product, and they're so easy to travel with. Okay, let's jump into this. I feel like in my last palette like video like this, I said I either was considering decluttering this or I was gonna declutter it, and the only reason I haven't is because it hasn't sold on my Poshmark. But this is the Kylie Take Me on Vacation palette, and honestly, I was super let down and disappointed by this palette. I felt like the pigmentation wasn't there. I pretty much, probably like most people, just bought it for this blue shade, which just didn't pack very much of a punch. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be decluttering this. I'm gonna maybe try and sell it at a lower price on my Poshmark. Otherwise, I'm gonna see if my sister wants this one, but this one I just have no use for in my collection anymore. Next, I have the Pure Love Yourself E2 palette, and this one, again, I just don't get enough use out of this anymore. I feel like I just have like palettes in my collection with these 2 transition shades that I can create looks out of. These 4 shimmery shades, and even this like cranberry tone shade, it's beautiful, but I just never reach for this palette. It's a little bit bulky, and by a little bit I mean it's a lot bit bulky, and I just don't have a purpose for this in my collection anymore, so this is another one that I am going to be decluttering. Let's see, I have this NYX Air palette, and I remember being super excited to purchase this, but I pretty much just purchased it for this shade right here and this shade right here. Here are those 2 shades swatched, and as you can tell, they're like not that cool, but for some reason this is still like tugging at my heartstrings, and I don't know why. I have literally never reached for this palette since I purchased it. I think I liked this like green toned one too. Let's see what that looks like. Like a silver shade. I don't need this anymore. This is gonna go. Next up, I have this Be Legendary palette by BH Cosmetics. I think this was limited edition, and honestly, I was really impressed by the quality of this, but I just don't really reach for this one ever anymore either. Let me see what this shade looks like. Just like a brown shade. Okay, I never reach for this, so I'm gonna try and be as cutthroat as possible, so I just don't need this anymore either. Then I have this Carity palette. This is the smoky palette, even though it's super colorful. This is another one that my daughter got into. I've not played around with this one really too much yet, and honestly, I'm very interested in testing out the quality, and I don't have all that many colorful palettes in my collection. I mean, I have enough, but I'm gonna keep this around and try and play around with this, test the quality, and see if I like it, and if I don't, I'll declutter it, but if it is good quality, I'll keep it in my collection. Next up, we have this holiday palette from Marc Jacobs. This was from last year. I don't know if Marc Jacobs did a big holiday limited edition release this year. I was so excited to purchase this. It was $100 or $99 or whatever. I think I bought it during the VIB sale, so I did get a discount, but I was not that impressed by the matte shades. Specifically, I know some of the shimmer shades are really pretty, and I don't know that I played with the shimmers too much on my eyes. Ooh, that's a really pretty shade. I feel like I can't get rid of this just yet. I gotta give it more of a fair shot. I feel like I just tried the mattes a couple times and then just like let it sit for, well, close to a year now. Oh, I just can't get myself to declutter this at this moment, so this guy is sticking around. Okay, then I have these 2 7-pan palettes from Marc Jacobs. This one was like one of the original 7-pans, I think. I actually think my sister ended up giving this to me. This is the 206, the Lolita, and for me, this one again just like doesn't perform as well as I want it to. It's very like beautiful. It has nice neutral shades, but I just never reach for this one either, so I actually am going to get rid of this one. Then I have this one, which is one of the newer releases. This is the blue and green one, which I really like. What do they call this? The Smartorial? The Smartorial 760. This is a beautiful, beautiful palette. I love this teal shade. Now, this obviously isn't like an everyday sort of palette. It's honestly rare that I can even create a wearable look with this, but it is a beautiful palette and I do want to keep this one around. Let's move on to these over here. This was one of my first purchases when I was getting into makeup like hardcore, and I bought it because there were so many different options and I just felt like it would be, you know, perfect for me because I didn't have a huge collection at the time. But I feel like this is another one that I may have said I was going to get rid of in the last declutter, but then at last minute when I was actually going to declutter stuff, for some reason I kept this, even though I've literally maybe used this 2 times the entire time I've had it, and I've probably had it almost 2 years now. So this one, oh, don't you hate it when there's just like one thing in a palette that like makes you want to keep it? Like, that's a pretty plum no, it's pretty, but I don't need this. I don't need this. I'm just curious what this teal shade looks like. Meh, yeah, I don't need this. This has gotta go. There's another one. I can't remember. I was like on the fence about decluttering last time. I actually gave this to my sister, I think, as a birthday present, and then she gave it back to me, or I basically begged her to give it back to me. I don't even know how old this palette is, but I don't think I've reached for it once since I asked for her to give it to me. So this can be decluttered. This is another one my sister gave to me and I've literally not used once since she gave it to me, and I just don't see myself ever using this. So I don't even know who, like Skylark by Elle and Blair. I've never heard of this. So anyway, this one is gonna go. I feel like that side was like the side I knew I was going to declutter as I was laying stuff out. And now as I look at the rest of this, I'm like, oh, is there anything else I'm going to declutter? Let's jump into my Tarte palette. So first, we have this Tartelette Tease palette that I've been working on panning this year. As you can tell, I've hit pan in 4 different shades, and I really like this palette. It's nice. It's just a very neutral, easy palette to use on days that you need like a quick work look. So I'm definitely keeping this around, and I'm going to continue to pan the heck out of this. I have the Love, Trust, and Fairy Dust palette, which I picked up this spring. Let's see if I can open it. Looks like this, and it's a really pretty mauve tone palette. It is limited edition. I just recently pulled this into my Project Roulette collab, and so obviously I'm not going to be decluttering it. Even though it's limited edition, and even though it's like, when I saw this collection release, I was like, seriously, fairy dust? Like, that's ridiculous. But I ended up picking up the palette and I actually really like it. So definitely going to be keeping this. Then I have my Tarte Lit in Bloom palette. This was one, again, of my first palette purchases when I was really getting into makeup. As you can tell, I've hit pan on one shade and there's quite a few dips and a lot of other shades in here. This was my favorite palette for the longest time. And I'm definitely going to be hanging on to this and using it until I just can't use it anymore. Then finally we have the Tartelette Toasted palette, and honestly I've only used this palette like 1 or 2 times. I was really disappointed in this guy. I just had higher expectations for it. I feel like all the tones in here you can kind of get anywhere else, like in any other warm tone palette, and I just feel like this, I'd never reach for it. My collection really doesn't have a need for it, so I'm actually going to declutter the Tartelette Toasted palette. Okay, what's next? We have the Pure Visionary palette. I was so excited to buy this, you guys. And I pretty much just swatched it and never used it. I need to pull this out and use it. I need to do another testing new makeup that like I purchased but never reached for, and this needs to be the palette I use. So I'm not going to get rid of this. Some of these swatch so beautifully. That's like why I decided to purchase it. It's just like the shimmery sheen of some of these are just, I just couldn't. So I do this all the time. I get so excited about buying new makeup and then I don't use it. So keeping this, and need to use it. Then we have the Urban Decay Born to Run palette. This I love. It looks like almost untouched. This was one I purchased during the Sephora customer appreciation sale, and then it just like got lost in the shuffle of things and I didn't use it a ton right away, but it's what I have on my eyes today. I love this palette. I like can't wait to go on my next vacation because this is definitely the palette I'm bringing traveling. I just feel like it's so versatile. It offers up a lot of different options for a lot of different eye looks, and yeah, if you've been considering purchasing this one, I would highly recommend. Then we have this MAC palette, and this I purchased before I even like basically started watching YouTube. This is the warm neutral eyeshadow palette, and I think they still sell this. As you can tell, I panned a couple of shades and there's a lot of shades with dips in this. This I'm sure is well past expiration, and I really should just like actually get rid of this, and I haven't reached for this probably in like a year and a half, so I think I need to declutter it. Sad. This was like, oh my gosh, this like came with me everywhere for such a long time. This like actually hurts to declutter, but this needs to retire. Okay, moving on to my Natasha Denona collection. I just recently picked this up. This is the Mini Star palette. I have a review on this. I'll link it below if you guys are interested in watching that. I wasn't that impressed with the quality on this, which was a bit of a letdown, but it was only 25 bucks, so I didn't see any point in returning this. I'm gonna keep it in my collection, continue to play with it. Maybe I can make it work better than I have been, but yeah, it doesn't match the quality of the Natasha Denona larger palettes. Recently picked up the Cranberry palette. I believe this is limited edition for the holidays this year, and I do really enjoy this palette. I think it's beautiful. The shimmers are unlike anything else, and I really have been enjoying this palette so far, so definitely keeping this. Then I have my Natasha Denona Lila palette, which I am obsessed with. I love this palette. The mattes are great. The shimmers, again, you guys, are unlike anything else. You do not need a wet brush to get the shimmers to give you a high foiled metallic shine. It's truly incredible. So really love my Lila palette and definitely keeping. Next I have my Lorac Pro palette. I think this is the Pro 2, and I think my daughter maybe, no, this is definitely like for me. But this hasn't really gotten a lot of love for me. I mean, it did a little bit in the beginning, but I really haven't reached for this probably in the last like 9 to 10 months. It's a nice palette, but I just prefer other formulas. Sometimes I feel like the Lorac formula is so buttery soft that the shades blend together too easily and it can muddy together. So, oh, this jade shade though. Oh, see, I don't necessarily even like, it's pretty, but I think I'm gonna declutter this one, you guys. I just don't have a need for this in my collection. My e.l.f. Mad for Matte 2 palette, and I loved this palette the first couple times I used it, but then I felt like my eyes maybe got a reaction from it, and I've been scared to use it again, but I do actually like the palette. So I'm gonna give it another shot and see if my eyes have a weird reaction. If they do, I will declutter it, but if not, I definitely do wanna keep this in my collection. Then I have the original Too Faced Chocolate Bar palette. This is one that my daughter did get into. That's why it looks so janky. I haven't reached for this in a really long time either, you guys, but I do want to do like a Flashback Friday series, basically, where like I pick a palette, use it every day for a week, and then like come back on Friday, do a Flashback Friday where I talk about my experience with the palette. Do I still love it? Do I need to get rid of it? And I'm just not comfortable getting rid of the Chocolate Bar palette yet until it's just been so long since I used it, I can't even remember like how I truly feel about it. So I'm gonna hang on to this one for right now. We have my Too Faced Sweet Peach palette, which like I was obsessed with this palette for the longest time, and I just haven't used it in a bit, but I do want to pull this one back out because I loved this palette. I hit pan on this shade. I used these two shades quite a bit. I loved this Luscious shimmer shade. So yeah, I want to pull this back out and play with this because I used to be so obsessed with this. Another palette that used to get a ton of love for me was the Ciaté Pretty Fun and Fearless palette. My daughter got into this one too, but this also got a ton of love for me. There's a huge dip in this. I used these 3 shades all the time. I also actually really enjoyed creating like purpley mauve tone looks with these 2 shades. So I'm definitely gonna keep this around, and I just wanna play with this one. Again, I need to pull this one back out and use it. And I have the Pretty Fun and Fearless 2 palette, which has definitely gotten a little bit less love, as you can tell. I just need to actually use this palette. This was another one that like was a purchase and then forgot about. I think I picked this up during last year's Sephora VIB sale, and usually like the past couple years I pick up so many palettes during that sale that so much gets lost in the shuffle, this being no exception. That's why I'm proud of myself. I don't even know if I picked up any palettes during the Sephora VIB sale this year. But this is another one I need to pull out and decide if I even like it or not. I recently got this Pure Midnight Masquerade. This is actually more of a face palette, but it does have eyeshadows on the one side. So I haven't even really given this a test yet, so I want to try this before I decide whether or not to keep it. I don't feel like my collection will have a huge need for this, but I definitely do want to give it a try. I also got this Crown palette in a BoxyCharm, and I haven't even swatched or used this. And I've had it for a couple months now, so I just feel like that tells me I'm not that interested in it. It tells me I don't really, you know, I definitely don't have a need for it in my collection. So I'm gonna declutter this one. Also in my BoxyCharm, I got the Alamar Cosmetics palette. I've used this a couple of times. It's a bit of an intimidating palette for me because this is very pigmented, and I do feel like to create a full look, at least in my opinion, I need to go in with another palette. But I do think the quality on these are really, really good, and I do really enjoy specifically the shimmer shade up here, so I am gonna hang on to this palette. I recently got the Balm Meet Match Maker palette in a Tribe beauty box, and I just filmed a video testing this out. I wasn't super impressed with the first look I created, but I've only created one look. So I definitely want to play around with this some more. It's a really pretty palette, and I love the concept of it. So I'm hoping I can get this one to work out for me. Next I have my Zoeva Cocoa Blend palette, and when I put this to like the extreme test, I really did not like this palette at first. I think I was just super let down by the shimmer shades, but this has been like my most reached for palette as of late. Specifically for work, I've just been reaching into like these 3 shades specifically. If I really want to go all out, I'll pop this like into the very outer V, and I've been loving this palette. So while I don't think like it's the most impressive palette out there, I do really appreciate like the quality of the mattes and how easy they are to blend and just create a very work appropriate look, specifically with the Cocoa Blend palette. I'm definitely going to keep this around. This might be, I'm interested to see if I'm going to try and hit pan on this probably next year. So definitely keeping this palette around. I have this Winky Lux palette. I believe I also got in a BoxyCharm, and I don't even know if I've swatched any of these shades. I definitely haven't tested them on my eyes, and I've had this definitely even longer than that Crown eyeshadow palette. So that again tells me that I'm just really not interested in this palette. I kind of do want to swatch this golden shade. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's really pretty. But again, I never reach for this, so I'm gonna see if maybe my sister would want this, but this one's gonna be exiting my collection. I have this Too Faced Natural at Night palette, which is so old. This probably this is one that actually does, yeah, like I see the hard pan on here. This needs to go in the trash. This is so old. I'm going to pause the camera and go toss this out. 2 more palettes I got from BoxyCharms. These are the Studio Makeup On The Go palettes. There's this purpley mauve tone one, which I really like. I like both of these, and I'm definitely keeping both of these. I was super impressed with the quality of these. The purple one is the, I don't even know if these have names, but anyway. And then there's this neutral brown tone one, which this also got so much love in my collection for such a long time that I've almost hit pan on this shade. These 2 shades, I mean, can you guys tell I like shades that are like this? They've gotten so much love from my collection. This shimmer shade, this bronzy shade, love them all. I was really happy to get these in the BoxyCharms, and again, I've been super impressed with the quality of these. These are ones that just kind of look like, you know, another like beauty subscription box palette, but the quality was actually really good. Next up, I have this Pure Soiree Diaries palette. Looks like this. And I know a lot of people really enjoy this palette, but for me, I just didn't feel like the mattes blended out as easily as I would have wanted them to. And again, I just have a lot of eyeshadow palettes with similar tones, so I just feel like I don't really need this palette, and I'm gonna declutter it. Okay, let's move on to my ColourPop palettes. I'm gonna be keeping most of these. So first we have the Femme Rosa palette, which is this beautiful pink and purple tone palette. I really enjoy the ColourPop pressed eyeshadows. I think they are really good quality. Definitely hanging on to this. Then we have the Element of Surprise palette, which got so much love for me last holiday season. I don't know, this was just like my go-to palette. Again, it has some of like my very favorite neutral shades, and I really liked this warm tone Ready Pink shade. So definitely hanging on to this palette. I need to pull this back out and play with this because it's been a while since I've used it, but I used to love this. Then I have the Kathleen Lights Dream Street palette. This is one of my favorite go-to palettes. Again, a very neutral palette. You can create some really cool looks with this. But then you get your pops of blues and even like your pop of like kind of pinky peach. And then you have this really cool duochrome shade down here too. So love this palette, would highly recommend, definitely keeping. Another favorite palette of mine is the ColourPop Perception palette. This got so much love for me for so long. I do feel like some of the looks, like you typically have to go in with these two, or these like these 4 shades obviously is your transition, and then you just pop a different color in there. So sometimes the looks felt a little bit repetitive, but I just still love the palette. I think you get some good versatility with the shimmers, so definitely hanging on to this. And I also have the ColourPop Semi Precious palette, which I believe I also got in a BoxyCharm. I don't even believe I've maybe swatched 1 or 2 shades from here. Just don't really need an all shimmer palette in my collection. I'm not a huge fan of all shimmer palettes, so I'm gonna be getting rid of this one. So then we have all of my Wet n Wild 10 pan palettes, my old comfort zone, new comfort zone, the Rosé in the Air, the Nude Awakening, and the Not Your Basic Peach. I don't have a ton of drugstore palettes, and these are pretty good quality, especially considering the price. So I'm gonna keep all of these just in case I wanna do drugstore videos and things like that. I have my Sephora Pro palette that I purchased last year. I got the editorial one. I love having this in my collection just for days that I do want to play with color. I think the quality of this is really great. I know that these are expensive palettes, but you can just tell like this is a heavy palette. I like love this. I wanted to pick up another one during the VIB sale, but I was just like, no, I have too many eyeshadow palettes in my collection. I do not need another, so I held back. But if you've been considering the Sephora Pros, would definitely recommend. Okay, so I have 2 Kat Von D's, and this is the Serpentina palette. I literally never reach for this. I've maybe used it 2 times, but I'm sorry you guys, I can't get rid of it because for some reason, like, oh my gosh, like how can you deny that beautiful shade? And I never have created a look with this, but I just, this is like almost like a collector's piece to me. Like I just cannot bring myself to get rid of this. And then I also have the Metal Mattes palette, which I really actually do like. And this is another sort of just like collector's piece to me that I feel like I could never get rid of. I actually have the Kat Von D 10th anniversary palette. I could not find it anywhere before filming this video. But when I find it, I'm going to be decluttering that one because I wasn't impressed with the quality. But these two, for some reason, just like have my heart. I recently picked up this Flower Beauty palette. This is the Golden Neutral Shimmer and Shade. The quality on this, you guys, is insane for drugstore. I know, I think these might be like $16.99, so they are on the pricier side of things, but I don't know. I think that it's really great quality for a shimmer eyeshadow palette from the drugstore, so I am definitely gonna be hanging on to this. Like I said, it is newer to my collection as well. I have this Persona Cosmetics palette, which just doesn't get enough love from me, and I need to pull this out and use this more because the quality on this is so good. I brought this with me to Vegas and I loved using this, and I just like never remember to reach for this, so I need to pull this out and use this because I love this palette, you guys. Definitely not getting rid of. I have the Laura Lee Los Angeles Party Animal palette that I got in a BoxyCharm, and honestly, not a huge fan of Laura Lee. Not going to be using this simply because I don't think these even swatch that well, and this just like I never am going to have a use to wear these colors. And if I want to wear a color, I'm going to pull out that festival palette or something else, so I'm going to be getting rid of this. I have this unique Moodstruck 3 palette that I have from when I was a unique presenter for about a day. I think my daughter may have gotten into this too. I'm going to get rid of this. I just literally never reach for this, don't need it. I'll give this one to my daughter to play with since clearly she already has. The Milani Bold Obsessions palette, which I actually do really like as well. Again, it has those neutral shades that I love, even this one. It has the beautiful red. The shimmers perform really well in here. The mattes blend out super easily. It's definitely a more expensive palette from the drugstore, but really good quality. Next up, I have this Athena palette, which was supposed to be a dupe for the Huda Beauty Desert Dusk. I just used this to do makeup for my daughter on Halloween. I'm gonna get rid of this palette. It wasn't that great of quality, and honestly, like I just never reached for this. I'll probably just end up throwing this one out or giving it to my daughter to play around with some more, but yeah, getting rid of this. Then I have the BH Cosmetics Weekend Festival palette. I love this palette. It's so pretty, beautiful colors. It's 18 bucks and it performs incredibly. You can have so much fun with this. You can create neutral looks, you can create fun looks, and I love this palette. I'm excited for summer to bust this out again because this is more of a summer palette for me, but love this, definitely keeping. Okay, then I have the Violet Voss Like a Boss palette. I recently did a video using this. This is one that I bought, kind of forgot about, and I'm now using again. The quality on this is okay. I don't feel like it's a $45 quality eyeshadow palette, but I'm definitely going to keep this and continue to play with it. I was considering possibly doing a project pan, like pan that palette with this palette next year since there are so many shades, but we'll see. But for the time being, I am keeping this. I'm gonna keep all of my Jaclyn Hill eyeshadow palettes. This is the original. I'm sure you've seen it before. It's been a while since I played with this. Then I also purchased the Bling Boss, which I'm not super impressed with the quality, but I am gonna keep it. And then I also have the Dark Magic, which I really haven't played with. I've only swatched, so I'm gonna keep this one too. I'm gonna keep all my Juvia's Place palettes. Love the quality on these. Here's the Deuce palette. And then I have the Saharan 2. I actually have the Big Magic palette. I love this palette, it's so pretty. And then the Nubian 2, which my daughter has gotten into this palette, looks so bad. But I'm gonna keep this. I need to probably just buy another one of these. But yeah, just gonna keep this one for now. We are almost done, you guys. Okay, so this is the Viseart Warm Neutrals palette, which this doesn't get enough love for me. I was honestly kind of disappointed. I just feel like this doesn't warrant $80. So I feel like I don't reach for it because I'm like half mad at it, which is like kind of a stupid reason. Plus I kind of wish I went with the dark mattes or whatever it is, rather than the warm. But regardless, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna play around with it. I'm gonna make this work for me because I spent 80 bucks on it. And it's not a bad palette. It just is kind of like, meh. It's not even meh. Like the quality's better than meh. But I'm a little mad I spent 80 on this. I have the Viseart Petite Pro 3, which I just spoke about in a disappointing products video. I was just like disappointed in the pigmentation of this, and I get this is like Viseart is for makeup artists, people doing makeup on set, so I think like it's purposeful that you have to build the pigment up on some of these, but I was just a little bit disappointed. I am going to keep this though because I did have one of you comment and say to continue to give this a chance because it is actually a good palette, and I think I spent 30 on this, so I mean I want to make this work, plus it's so cute. So I have my Carly Bible Deluxe Edition, and I have only used this like a couple of times. I got this in like April maybe when it was like mega on sale, and I just like never remember to reach for it, even though the highlighting shades are really beautiful and the quality of the actual shades is good as well. It's just like so bulky. I feel like sometimes I just don't feel like reaching for it, but I need to because yeah. But I'm gonna keep this. And then finally wrapping it up with my Morphe palettes. Okay, so I got rid of, this is the 25B. Last declutter, or like sometime this year, I got rid of the 25A. I just did not like the copper tones in this, and I just never reached for this, you guys. Even though it offers like so many color options, I just think the quality is like it's fine for the price, but now that I have such a large palette collection, I just definitely reach for other palettes that are better quality, so I think I am actually going to declutter this. I just randomly picked this up. This is the 35V. This was like a very spur of the moment decision, and I really haven't played with this one at all yet. I don't even know why I picked this up. But yeah, gonna keep this around, play with it, see what I think. Then I have the 3502, which I never reach for, but I kind of want to keep because it's just such a like, I feel like it's like a cult classic, even though 35O is really like the true cult classic. Like I just feel like I can't bring myself to get rid of this at this point. I should declutter it, but I'm gonna keep this. I'm an idiot. I just showed you the original 35O. I'm gonna get rid of the original 35O. This is the 35O redone. The 3502. I'm an idiot. I'm gonna keep this one. This is more warm tone. This is more fun. The quality of this one is better than the original 350. So I'm gonna keep this one, and I'm gonna get rid of the 350 because I don't need to keep all of these. And yes, we're gonna call it a day after that. All right, guys. So I actually am getting rid of 19 palettes, which I personally am really happy with. I thought I really hope I'm not forgetting anything. I would not put it past me to be forgetting a palette or two. So if you guys know my collection really well and you're like, hey, wait, what about that palette? Please forgive me. These are all of my like smaller-ish palettes. I have a lot of my little Huda palettes, Natasha Denona minis, etc. A lot of my quads. We'll briefly go through these, and I'm already seeing a few here that I feel like I can declutter. So let's get started. So first I have 4 of the Pat McGrath quads. I love the Pat McGrath quads. I think they're really fun. I don't see myself parting with any of these. This one is Eternal Eden. This is the only one I would potentially consider decluttering, just because this is probably like the least special to me out of all of them, but I do love these 2 shades, so I would actually like to hang on to this, but I'm going to set this one aside in the maybe pile, because if we're close to decluttering 30 things but not quite there, then this is something that I will potentially consider decluttering. Then I have Flora Fantasia, which I think is a really beautiful one. Again, I really enjoy these 2 shades. These 2 I could really do without, and to be honest, oh, I'm gonna hang on to this one. Next up I have Interstellar Icon. I love this one. I think that this one is so beautiful. I love the curation of colors here. I think it's a really beautiful color story. This might be, I think, possibly my favorite quad from Pat McGrath, so definitely keeping this. And then newest to my collection, I have the Voyeuristic Vixen, which is so beautiful. I'm so excited to play around with this one for the fall time. I should have pulled this into my fall palette rotation, but I definitely plan to do that for my next Shop My Stash. Next up, we can jump into my little quads by Makeup by Mario. So up first, I have the Bronzy Glam palette, which I really enjoy. I think this is just a really fun, easy to use palette, really nice for a complimentary palette as well. I think the quality is good, and I will be keeping this, but I am going to be decluttering my Rosy Glam palette. I talked to you guys in my palette roulette series about how I planned to declutter this palette. I'm just not as in love with this one in terms of color story. I don't find myself excited to reach for this, and I just don't feel like there's any reason for me to keep this in my collection. I almost forgot to grab my NARS Climax palette because it was sitting in the palettes I'm testing, but we can quickly go through my 2 NARS palettes. I will be keeping both of these. This one is the newest one to my collection. This is the Climax palette. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure I had that correct. This is really beautiful. I don't absolutely love the way that the mattes perform in this, but I love the shimmers in this, so definitely keeping this. And then this was like my staple go-to palette this summer. This is the NARS Summer Solstice palette, and I think that this one is so beautiful, so definitely keeping this as well. Next up, I have the Oma Beauty Coming to America palette. I have the colorful one, which I haven't even finished testing out for review on my channel, so I'm definitely keeping this. And then I also have my Sugar Pill Mini or Fun Size palette, which you guys know I love this palette. I was super into this last year, and I haven't reached for it as much this year, but I still love this palette, and I will definitely be holding on to this. The Nubian Mini by Juvia's Place, I just included in my palettes on their last hurrah, which is essentially turned into a chopping block video on my channel, but I actually think I'm just going to declutter this palette. I just feel like I don't need this. I have these tones throughout my collection, and I feel like it's just kind of taking up space, and if I reach for this, there's something else I'd probably rather be reaching for, so I am going to be decluttering this one. I will be keeping this one from Viseart. This is the palette that I decided to test Viseart again with. This is the La Plague palette. This was so beautiful for the summertime as well. I'm really happy that I decided to give Viseart another try because I was just super impressed with this palette, and I'm very happy to have this in my collection, so I will definitely be keeping this. Next up, we have my 2 Charlotte Tilbury quads. So up first, I have the Exaggerized quad, which I will be keeping. I think this is nice, especially just for like an easy everyday on the go sort of palette to use. I don't necessarily think it's worth the $53, but I am going to keep this. And then we have the palette of Pops, which is currently going in my Pan in Every Palette project. However, I think I'm going to declutter this. I really do. I just am not that inspired to reach for this. And I just feel like I'm like kind of forcing myself to use this, and I feel like it would just be so much better in a home with someone who would appreciate this formula more. So I am going to declutter my Charlotte Tilbury Palette of Pops palette. I will be keeping all of my Natasha Denona little minis. I have the Mini Gold, the Mini Glam, the Mini Love, the Mini Nude, as well as the mini retro. You guys know I love my Natasha Denona mini palettes. I could not part with these. I will also be keeping both of my Rowan quads. I have the 1111, which is such a beautiful arrangement of shades. And then I also have the 75 degrees, which I've actually been using a ton this year. This has gotten a ton of use. I love the Rowan quads. I get that they're not for everybody, but I personally am a huge fan and I will be keeping both of mine. I'm also going to be keeping my Tom Ford quad. It's not my favorite color story, but the formula is really nice. I paid $88 for this and I do want to continue to get some use out of this. I will also be keeping my Aether Beauty quad in Ambertine. I love this. I think it's such a good quad. I know this was on sale at Sephora and I would say if it's still half off, I would highly, highly, highly recommend this palette. I think that the quality is phenomenal. This shade is so foiled and metallic and beautiful. I just really enjoy this. And then I also have this little 6-pan palette that I can't even remember where I got this or how this came into my life. I've only used it a couple of times, but it's actually really good quality. The mattes are really nice and the shimmers are really foiled and intense. So I do want to keep this one as well. All right, let's start talking about my Huda Beauty 9-pan palette collection. The neon orange palette I will be keeping. This is just so unique to my collection and I really enjoy reaching for this every summer. And then I feel like it may come as no surprise, I actually am going to declutter both my Khaki Haze and Sand Haze palette. I recently talked about these in palettes that I would declutter if I could get my money back. And even though I can't get my money back, I just do not feel inclined or inspired to reach for either of these. In fact, they kind of just like make me mad to reach for just because I felt like I was so let down and disappointed by these two. So I actually will be decluttering both of these. And then I'm kind of surprising myself with this, but I actually think I'm also going to declutter my chocolate brown palette from Huda. This is one that I just feel like I have these shades in my collection and I wasn't uber impressed with the formula. I much prefer my Huda Nude Medium as well as my Huda Nude Rich. I'm even interested in picking up the Nude Light, but I just don't feel like I'm going to get a ton of use out of this. And I feel like I can get the same sort of effect by reaching into my Huda Naughty Nude, which I really enjoy. So I actually will also be getting rid of the Huda Chocolate Brown palette. That being said, I am going to be keeping the rest of my Huda palettes. So from the original line, I have the Gemstone palette, which I actually really enjoy. This is still going in my palettes on their last hurrah, and I had originally planned to declutter this at the end of 2021, but I don't see myself doing that now. I also have Smoky Obsessions, which you guys know has been a long time favorite for me, as well as Coral Obsessions, which is just such a nostalgic palette for me because I take this with me on just about every trip I've ever taken. So it just has really fond memories and just makes me happy to open this and look at. Also, the newest ones to my line, I have the Wild Tiger palette, which I love. I also have the Python palette, which is beautiful, and then the Jaguar palette, which is a really beautiful cool toned palette, and I've been really impressed with these. I recently reviewed these in a ranking video, not the most recent month, but the month before that. So keep an eye out for, so if you're interested in seeing more thoughts on these three, I'll leave that video linked down below for you guys. And then the final two from Huda that I have, like I mentioned, I have the Nude Medium, which I love, as well as the Nude Rich. I think that both of these are beautiful. Love the quality on both of these and will definitely be keeping. I will be keeping all of my ColourPop quads. I have Creamsicle, and then I have a bunch from the new Zodiac collection as well. I have the Libra. This is not from the Zodiac collection. This is Sorbet. And then this is one of the original quads in Sparkler. Then I also have the Taurus, the Virgo, the Capricorn, the Pisces. Yes, Pisces, as well as the Cancer. So, and then that again is, I hope I was just in frame for all that. This is the Sparkler one again, or Creamsicle one again, but I will be keeping all of my ColourPop quads. Looking at it in front of me, I see not a whole heck of a lot more that I'm going to be getting rid of. From Odin's Eye, I have a couple of their like 7-pan palettes, 6-pan palettes. So I have the Verdandi, as well as the Elva Mini Forest palette. I love both of these. I love Odin's Eye, so very happy to keep these. We can quickly go through my Kaleido 6-pan palettes as well. I have Sashimi City, will be keeping. Lunar Lavender, which I will also be keeping. as well as Astro Pink, which you guessed it, I will also be keeping. I love the Kaleidos formula. I will also be keeping all of my Nabla Cutie palettes. I have the Midnight palette, which is a beautiful blue palette. I also have the Analog palette. I have the Wildberry palette, the Metropolitan palette, the Nude palette, as well as the Platinum palette. You guys know I just love Nabla so much. Definitely will not be getting rid of any of these. Okay, so then I have Juvia's The Pinks palette, which is not my favorite, but for fun pink looks, I don't really want to declutter this, so I'm going to keep this. And then I also have the Mauves, which is this really beautiful mauve tone palette, which I think I'll get a ton of use out of in the winter, so I will be keeping this as well. Lawless, the baby one, is going nowhere. This is one of my favorite mauve palettes in my entire collection, and I'm also going to be keeping this 7-pan palette from Marc Jacobs. This was the Electric palette, and I love this one. And then finally from this bundle, I have the Dose of Colors 5-pan palettes. I will be keeping my Baked Browns. I do love this palette, and I get a lot of use out of that. I also have Sassy Siennas, which I will be keeping. I do love this in the springtime, but I will be decluttering, and I've talked about this on my channel already, that I will be decluttering Marvelous Mauves. I just don't get enough use out of this, and I don't feel super inspired to reach for this one, so I'm going to be decluttering this one. Okay, so out of my mini bunch, we have 7 for sure. Yes, we're decluttering palettes. We have the Marvelous Mauves, the Sand Haze, Khaki Haze, Chocolate Brown, Palette of Pops by Charlotte Tilbury, Nubian by Juvia's, as well as my Mario Rosy Glam. So 7, that means we have 23 palettes that we need to declutter from my regular size palettes. Okay, here's my pile of all the rest of my palettes. I honestly do not feel like sorting these all out and laying them all really nicely. I hope you guys don't hate me for that, but I'm literally just gonna grab from the pile and talk through each one. Please don't hate me for that. Is that annoying? Is that annoying? I'm gonna try and go in order of brand. I will do that. I will try and go in order of brand. So from Juvia's Place, the other 2 larger Juvia's palettes that I have the Nomad palette, which I will definitely be keeping. I love this color story. I think it's so much fun for the fall. And then the Magic palette by Juvia's Place, I just included in my palettes on their last hurrah. If I don't use this 10 more times by the end of the year, then I will be decluttering this. But for right now, I am going to be keeping this palette. All right, next up from Sigma, I have 4 of their eyeshadow palettes. I have the Untamed palette, which I think is such a fun grungy palette for the fall time, so I will definitely be keeping this. I also have the Sigma Warm Neutrals palette, which looks like this and is actually a really beautiful palette, but I do think I'm going to pass this on just because I don't feel super inspired to reach for this, and I have all of these shades throughout my collection in other palettes, so I am going to be decluttering the Sigma Warm Neutrals. I also have Sigma Enchanted, which I think is such a beautiful, almost like fairy-esque sort of palette, but you can still go deep with the deep mattes on the end. So I will be keeping that. And then I think my favorite from Sigma that I own is the Corderosa palette, which I think is such a beautiful one for the summertime. So I will be keeping this. I do have 3 palettes from Lunar Beauty, all of which I will be keeping. I have the Lunar Eclipse palette. This palette is such a beautiful one. I also have the Greek Goddess palette, which I think it has been discontinued, but I think this one has been discontinued, but I actually really love this one. I think it has such a beautiful color story. Again, really nice, like grungy fall tones, and I'm a huge fan of this one. And then finally, I have the Moonspell palette, which I still have yet to use and review on my channel. I really need to get around to this one. I love the grungy tones in this, but I also love that you still have a row of neutrals in case you are intimidated by some of the color in this palette. I think it's such a beautifully packaged palette as well, just so fun, and I will definitely be keeping this. I do have 2 palettes from Alter Ego, both of which I will be keeping. I have the Canyon palette, which is this one right here, which is supposed to be a dupe for the Natasha Denona bronze palette. Such a beautiful palette. And then I also have the Alter Ego Artemis palette, which looks like this, supposed to be a dupe for the Metropolis palette from Natasha Denona, and I also love this palette. The shimmers in here are just so beautiful, and I will definitely be keeping this. Okay, the only large Dose of Colors palette that I have is the Friendcation palette, which I will be keeping. Such a beautiful palette. I also just have one large Aether Beauty palette, which I still have yet to review and test out on my channel. So this one I will also be keeping. From Nomad Cosmetics, I have the Land and Ice. I have this palette right here. This is not my absolute favorite. I didn't think the quality of the shimmers was that good. Definitely need to be used with a glitter glue if you want to get longevity. I still think that the color story in this is really unique and fun, and I am still interested in some other Nomad palettes because I just think they have such good color stories. I can't remember the other one that I have my eye on, and then they just released another one that looks so beautiful. But you guys will have to let me know if you've tried Nomad Cosmetics and what your favorite palettes are, but I will be keeping this one. Okay, I think this is my only palette currently by e.l.f. This is the Electric Mood palette, and while I liked this palette, I thought that it was okay. The quality was okay. The mattes were fine. There are definitely some dud shades in here. There's also some really beautiful shimmer and metallic shades in here as well, but I just feel like using this, like if I use this, I would rather be using a different palette. I don't feel like this is something that really sparks a ton of joy for me when I use it. So I didn't think I was going to declutter this one, but just thinking about having a goal of 30, I don't feel like I'll miss this in my collection. So I am going to declutter this palette. And then actually another palette that I know I'll be decluttering is the Zoeva Cocoa Blend palette. This is just older in my collection. It's not a favorite. I didn't think the quality was great. The mattes were fine, but I felt like the shimmers or the metallic shades were just super lackluster, and I never ever get excited to reach for this palette, so I will be decluttering this. I just realized that my nails are like, should have painted them for a declutter video, but oh well. I'm also going to declutter my Violet Voss All of You Forever palette. I have tried, I think, 3 Violet Voss palettes up till this point, and I've just not been impressed with any of them. So this is something where I do enjoy actually the metallic shades, but I do not think that the mattes perform well at all, and I'm not interested in keeping this in my collection. So I'll be decluttering this. I believe this is the last palette I have left from Dominique Cosmetics. This is the Latte palette, and I will be keeping this. I do enjoy this palette. I think it's a really nice staple basic palette to have in my collection. I do like the quality on this one, and this one will be a keep. My only palette thus far from Be Perfect is the Carnival 3. I'm really interested in the new, like, really grungy fall tone one that they released, but haven't picked that up yet. I don't think I've reviewed this on my channel yet, just because it's taken me a really long time to try and get through every shade to test out, but I actually have been really impressed with this one so far. I don't love large eyeshadow palettes like this, but I think that this is such a fun color story, and I'm really happy to have this one in my collection, so I'll definitely be keeping this. From Alamar Cosmetics, this is the only Alamar palette I currently have in my collection, and I've been going back and forth on this one because I don't ever feel inspired to reach for this, but I do really like these shimmer shades in this palette. So I think what I've decided to do is I'm going to declutter this palette, but I am going to try and depot these 4 shades and stick them in a Z palette. But keeping this palette in total just does not make sense to me. I can't remember the last time I actually reached for this palette, and I honestly think these shades would get more use if they had been depotted and were just used as single shades. So I will be decluttering this palette. From Alien Cosmetics, I recently got their Not Normal palette, which looks like this. I think this is such a beautiful and stunning palette. I love the color story. I think the quality is really good, and I've been having so much fun with this one. It is newer to my collection. I will definitely be keeping this. My sister just gifted me these 2, so I will be keeping, but I have not tried these yet. I have the Lime Crime Venus 3, as well as this one from Illamasqua. I've never tried Illamasqua Shadows before. Here is that one. I don't know if I was out of frame for the Lime Crime one. There is the Lime Crime Venus 3. I haven't tested either of these yet, so I will obviously be keeping both of these. From Sydney Grace, this is the only Sydney Grace palette that I have, and I will be keeping this. This is the Tiny Marvels palette. I love this palette in collaboration with Mel Thompson. Such a beautiful, beautiful color story and really great quality, so we'll definitely be keeping this. I think this is my only palette from Catrice. It's the Insta Bay eyeshadow palette, and while the quality on this is pretty good, especially considering that this is a drugstore palette, I just don't feel excited to reach for this one, so I will declutter this. Okay, I'm gonna jump into these 2 from Tarte. I do still have the one more. Oh, there it is. Okay, I have 3 Tarte eyeshadow palettes. I will be keeping this one for sure. This is the Love, Trust, and Fairy Dust palette. I actually do really enjoy this. This is in my palettes on their last hurrah. I'm trying to decide if I want to declutter this or if I want to keep this one by the end of the year. Mine's just getting really gross in that there's a lot of chipped shades, broken shades. I obviously do love this palette though because I have a couple of pans. It will be hard to give up these 2 shimmers, and I'm actually really excited to use these mauves this fall, winter, so this one will be staying. I am going to be getting rid of the Tarte Pro palette. I think I got this in a BoxyCharm like last year, and I maybe used it 1 or 2 times, but I'm just not inspired at all by this palette, and I have not used it and see no reason to keep this around. And then I will also be keeping my Tarte Young, Wild, and Cruelty Free. This is the Unleashed palette, which released, I think, 2 summers ago. I think this is a really beautiful, really fun palette. I love the mauve toned row at the top, and I will be keeping this, like I said. All right, these are my Too Faced palettes. I will be keeping my Too Faced Born This Way Natural Nudes palette. I love this palette. This has gotten a ton of use out of me this year and will continue to get use. I think this is such a practical palette, so we'll be keeping that, as well as my Pumpkin Spice palette. I love this palette. Very excited to have this in my collection, and obviously we'll keep this. I'm going to put the Too Faced Palm Springs Dream palette in my maybe pile. I would like to keep this, but I'm kind of on the fence on this one, so if I'm not quite to that 30 mark and I'm close enough, this is something I could consider. I could see myself considering decluttering, but we'll see about that. And then I also will declutter my Too Faced Natural Matte palette. This is another one I got in BoxyCharm last year and just really have not reached for. I think I reached for this 1 time for this shade right here, and then I was like, no, like, it's a pretty palette, but I just don't feel like I need this, so I'm gonna get rid of it. Let's jump into my ABH palettes, because I feel like this might be a little bit shocking. So my ABH Soft Glam palette, which was a favorite palette of mine for so long, I went into this thinking I was going to declutter it, and then I open it up and I'm like, I don't know, but I do have my Nabla Side by Side, which is really, really similar, and I have not been excited to reach for this palette this much this year. I cannot decide. Why am I struggling? I'm going to put this in the maybe pile. Okay, we're going to put Soft Glam in the maybe pile because I just can't decide. My Norvina palette, I am definitely going to be keeping. This is on my palettes on their last hurrah, but I've actually really enjoyed this palette. Makeup by Mario ABH is also in my palettes on their last hurrah, and I will not be decluttering this one right now. We'll also not be decluttering ABH Jackie. This is my favorite ABH palette. Also a favorite ABH palette is my Sultry palette. Also will not be decluttering. Subculture and Modern Ren, however, I am ready to part with. I am ready to finally do it and say goodbye to my ABH Modern Renaissance as well as my Subculture. I'm just not excited to reach for these ones anymore. So I also have my ABH Amrezy palette, which I will not be getting rid of. I actually really do enjoy this palette, even though I do not reach for it enough. I need to pull this out onto like where I get ready so that I can remember to reach for this guy, but this one will be staying in my collection. This is my only palette from KKW, and even if I don't really love this palette as much as I thought I would. I think the mattes are just subpar quality, but I'm going to keep this one anyway because I love the packaging, and I actually really do like some of the shimmers in here, so this one will be staying. It's also newer to my collection. Menagerie Pastel Pup will be staying in my collection. This is such a great pastel palette, and I love to have like indie palettes in my collection, especially good quality ones, so this one will be staying. I have 3 BH Cosmetics palettes currently in my collection. I have the Lunar New Year, which I honestly feel like I could declutter, although this just recently rolled into my palette roulette. So if I don't like it as I use it consistently the next month, then maybe I will declutter this one, but for right now this one's gonna stay. My BH Cosmetics Weekend Festival palette is one of my favorite palettes in my collection, so I definitely will not be getting rid of this. And then newer to my collection this year, I have the 90s Remix Dance palette, which is really great quality, a really good palette, and I will be keeping this one in my collection as well. Here are the rest of my Kaleidos palettes. I do have the Escape Pod, which I love and will be keeping. I also have the Club Nebula palette, which I also love and will be keeping. And the Flower Punk palette, another really great palette, really beautiful, grungy, and fun color story. So definitely will be keeping this. Okay, let's jump into my Melt palette collection. First up, I have She's in Parties, which I have not yet used, reviewed, or tested for my channel. I'm gonna keep this. I also have Melt Smoke Sessions, which I've really come to love. And I love green eyeshadow, so I definitely will not be parting with this. Melt Rust, I love, will be keeping. Melt Mary Jane, the quality on this is not great, specifically with some of the shimmers. They're just like more chunky, almost like glitter, and you get a ton of fallout, but I still do really enjoy this palette, and I am going to keep this. I'm also going to be keeping my Melt Gemini palette. I love this palette, such a beautiful grungy palette. And then finally I have this one. This is the Melt Vita palette that everybody lusts after, and I was so excited to get my hands on this, but I've only used this one time, and it's just really not a color story I see myself really using at all. So, because I know there's so many people who want this palette, I think I am just going to actually sell this one, because I'm sure somebody else would get just so much more use out of it than I am. So I am going to, even though I love the artwork on this, but am I really just going to keep this around for the artwork? I should really just declutter this. So this is a really tough choice, because I remember like how excited I was that I finally got my hands on this, but I just have not reached for this. The collector in me like really wants to keep this, but I also don't have the Muerte palette, so I'm gonna declutter this. Okay, let's start going through some of my ColourPop palettes because I have a lot. So going Coconuts, I know we all know this palette. I am gonna be keeping this, just such a staple to have in the collection. I'm also going to keep the Mandalorian palette, such a fun green color story and such just a cute palette in general. Also the On Cloud Blue I'm gonna keep just for like if I want. These are just, it's a good compiling of blue shades if I want to have fun with blues, so I will keep that. Also will be keeping the Limoncello palette. This is one of my favorite ColourPop palettes in my collection, so I will be keeping this. And then I also have the Sweet Talk palette, which is newer to my collection, and I didn't think I was going to declutter this, but now I'm like, I don't know, should I? No, I'm going to keep this right now. I'm going to keep this one for now. Next up, we have Lil Ray of Sunshine, which I love and will be keeping. I also have the Taupe palette, which is not like my absolute favorite in terms of ColourPop's quality, but I do really like the color story on this, especially for days that I want more of a cool toned look, so I will keep that. I am going to declutter my Baby Got Peach palette. I am ready to let this guy go. I think I might depot like this shade and this shade, but aside from that, I have used the heck out of this palette. It's gotten so much love in its lifetime, and I'm just ready to declutter this. I'm also going to be decluttering the She's Got Solstice palette. I think I might pop out this shade, which is my favorite shade, and possibly this green shade, but aside from that, I just think this is kind of a boring palette, and I don't need to keep this in my collection. The Cabana Club is newer to my collection, and I really enjoy this palette, so I will definitely be keeping this. And then the Hello Kitty and Friends palette, I have mine in the box because I do plan to declutter this. I just don't love this color story. I don't find it that interesting. I don't find it that fun, and I just never feel like reaching for this, so I'm going to declutter that. And then the Dream Street palette I'm decluttering, but I've already popped out all of the shades that I want, which is all but 2 of the shades. But this is a declutter, if you will. I still have more ColourPop, so I have the Tinkerbell palette, which is the newest to my collection. This is okay. I like the shimmers. I don't think the quality of the mattes is that great, but I will be keeping this. I am going to be decluttering the Cloud Spun palette. Mine is kind of broken, and I again might pop out a couple of these shades, but I just do not feel inspired by this palette, and I honestly think my daughter would have so much fun with this, so I'm going to declutter that. My ColourPop Barbie palette I've already donated to my daughter's salon, if you will. So I am going to be officially decluttering the ColourPop Malibu Barbie palette. This was okay. I felt like the shimmer quality on this was not great. The matte quality on this was good, but I have these shades in my collection, and I just wasn't as excited for this palette when I got it and saw it in person as I was when I saw it online. So this will be a declutter. How did the Sweet Talk, oh, whoops. Then the rest of these I've already talked about. Whoopsies. All right, just a few more ColourPop palettes. I have the ColourPop Lush Life palette, which I really enjoyed and will be keeping. I have the Making Mauves palette, which I will also be keeping, and just a really beautiful mauve tone palette. This is such a staple. And then I also have the Stone Cold Fox palette, which has not gotten enough love from me, but I am going to be keeping this because I think it's a really good staple, just basic cool tone or even like neutral palette to have in my collection. I will be keeping all three of my Urban Decay palettes. I have Stoned Vibes, which I love. I think that this was such a slept on palette and I really enjoy having this in my collection. I just realized I have 4 Urban Decay palettes. I'm sorry, you guys. I also have the Urban Decay Naked Wild West, which I also really enjoy. I think this is a really nice palette. I wasn't as excited when this released, but having it in my collection and using it, I've really enjoyed this. So this will be staying, as well as my Naked Honey, which I love. I just created a full look with this the other day and I loved the way that the look turned out. I'm a little bit mad at myself that I haven't used this palette that much this year, but keeping that and also keeping my Urban Decay Born to Run, which is such a staple to have in my collection as well. Okay, let's move on to Pat McGrath. I have 2 6 pans. I have this holiday release. This was the, I think, Subliminal palette. I am going to keep this. I love this palette for pretty much all the shades except for the blue shade, which was a bit of a disappointment, but I still really enjoy this palette. I also really ended up loving this palette, which was this the Rose Decadence? Yes, the Rose Decadence palette. I really came to love this palette. This is kind of what turned me on to like more pinkish tones. And I've really enjoyed having this in my collection. And then I'll also obviously be keeping my 3 large Pat McGraths. So we have the number 3, I believe, which is so stinking beautiful. If it would focus, there we go. This one is the Divine Rose, the first one. This is not my favorite, but I also am not going to declutter this one. For a second there I was like, should I? No, I'm gonna keep this. And then also I have my favorite, which is the Bronze Seduction palette. Would never ever ever in a million years dream of getting rid of this. Next up we have my large Huda Beauty palettes. I am going to be decluttering the Desert Dusk palette. I just do not get inspired by this and there's no point in me keeping this in my collection, but I will be keeping my Huda Beauty Mercury Retrograde, which is another favorite palette in my collection. I think this is such a stunning palette. Love the color story. And then also the Naughty Nudes I do really enjoy, especially just for neutral, everyday, work appropriate, that type of thing. Love this. We'll be keeping this. Okay, let's start with my large Natasha Denona palettes. I'm going to obviously be keeping the gold palette. I freaking adore this palette. I'll save Circo Loco for last. I'm also keeping my Biba palette. Such a beautiful staple palette to have in your collection. Lila also keeping. Freaking love this palette. I think it's so beautiful. So that brings us to the Circo Loco palette, and I was going to keep this because this is new to my collection this year, but then I was like, why am I going to keep this when I don't feel like I'm going to use it at all? The only shade that I really will miss is the shade Snow Cone, but I just will not reach for this, and then there's no point in me keeping this palette in my collection, so I am actually going to be decluttering the Natasha Denona Circo Loco palette. Then moving on to my Natasha midi palettes, which I will be keeping all of my midis. I have the Love palette, the newest to the midi line, the Retro palette. I have the Zendo palette. And then I also have the Sunrise palette. Again, I will be keeping all of the midi palettes. Love them all so much. Here is one more ColourPop palette that got missed is the Wild Child, which I love and will be keeping. Both of my Persona palettes I will be keeping. I have the number 2 as well as the original, which is one of my absolute favorite palettes in my collection. Definitely keeping both of these. I also missed another ABH palette along the way. I missed my Carly palette, which I will be keeping. Yes, keeping for now. You guys know I'm going to 100% be keeping my Artist Couture Supreme Nudes as well as the Supreme Bronze. I freaking love these palettes. They're incredible. Would never think to declutter these. Also definitely will not be decluttering any of my Odin's Eye palettes. I have the Soulmane palette, which is stunning. I also have the Elva palette, which looks like this. So beautiful. And then I have the Norns palette, which is another just new favorite in my collection. This is gonna be so beautiful all winter long. Definitely keeping all 3 of these. Also keeping all of my larger Nabla palettes. I have the Dreamy 2. I have the Dreamy. I have the Secret, as well as the infamous Nabla side-by-side palette. Colored Rain Queen of Hearts I will definitely be keeping. Not ready to part with this. And then I have these 4 from Glamlight, and I actually think I'm going to declutter my Glamlight donut palette just because I don't see myself getting a ton of use out of this color story. I still think the quality is really good, and I do really like the shimmers, but I don't see myself reaching for this one that much. I am going to be keeping the Cherry Pie palette, or just the Pie palette. Looks like this, as well as the Ice Cream palette, which I freaking love. So beautiful. And then also the Cake palette I will be keeping. This is another really great palette, really beautiful rainbow palette. So definitely keeping this. Okay, laid out in front of me are all of the palettes that I will be decluttering, which is 26 palettes. So oh wait, I forgot we're decluttering the donut palette. So that's 27. But we're just gonna start right at the bottom. Let's see. So I will grab this first stack of ColourPop palettes. So up first we have the That's Taupe palette. I am going to keep this palette. I do really like this for a cool toned option. This palette, the Enclad Blue, I am on the fence about just because I don't reach into blues that often. And yes, opening this up, I'm like, I genuinely don't feel like I need this palette. Like, a part of me wants to keep it because it is more unique to my collection, but I just do not wear blue eyeshadow. I'm gonna declutter this one. This is gonna be a declutter. My Mandalorian palette I will be keeping. I really like this one. I like the packaging. I like the greens. I think it's a fun one. I love this like green gold shade as well. So I will be keeping this. I will also be keeping my ColourPop Making Mauves. I haven't used this palette the most, but I do really like mauve tones, and I'm really excited to pull this out for the fall time. And then I'm also going to be keeping ColourPop Little Ray of Sunshine. This is a favorite of mine. It's an all matte palette. I think it's such a stunning palette, one of my favorites from ColourPop. Next up we have the Going Coconuts palette, another palette I will be keeping. I really like this for like a neutral brown tone option. It's just a palette that I feel like makes sense to my collection, so I will be keeping this. The ColourPop Sweet Talk palette, I actually think I am going to declutter. It's just not a color story that gets me super excited, and I feel like if I want to reach for tones like this, I would rather reach into something like my Sigma Corderosa palette, or even like my Natasha Denona Sunrise or Huda Beauty Coral Obsessions. This just isn't a palette that I loved as much as I thought I was going to, so I actually think I'm going to declutter this. The ColourPop One and Done I have not really loved, but this is new to my collection this year, and anything new to my collection this year I do want to keep for my end of year ranking. That may not make sense to everyone, but for me, I want to keep it in my collection, try it a few more times, see if my mind changes, and then maybe we'll end up decluttering this at the end of the year. But because I did purchase this year, I am going to keep this. And then my ColourPop Lush Life palette I also will be keeping. I really love this palette. I think this is such a fun one. Pretty unique to my collection. Like, yes, I have these tones, but not in a palette like this, obviously. So I will be keeping this one. My ColourPop Tinkerbell palette, this is one I'm like on the fence about. Like, I feel like I'm gonna end up, I do feel like this is more unique to my collection. Like, I don't have a shade quite like this or like this. I will keep this for right now. Okay, I'm gonna keep the ColourPop Tinkerbell, but I will be decluttering the Sweet Talk. More ColourPop palettes. I will be keeping all 3 of these. So I have the Wild Child palette, which I love. I also have the Cabana Club palette, which I think is such a fun one. This was like an unexpected palette last year. I wasn't gonna purchase this, and then I did, and then I really did end up enjoying this palette, so I will be keeping this. And then this was a favorite from last year. This is the ColourPop Limoncello palette, if I could open it. I absolutely love this palette. I think this is such, not like even an interesting color story, but just such a wearable palette. Like, I truly can get use out of all the shades. I don't reach for this blue shade all that often, but everything else I really do use and enjoy. This is something that even when I finished testing this last year, I like could not put this down. So I will definitely be keeping my ColourPop Limoncello palette. All right, and then I have a bunch of ColourPop quads, and I don't need all of these. So I am actually going to declutter this one right here. This one just isn't that inspiring to me. This is the Virgo one. Pisces in the Sky I'm gonna keep. I do like this one. Then I have this one, which is really similar. So this is the Libra quad. It's very similar to the creamsicle quad from ColourPop. So I'm going to declutter this one because I prefer the creamsicle. I'm also going to declutter this one. This is the Sparkler palette. I just have these shades throughout my collection and just don't find myself reaching for this. So I'm going to declutter this. I'm going to keep the Taurus palette. I'm a Taurus. I love the colors in here. So keeping that. I'm also going to keep this one. I believe this is the Capricorn quad. Yes. This is the Capricorn quad. I love this one. I think it's just a great cool toned option, a very easy to reach for option. So I'm gonna keep that. I will be decluttering the Cancer quad. I just don't love this one as much as I thought I was going to. So I'm gonna declutter this. And then here is the creamsicle quad that I was talking about. I will be keeping that. Okay, so out of my ColourPop collection, I was able to declutter 6 things. This is very exciting. That means 29 more palettes for me to find throughout everything to declutter. So let's go into my Natasha Denona minis down here. Okay, so I have Mini Nude, which isn't going anywhere because this is like a favorite in my entire collection. I have Mini Bibo, which I think is amazing. I'll be keeping that. I also have the Mini Love palette, which doesn't get as much use for me, but I do really love this shade, as well as this shade and this shade. So I'm gonna keep this one as well. The Mini Gold. What sucks about these Natasha Denona mini palettes is you can't like depot these like you can the regular Natasha shades, because if I could, I would just say like I'm gonna depot these 3 shades and be done with it. I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile, but likely will keep this. So then I have the Mini Glam palette, which I will be keeping, as well as the Mini Retro palette, which I will be keeping. The Natasha Denona Mini Crush, if I didn't purchase this year, I would declutter this. I just was not impressed with this one, but I'll try it a few more times this year for my end of year ranking, and this is something I could see myself decluttering at the end of the year. And then I was gonna say I was going to declutter this Biba like little trio, but I don't know, like I feel like I could get use out of it. I'm gonna put this one in the maybe as well, because this would be like an easy declutter if I had to. But I do kind of want to keep it, but like, am I really going to use it? I don't know. I'm going to put this in the maybe pile. Okay, actually this I genuinely just don't need. Like actually no, I'm going to put this in the maybe pile. I don't know. Okay, this is going in the maybe pile. Okay, hold on. Let me look at my Natasha Denona regular Biba. Okay, I have 2 out of these 3 shades. The only one I don't have is this one right here, but it's very similar to Freckle. So I am going to declutter this. I don't need this. I'm keeping my Natasha Denona Biba, by the way. Do we want to just go right up the row and do the rest of my Natasha palettes? Because I will not be decluttering anything else from Natasha. So I included this face palette in my eyeshadow palettes just because like I use this quite frequently for the eyeshadows, and I love this for it. It's the Natasha Denona Glam Face Palette. Then I have the Natasha Denona Sunrise, such a pretty one. I have Natasha Denona Zendo, which wasn't a favorite of mine, but I'm not going to be decluttering this by any means. And then I have the Mini Retro palette, which is such a beautiful mauve palette, as well as the not mini, but Midi Love palette. Again, such a beautiful option. And then I also have the Lila palette as well as the gold palette. Neither of these will be going anywhere. Love them both. Okay, maybe we can go up the side here a little bit with my Pat McGrath palettes. My large motherships are not going anywhere. Well, the only one I will say, let's just go in order. So here's my Bronze Seduction. This is one of my favorite palettes in my entire collection. This is not going literally anywhere. This is the one I would say if I had to declutter one, it would be this one. I do really love this shade right here, but like, do I need this? I don't know that I do. I wonder how this compares to, hold on. Okay, here are the special shades like swatched out from that palette, and truly the only like shade that's like really sticking out to me as like I love this is this one right here, because I definitely have a dupe for this. This reminds me of one of my JD Glow shades, and this is pretty but not something that I feel like I need in my collection, and honestly could dupe this with another indie shade. Do I really need to keep a palette for like a sparkly shade? Probably not, but it also kind of reminds me of the shade Inner Corner from the Natasha Glam palette, and I'm just curious how similar they are. So this one's more sparkly. Okay, the shades are a little bit different. On the eyes, they probably wouldn't be that, like, am I really gonna keep a palette for one shade. No, I don't think I am. Okay, I'm surprising myself, but I'm going to declutter this Pat McGrath Mothership palette. This was the Mothership 6. And I can't believe it, but I'm gonna declutter it. Okay, like literally so proud of myself. We are making moves in this eyeshadow palette declutter. Okay, the other two palettes I know I will be keeping. I have this one, which isn't like super special, but I do still like this one enough to keep it. Like I like this entire quad of shades, and I like this palette. This one's fine. I wouldn't repurchase this one, like if I could do it over again. And then this one is the newest. This is the Utopian Dream. This one is so beautiful, and I'm very excited to have this in my collection. This one will not be going anywhere. Okay, so then let's move on to my Huda Beauty quads. So I know I'm keeping the majority of my quads. I will be keeping the Smoky Obsessions palette. I love that one. It's a favorite of mine. I will also be keeping Coral Obsessions, another favorite of mine. Such a long time favorite, staple and classic. This won't be going anywhere. Gemstone Obsessions, I am gonna declutter. 3 of my shades have broken, and I just I can't be bothered with this palette anymore. It is time for me to declutter this one. And then I am going to be keeping the rest of my Obsessions palette. So I have the Wild Jaguar, the Wild Python, the Wild Tiger, as well as my Neon Orange palette, my Nude Medium, as well as my Nude Rich palette. All right, let's head back over this way. These 2 palettes I will be keeping. I have my Sugar Pill Bite Size palette. I love this palette. I think it's such a fun, colorful little mini palette. And then this one I got this year and really have been enjoying. This is from What's Up Beauty. It is their Geodes palette. Some really fun lid toppers / metallic shades within this palette. I like this one quite a bit. Okay, my Nabla Cutie palettes. I have not known what I'm gonna do with them. So I know no matter what, I will be keeping the Nabla Cutie Nude palette. This is a favorite of mine, as well as the Platinum palette. I also love a lot, so I'm keeping these 2 for sure. I will also keep the Metropolitan palette. I think this is a fun one. I really like these 3 shades, and then I think this shade is also a really fun, like punchy coral shade, so I will keep this. I feel like this Wildberry palette, the only reason I'm keeping this palette is for these 2 shades. So I'm gonna swatch these 2. So here's Alchemy 2. I definitely feel like I actually feel like those aren't wowing me at all with the swatches. Okay. I am going to declutter. I'm going to declutter this one from Nabla. So I'm going to declutter the Nabla Wildberry Cutie palette. Okay. Proud of myself for decluttering a Nabla palette. I love Nabla. Then I have the Analog palette, which is beautiful. I'm going to keep this one. This is something I would use. Yeah, I'm going to keep the Analog palette. And then the Midnight palette, I cannot decide about. But I did declutter. Let's see. This is like such an interesting shade. And then what does Air look like swatched? I don't think I have like a pastel. Okay. This might have to be a maybe. This is kind of unique though. I really like this Quiet Storm shade, but I'm wondering if it's similar to something I have in one of my palettes that Angie did a collaboration with. I can't remember if it's the Kaleidos collab or the Odin's I Want. I'm gonna keep these swatched here and put this one in the maybe pile. And then I'll be keeping my other 4 Nabla palettes. So I have the glitter palette, the Glorious Lights glitter palette, which I got this year, and I've actually really enjoyed this. I have the Dreamy palette, which isn't like my favorite from Nabla, but I do still really like this one. Do I? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not ready to get rid of this. The Dreamy 2 I like so much better than the Dreamy 1. Okay, I'm going to put this in my maybe pile. Because I just, like if I don't reach my goal, this is something I could see myself potentially decluttering. This is a maybe. My Nabla Side by Side is a favorite palette of mine. This is not going anywhere. And then the Nabla Read My Mind palette I also purchased this year, but I've really been enjoying this, and this will not be going anywhere. All right, moving us up. Okay, so my Be Perfect Carnival palette is not going anywhere. It's a huge palette. Definitely not an everyday palette for me, but I also don't have a palette with all these colors in my collection, so I will be keeping this. ColourPop Stone Cold Fox is not like a favorite of mine, but it is nice to have. But if I don't reach my goals, I could potentially see myself decluttering just because I still have the That's Taupe. I'd like to keep this, but I'm going to put this in my maybe pile just in case
I don't get close to that 35 number. And then the Getting Fresh palette I purchased this year, so this will not be getting decluttered. This didn't turn into a favorite of mine, but I don't not like it. It just, I was a little bit let down by some of the quality of some of the shades, but this will be staying. I will absolutely be keeping my Tiny Marvels palette from Sydney Grace. I love this palette so much. Such a unique color story, so pretty, great quality. And then my KVD or Kat Von D Alchemist palette is like an all-time favorite for me for inner corner highlighting. I love this palette so much. This is definitely not going anywhere. Okay, this is where it gets interesting. My Pat McGrath quads. I don't need all of them. Okay, so here is, I believe, Voyeuristic Vixen. I do really like this quad. I will keep this. This one. Okay, so this is, I believe, Fleur Fantasia. And I need to swatch these two because they're obviously the only reason I keep the quad. Like, I don't reach for pinks that often, but really I bought the palette for this shade right here, but it's really this shade that I feel like is holding me back from potentially decluttering. But like, am I gonna, I like how like, it's like has like a hint of like a purple undertone. I'm gonna keep this swatched and put this in the maybe pile. I don't feel like I need to keep this, but I don't know. I'm gonna think about this one. This is going in the maybe pile. Okay, so then I have this one, which I am gonna be decluttering. This just like did not turn into a favorite of mine. This is the Eternal Eden quad. These two shades are pretty, but nothing special. So I will be getting rid of this one. And then this one right here, I will absolutely be keeping. This is my favorite quad. This is the Celestial Divinity quad. I love all of these shades so much. This palette, or this quad, is not going anywhere. Okay, for those of you keeping track at home, we have 11 palettes currently decluttered. What's the math on that? 24 left. We have 24 left to declutter. Oh my gosh, I'm like getting stressed out. Okay, my NARS palettes aren't going anywhere, keeping all of them. These two I purchased this year, so this is the Summer Unrated palette. One of my shades broke, but I love this palette. I love the NARS eyeshadow formula. Honestly, I think it's great. And then I purchased this little 6-pan this year, so this is not going anywhere either. This is the Suede palette. This is the Summer Solstice palette. This made me fall in love with NARS last summer. This is what the palette looks like. Definitely keeping. And then I'm also going to keep my NARS Climax palette. The quality on this one wasn't, like, the mattes don't blend as seamlessly, but I do really like the formula of the like chunky like foiled shades. Love so much, so I will be keeping this as well. So I have the Oma Beauty Coming to America palette, which I just have barely reached for at all, but I do want to play around with this palette before I go decluttering it, so I'm going to keep this one. And then the Ace Beauté Falling For You palette, I don't even think I've reached into this yet. I believe my sister gifted this to me towards the end of last year, and I actually like this color story, especially for the fall time, so I actually am going to keep this and hopefully get some use out of it. The Danessa Myricks Lightwork Volume 3 palette is brand new to my collection. This is absolutely not going anywhere. And then this Marc Jacobs 7-pan palette, I've fallen in love with this year. This is the Electric palette. You can't get this anymore, but I'm so happy that I have this. It's such a good one. I'm definitely keeping this. Okay, we need to find a couple more declutters. Two that I think I can declutter are these two right here. So I have the Lime Crime Venus 3. I just was not impressed with this palette. I do actually like the color story, but in practice, I just did not think the quality of the shades was that good. And then I have this one from Illamasqua, and this one just like does not inspire me to reach into it. I just think it looks like a pretty boring palette, and like I do love me a good boring basic palette, but there's something about like these three shades, which all look almost identical, that like I just can't get behind, and I don't need this palette in my collection. Colored Rain Queen of Hearts, I feel like is constantly on the chopping block for me, but I just can't get myself to declutter it, especially this close to the fall time. Like, I'm very excited to hopefully feel motivated and inspired by this fall, so this will be staying. Okay, we'll go into these mishmash palettes, if you will. So I have my one quad from Charlotte Tilbury. This is the Exaggerized quad. I am gonna keep this. I'm not super like uber wowed by it, but I would like to have this just because it's my only Charlotte Tilbury eyeshadow in my collection, and I can still get use out of this one. Like, it's not a bad formula, it just doesn't like make me excited to reach for it. My Tom Ford quad, I just can't get myself to declutter because I paid so much for it. I wish I had gone with a more everyday wearable color story. I do really like these two shades, and I honestly really like, I like the quad in general. It's just, way too overpriced in my opinion. I do think I'm going to declutter this Makeup by Mario quad. This is the Bronzy Glam quad, and the quality in this is really good. I just don't find myself reaching for this because I have similar shades to most of these throughout other palettes that are like larger palettes that I'm reaching for, so I think I can declutter this. And then I will be keeping my Viseart Soleil La Plague palette. I should have pulled this out more often this summer. Shame on me for not doing that, especially because I've been so into yellows and I'm like vibing right now with this. In fact, I'm gonna go put this in my bathroom after filming this so that I can film with this palette or use this palette in a look this week. I actually really ended up loving this palette. I have not been a fan of Viseart shadows in the past, but this I was really impressed with and I'm so happy to have this in my collection. I am gonna keep my M Cosmetics Divine Skies eyeshadow palette. I really like this one. It's a really cute 6-pan palette, really beautiful like rosy mauve tones, but also like some brown neutrals as well. So I'll be keeping this. It's my only M Cosmetics palette. All right, my last two Pat McGrath palettes to get through. I will be keeping this one. This is a favorite of mine, especially if I am looking for pink tones. Ooh, and let's see how these two compare. Okay, this one's more pinky, whereas this one has more purple in it. But are they similar enough? I don't know. I don't know. I'm keeping this in the maybe pile for now. And then I also, so this was the Rose Decadence palette, and then I'll also be keeping my Sublime palette. This is going on my palettes on their last two raw. I always say this palette is like on my permanent chopping block, but don't feel like I'll ever end up decluttering this. So this will be staying. I can tell you right now I will not be getting rid of any of my Oden's Eye palettes. So I have the Alva palette, and I'm trying to see, I don't think this one's similar to, no, but ooh, dang, that's pretty. I need to pull this out too. Let me swatch this. Okay. Okay. Anyway, this is the Alva palette. Then I have the Norns palette, which is another palette that I really, really love. I have these two 6-pan palettes. So I have the Mini Forest palette, which is such a cute one. And then I have the Mini Verdandi palette. I'm probably butchering that name, but that's what that one looks like. Then I have the Oden's Eye Solman or Solmane palette. My favorite currently right now is the Helia palette, or Hella palette, sorry, not Helia, Hella palette. So freaking beautiful. And then also I have the Saga Freya palette, which looks like this. Honestly, like, I did purchase this one this year, so I won't be decluttering this one, but I just don't feel as inspired by this as I thought I was going to be when I purchased this. But I'll still be keeping this nevertheless. All right, a couple of indie palettes. I have the Pastel Pup palette from Menagerie. I will definitely be keeping. This is very unique to my collection. I do really enjoy this palette and would like to try more from Menagerie. And then the only Nomad palette that I currently own is the Fire and Ice palette, which I wasn't like so stinking impressed with the quality that I like was running out to purchase more. Although I will say Nomad has, they always have color stories that intrigue and inspire me. I do kind of want to purchase a couple more palettes from them. If I were to purchase from Nomad in the future and get a color story that's more wearable every day for me, I might end up decluttering this. This is just not something, like these tones are just not something I'm reaching for every single day. And then I just don't find that the shimmers last on my eyes as I want them to. But for right now, I'm going to keep the Nomad palette. I will also be keeping my Dominique Cosmetics Latte palette. I'm very excited to reach into this one during the fall time. Just such a fall vibe basic palette, but I'm very happy to have this in my collection. Will be keeping. I really hope that like most of this video is in focus. I'm fearing that like it's not always in focus, but anyway. Okay, I'm definitely keeping, there's two more palettes that I purchased this year. So from Clarity Cosmetics, I have the So More Amazing palette, which I'm literally obsessed with. Like, I love this palette so much. Let me just, I don't think it's gonna be too similar. No, not at all, but then I have the Cleota Cosmetics Dragon Fruit palette. Is there a dupe in this one for, let's see. Not at all. Yeah, I don't think at all, but I'm definitely obviously keeping my Cleota palette. So happy with this one. Leave me your indie brand recommendations, indie brands you want to see me try next in the comments below. Okay, my hands were getting quite messy, so I re-swatched the two shades that we're still looking for dupes for. I don't know if we're gonna find them. My KKW Camel palette not the best quality, but truly I love camo so much. I cannot get rid of this palette simply because of the packaging. We'll be keeping this. I am going to declutter this from Wander Beauty. I don't know that I've even reached into this, and I don't need this. We're decluttering it. My Muse palette from Vive Cosmetics I will definitely be keeping. I really enjoy just Jamie Genevieve in general, her brand, and this palette, so this will be a keep. I am going to declutter this little 6-pan. It actually is really good quality. I forget where this is from. It is really good quality, but I mean, I don't need this, right? No, I don't need this. I'm decluttering it. We all know my ABH Jackie palette is going nowhere far. This is definitely a keep, and I will also be keeping my Norvina palette. This is something I just, like, every time I'm like, I'm definitely gonna declutter this, then I'm like, no, I definitely can't get myself to declutter this. So this will be staying. The ABH Nueva palette is obviously new to my collection this year, so this will also be staying. And then the Sultry palette is an all-time favorite palette of mine as well, so this from ABH will also stay. So that means from ABH, we are left in my collection with the Master palette by Mario, the Amrezy palette, and the Carly Bible palette. I just updated my palettes on their last 2 raw, and you guys, I need to just declutter. I just need to declutter my ABH Mario palette. I'm gonna see if I can get these 3 shades depotted, these 3 matte shades, which are my favorite. It is time to say farewell to the ABH Mario palette. It is just time. I am going to declutter this. I'm also going to declutter my ABH Amrezy palette. We've already talked about this on my channel. I don't need this palette in my collection. The shades that I've been keeping it for, which are Barb and Cupcake, which actually Cupcake could be similar to, I'm just curious. Yeah, Cupcake's pretty close to that one, but still, this is more purple, this is more pink. Regardless, I am going to be decluttering the ABH Amrezy palette. I just don't ever get excited to reach for this one, so this one will be going. And I feel like I haven't been successful decluttering many palettes today, although I was very impressed with myself for the Pat McGrath declutter. But I also don't need this one in my collection anymore any longer either. This is the ABH Carly palette. This just is boring to look at in my opinion. I just don't get inspired when I reach into this palette, and therefore it just sits on my shelf and collects dust. So I'm going to declutter this, meaning we're decluttering three palettes from ABH, and I am so excited about this. So then moving on to palettes I won't be decluttering. None of my Lunar Beauty palettes are going. So I have the Lunar Eclipse palette, which I am just curious. Those 2 are just, yep, those are different. Okay, so Lunar Eclipse. Did I even show this? I'm like, did I just look at it or did I actually put it on the camera? So that was what I was comparing. Then we have the Greek Goddess palette, which I love as just an easy everyday neutral palette with a pop of blue. And I don't think this blue is gonna be what I'm looking for either. Nope, definitely not. Definitely more of a dupe for the other, sorry, there we go. Definitely more of a dupe for the other Lunar palette. And then I have the Moonspell. Such a fun color story in the Moonspell palette. So definitely keeping all 3 of my Lunar Beauty palettes. I am going to keep both of my Rowan quads. I have the 75 degrees quad as well as the 1111 quad. I just think these shadows are really unique and I think they add value to my collection. So I will be keeping both of these. I am going to be decluttering my Trace Luce palette. I just don't get excited about this palette. It's not something I'm like itching to reach for, and I just have way too many other palettes in my collection. So this one I'll be getting rid of. I'm also going to be getting rid of this palette. This was from Folklore. I just didn't think the quality on this was good at all. This is their Prague palette and I just was not impressed at all. Another possibly shocking declutter. This is also a palette from my palettes on their last hurrah. It's the Tarte Love, Trust, and Fairy Dust. This palette has been very well loved in my collection, but I am ready to say bon voyage to this. There's quite a few cracked shades in this. It's not an easy palette to store, and I'm just ready to be done with it. So I will be decluttering this one from Tarte. We can do my melt palettes next. I have the Mary Jane palette. I do think the melt formula in general is one that you have to spend a little bit more time working towards, but I do love their packaging. I feel like I would keep the palettes or purchase palettes for their packaging alone. I have the Gemini 2 palette, which is new to my collection this year. I also have the Melt Rust palette, such a fun grungy palette for the fall. And then I also have the Gemini, another fun grungy palette here. Then I have Smoke Sessions, which is such a fun green palette. Like this, I just love so much. And then I have She's in Parties, which I barely have reached for at all. And even like the packaging on She's in Parties just isn't as like exciting to me as some of the other melt palettes. I think I'm gonna declutter this one, I think. Do I have other purpley shades? I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile for now, but this one I think I should declutter. I truly think I do, but I'm gonna put it in the maybe pile for now and we'll revisit this at the end. All right, you guys, getting so much closer to the end. So I am going to keep this one from Tarte. It is the Unleashed palette. This will be my only palette left from Tarte then. It's not a favorite of mine, but I do want to have one Tarte palette, and I do still like this palette. My large Huda palettes will not be going anywhere. We have Huda Mercury Retrograde, which is just an all-time favorite in my collection. I have the Naughty Nude, which looks like this. And then Rose Quartz, which is a really fun palette. I've actually had so much fun with this the last like 2 months or so. So definitely keeping all 3 of these. I'm gonna keep all 3 that I have left remaining in my collection from Dose of Colors. So I have the Sassy Siennas palette. This is a fun coral palette. I have Baked Browns, which is just such a staple brown matte palette to have in my collection. And then one of my all-time favorites, I have the Huda Beauty Friendcation palette, which will not be going anywhere at all. Can you see I'm wearing a bodysuit and like don't have it snapped clearly? So sorry that that's been hanging, and then like my slippers out here. So distracting. My Sigma palettes will also be going nowhere far. So I have the Sigma Enchanted palette, which I have really loved this year. I also have the Quarter Rosa palette, which is such a fun summery coral pink option. And then I have the Untamed palette, which is going to be such a fun grungy palette for the fall. Definitely keeping all of my Sigma palettes. This one from Rem Beauty is the Go-Go Boots palette. I purchased this year. I haven't even used this yet, so I will be keeping this. I am going to be keeping both of my Lawless palettes. I have the Glam one, which I really love, as well as the Baby one. I wasn't a fan of her really large palette, but I really like both of these. Okay, I tucked in my bodysuit, so hopefully it won't be like coming up the sides anymore. Alien Cosmetics, now Unearthly Cosmetics. I have the Not Normal palette, which I will keep, and then I have the Hauntingly Glamorous palette, which I will also keep just because I don't have these shades in my collection. It's definitely not a color story that I reach for all that often, but it is super unique to my collection. It's also indie, so I'm more inclined to keep it. So I'll be keeping both of these. Okay, this one from Rare Beauty, I'm gonna declutter. I thought I was gonna love this palette. This is the True to Myself palette, and I just didn't end up falling in love with this, so I'm good with decluttering this. Okay, this is what's left, you guys. I'm getting nervous. How many declutters do we have? Okay, off to the side over here are all of the palettes that I'll be decluttering. There's 23. So we still have 12. Ooh, 12 to find in here. Yikes. Okay, that scares me. Okay, let's see. Well, these two I know I can declutter. This one from Glamlight, this is the Pie palette. This one just doesn't store well. It's not a super inspiring color story, and I have others from Glamlight I like so much more that I'm going to be keeping. And then the BH Cosmetics Lunar New Year palette is not going to be a keep for me. I purchased this on a whim. I never should have. I'm not inspired by this palette. I will declutter this. I'm like looking through all this. I'm like, what else can I declutter? Okay, keeping my Glamlight Cake palette, obviously. Definitely gonna keep this. Definitely gonna keep my Glamlight Ice Cream Dream palette. Okay, these two from Juvia's. I know I can declutter the mauves. Like, I just barely ever reach for this. I don't think it's a great formula. I can declutter this. The Sweet Pinks, I think, is fun. Like, I don't have anything like these two shades. These are really the shades I keep it for. I'm gonna put this in my maybe pile. This is gonna be a maybe. Definitely keeping these two from BH Cosmetics. I have the Weekend Festival palette, which is just an all-time favorite in my collection. And then I have the 90s Remix Dance palette, which I love. I have two from Alter Ego. So I have the Canyon palette, which I'm gonna keep. I am gonna keep this just because I like the formula. I like this color story. I feel like this would be an easy one to be like, oh, I'm gonna get rid of it because I have these shades in my collection, but I like this palette. So I'm gonna keep this. And then I love my Alter Ego Artemis palette too. Love the color story. This is gonna be such a fun one for the fall, so I will keep this. I'm keeping all my Kaleidos palettes. I love them so much. I have the Escape Pod. I have the Club Nebula, which this is the other shade I wanted to, okay, let me swatch. Ooh, okay. Those are definitely very similar. Very similar to that Nabla, so maybe I can actually declutter the Nabla. Okay. Keeping Club Nebula, and then definitely keeping the 4 of these as well. So I have Sashimi City, a favorite. Futurism 3, which is Astro Pink. Another blue shade that's probably similar, but I think I found like a perfect dupe with that Club Nebula. And then also Lunar Lavender, which is probably my least used, but I still love these shades. And honestly, these purples are unique to my collection as well. So I will be keeping this, and we'll also be keeping my Flower Punk palette. Love this one so, so much. All right, we're really getting down to the nitty gritty. Keeping both my Patrick Ta's. So I have Major Dimension 1, which I love so much. Camera battery is gonna die, shoot. And then I have Major Dimension 2, also love so much, and also purchased this year. Are we all living for the chocolate coin that's on my floor right there? I know I am. Okay, what else? Glamlight Chocolate Martini is a favorite, not going anywhere. None of these from Artist Couture will be going anywhere either. Supreme Mauves I purchased this year. It's probably my least favorite of the bunch, but I still really like it. And I also wonder this. Still not an exact dupe, but honestly, we're getting closer. Then I have Supreme Bronze, which is such a beautiful palette as well. And then I have Supreme Nudes, which is just an absolute all-time favorite, which brings me to this one. This is the Supreme like snack palette. There's a few new shades, but some of these are also repeats from the Supreme Nudes. So there are the two side by side. It's really, like, it's not even Supreme 2.0 I want to keep this for. Although I do want to see. Okay, honestly, like Supreme better, but it's Brilliance that I'm like, I feel like I need to keep. But I know I don't. There is Brilliance before I drop it. Although I do, like, there's, do I really need, no. I can declutter the snack. Okay, it's settled. I can declutter the Supreme Nudes, the Quickie from Artist Couture. That's actually, that's a step in the right direction because I didn't think I was going to do that. I love Artist Couture, so this and the Pat McGrath I'm so proud of myself for. I'm going to keep both of these from Too Faced. I have the Born This Way Natural Nudes palette. This is such a staple. This is a great palette. And then I also have the Pumpkin Spice palette, which I think is a fun option as well. You guys already know I'm keeping both of my Persona palettes. So we have the Identity 2 and a personal favorite of mine, the Identity 1. Such a good one. Okay, my Too Faced Palm Springs Dream palette, I am going to declutter. I just don't need this in my collection. Like, it's a good palette, it's fine, but I just don't need this. And then I'm pretty sure I'm keeping everything else. So Wild Greens I would declutter, but I purchased this year, so I again want it for my end of year ranking. But this did not wow or impress me. So keeping that for now. I have the Naked Honey, which I love. I'm super excited for this one for the fall time. Keeping this. I also have Wild West, which I think is a really good, just like neutral with pops option. So keeping that. And then also keeping these two from Urban Decay. I personally love the Stone Vibes palette. This is not going anywhere. And then I have my Born to Run, which I do love just for like neutral shades. I don't necessarily like the colorful shades in this. I think some of them are duds, but I can't part with this one. This one will be staying. Aether Beauty Rose Quartz, I really enjoy, definitely keeping this. So this one I'm actually like torn and up in the air on. Maybe I could see myself, decluttering this. Like, I just don't reach for these deep purples all that often. It's similar to how I feel about the Melt Cheese and Parties. So I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile because I feel like I'm definitely not to my 35 yet. I'm gonna set this aside. I'm gonna keep my Rose Quartz Quad from Aether Beauty, as well as this little Ametrine palette. I think both are really cute. Love these little options. And then I'm also going to be keeping my Juvia's Place Nomad palette. I just love this for a grungy, like, I love the grungy color story. It's not my favorite quality, but I still do really enjoy this color story and can appreciate this palette for that. So I will be keeping this. Okay, here are the palettes and quads that I am decluttering. There's 28, so I'm 7 short. let me grab my maybe pile. I do feel good about decluttering the Nabla Midnight palette because I found a dupe for this shade right here, which is really the only reason I could see myself keeping this. I have a pastel blue somewhere in my collection, so I'm gonna declutter this one. I also feel comfortable decluttering the Fleur Fantasia quad from Pat McGrath. I feel like I have a close enough shade to this that'll look similar on the eyes, and I'm ready to part with this. So that'll put us at 30. My Aether Beauty quad, while this is beautiful, I just don't reach into deep purples super often. But like, how frequently am I gonna reach for something like this? Not that frequently at all, right? I'm gonna declutter this one from Aether. I'm gonna do it. Okay, so then we have Melt Cheese and Parties. And I'm gonna declutter this too. Do I need it for this? No, I don't. I'm gonna declutter Melt Cheese and Parties. I'm good with that. Okay, Nabla Dreamy. It is so beautiful. That's really pretty. Those two are really pretty, but hold on. I don't feel like I'm ready to part with Nabla Dreamy yet, and I don't want to declutter just to declutter, so I'm going to keep this. Then we have my Juvia's The Pinks, and let's see. So I'm keeping for this shade, and that. Oh, I don't feel like I'm gonna have like a Barbie pink like this. But if I really, how often am I reaching for a Barbie pink like that? And truly, if I am, like if I'm craving a Barbie pink, I feel like I could order a single off of an indie website. Everything, like, I'm gonna declutter this one. I'm gonna declutter the Juvia's Pinks. I don't need it. I reach for it like twice a year and that's it. We're decluttering it, right? Yes, I can order an indie shadow if I want. Okay, next up we have Natasha Denona Gold. What just happened? Oh gosh, a shade fell out. I do like that shade. I wish this shade would have fallen out but not cracked. I do like those two. The shade that fell did not even break. Okay, these two shades from the green palette I like, I'm swatching against two out of the, oh, those are pretty similar. That's more green though. I do really like that. I have to have another green though. Like, ugh. Okay, so for right now, I can't get myself to part with the gold palette, so I'm keeping this. So then I have Stone Cold Fox, which I don't really want to get rid of, so I'm not going to, just because I feel like this does add some value to my collection, even though I do have the taupe palette. I'm going to keep this. I am going to keep this. That means I have 33 declutters. Give me one more minute to look through everything and see if there's two more I can declutter. Even if I find one more to declutter, that's still 20%. Missing by 0.5. Okay, you guys, in an odd turn of events, I have 3 more palettes actually that I've decided to declutter. 2 of them I purchased this year, and I decided it just doesn't make sense for me to not pass these along to people who could get use out of them, just because I want to save them for my end of year ranking. I can always pop pictures on the screen, and these just didn't impress me. I don't feel like excited to continue to reach for them to add to my review at the end of the year. So I'm going to be decluttering the Natasha Denona Mini Crush palette, which is this one right here. Also the Urban Decay Wild Greens palette, which looks like this. And I actually think I'm going to declutter my Tarte Unleashed palette. This used to be a favorite palette of mine, but I filmed a couple videos with this the last few days, and I just like don't feel that excitement like I once did for this palette. I used to absolutely love this palette, especially for the mauve row up top, but there are other palettes that I would prefer to reach into now for a mauve look over this palette, so I'm gonna pass this one along. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna declutter this one as well. Did not think I was gonna do that. Okay, you guys, and these are the final palettes that I'm decluttering. I'm decluttering 36 eyeshadow palettes / quads, which I'm actually so proud of myself for. All right, you guys, the time has finally come to declutter, well, go through my palette collection and also do a declutter. I have, so I counted out my palettes and I have right around 200, maybe, you know, just under or just over 200. I don't know how accurate my count was, but right around 200 palettes, including obviously my quads and smaller palettes. But I am feeling overwhelmed by the amount of choices that I have, and I love trying new palettes, etc. But I would like to get rid of things just so it's not feeling like I have too many choices. I am trying to figure out, as I'm talking through this, I'm trying to figure out a game plan for this. I have palettes in mind that I like am thinking about decluttering, but I didn't even open up the palette as I was laying them out because I want to get on camera like my initial reaction as I open some of these palettes and try and help that as a deciding factor. Try and help use that as a deciding factor as to whether or not I should keep, you know, palettes that I could potentially be on the fence about. Also, I am going to set aside things that I am on the fence about and compare them to palettes that I'm keeping at the end, just to see if I could potentially declutter a little bit more. So that's my game plan. That being said, I think I'm going to start with all of my Natasha palettes because I know I'm not going to be decluttering any of those. So it kind of starts as a good baseline. We'll go through all of those. We'll know what I have. I can compare, you know, I can use those for comparison to things that maybe I'm on the fence about. So starting with the lovely, the new Yucca palette from Natasha Denona. This is so beautiful and I truly cannot wait to jump in and play around with this. Obviously I'm keeping all of my Natashas, at least my middies and larger ones. Minis aren't safe. Here is my Zendo palette. This is not a favorite of mine, but I have been creating, having fun kind of creating custom Natasha palettes now. So I don't want to declutter. I'm not going to declutter any of the middies because I can always, you know, shuffle some shades around and try and get use out of shades by, you know, creating new color stories that maybe are more inspiring to me. I did feel like the shades in the Zendo palette weren't quite as good quality as Natasha is known for, but I will be keeping that. We have the Sunrise palette, and again, some of my Natasha palettes might not look exact because I have, you know, shuffled some palettes around to create a custom palette. Here we have the Natasha Denona Love, not a favorite of mine either, and it's really the color story of the love that kind of throws me off. Again, it might look a little bit different than it originally did, but I think this, doing the custom palette thing with the Natasha will help me get use out of some of the shades that I do really enjoy out of the Love palette. Then we have the My Dream palette, really beautiful palette. The Retro palette, and this is the one that likely looks the most different because this is the palette that I used to create my custom palette. Definitely looks like the Natasha, or the Norvina, ABH Norvina palette, and I need to create a new custom palette for the summertime, so I need to get around to doing that. This one is newer to my collection. My sister got this for me as a birthday present. It is the Natasha Denona Pastel palette, so I haven't finished testing this one. I still have some use to go here. Then I have the Natasha Denona Retro Glam palette. I just finished this in the No Pant Left Behind and had so much fun playing around with this palette, and I definitely created some looks that I really enjoyed. And then last but not least, for my Natasha middies, I have the Glam palette. This is also new to my collection. I recently picked this up during an Ulta haul. All right, we then have my three larger Natasha Denona palettes. So we have the Lila, also none of these are going anywhere. I have the Gold, which is an absolute favorite in my collection, and then I also have the Bibo, which does not get enough love for me, and I really want to focus on this palette, especially this fall, because it really is great quality, beautiful shadows, beautiful looks can be created, and I just do not give this one the love that it deserves. Okay, we will round it out with my Natasha Denona minis. I have the Mini Nude, which is a favorite palette in my collection, so will not be getting rid of this. I have the Mini Pastel, which is new to my collection, either end of last year, beginning of this year, and I actually really enjoy this one, so we'll absolutely be keeping this. I am also going to hang on to my Natasha Mini Love. I love this shade right here as an inner corner highlight. Clearly I have a pan on it. If the Natasha Denona mini palettes were easier to depot, I would potentially just depot like these three shades and just keep those and declutter the rest of the palette, but I'm just going to keep the palette as a whole because these are the only Natasha palettes that don't have the like spots in the back to easily depot these. I will also be keeping my Natasha Denona Mini Biba. This one I don't reach for quite as frequently as I do some of my other minis or even my Natasha Denona Mini Nude, but I mean, this is like such an easy reach that there would be no reason for me to declutter this. I can get tons of use out of this palette. The Natasha Denona Mini Retro is also going nowhere far. I absolutely love this palette. I think it is beautiful. This is one of my favorite like beigey, pinky, taupey shades, and I really enjoyed these two shimmer shades as well. I would love to hit a pan in this shade this year. That would be awesome. So definitely keeping this. And then these two are my least two favorite, least used palettes out of my Natasha minis. I feel like I can get rid of Mini Glam because I do have the Glam palette, and then the Mini Gold. I'm trying to think through like what I keep this palette around for, and the gold is pretty. I keep it around mostly for this green. I don't like this shade at all. Do I need this? I rarely reach for it. I think I'm gonna set this aside in my maybe pile and see how this swatches against like the green and the ABH Jackie palette. And if they're similar enough, I can definitely declutter this one. I am for sure gonna be decluttering the Mini Glam, and I'm gonna put the Mini Green or the Mini Gold in the maybe pile. Okay, other palettes. I think I'm gonna grab all of my large Pat palettes because I know I'm not getting rid of those. My Pat palettes don't have the name on the back of every single one, and I don't know the name of every single one. So I'm just gonna be, if I don't know the name, I'll just share obviously the palette. I purchased this palette during like the New Year's Eve sale at the end of this year. Haven't gotten around to testing this yet, but I do love a cool tone shadow. I'm even curious about the cool tone mattes, and I've been loving blues lately, so need to get some use out of this. Then I have this one right here. This one's been in my collection a little bit longer. I don't reach for this one as much as I should. And I feel like with Pat palettes, the more I use them, the more I fall in love, so need to use that more, but definitely keeping all my Pat motherships. This is an absolute favorite in my collection. It's the Pat McGrath Bronze Seduction palette. I love this palette literally so much. Then I have the Divine Rose palette, which I actually decluttered last year, and then I recluttered it into my collection because I hadn't listed it or given it to my sister or anything, and then I purchased two palettes during the New Year's Eve sale, and I was like, okay, I do just kind of want to have my mothership collection. So this isn't my favorite palette of all time, but I kind of just want to keep it around. I still enjoy it. I do really like some of the special shades in here, and maybe I just need to play around with it, get a little bit more creative with this palette. Sorry if my light is like super washing everything out, but obviously this is staying in my collection. Then I have the Utopian Dreams palette. I have really enjoyed this palette. I did this No Pan Left Behind style this year, and I had some fun creating looks with this. So, and then finally I have the Pat McGrath Mothership 10, the Moonlit Seduction palette, and I really am impressed with this palette. I love this palette so much. If you like a sparkly, glittery eye, I feel like this is going to be such a nice, okay, I tried to move my light again. I don't know if this is making it worse or better, but if you like a sparkly, glittery eye, the Pat McGrath Moonlit palette, like this is where it's at. So pretty, so beautiful. I'm so happy to have this in my collection. This is gonna get so much love, and I am just so impressed. Okay, you guys, I promise we will be doing some decluttering at some point, but I'm trying to get through all like some of the palettes that I know I am keeping, just so I have like a baseline of like color stories for things that are a harder decision on whether or not to keep them. But I'm keeping all my large Huda palettes. This is the Mercury Retrograde. We all know I have a very special attachment to this palette. I also have the Huda Beauty Naughty Nude palette, which I need to reach for this more. I really do. I feel like I've gotten to know some of my other Huda palettes pretty well, and this is like the least used or the most underutilized right now, so I need to reach for this one more. Then we have the Huda Beauty Rose Quartz. This is such a special palette in my opinion. I think it is so beautiful. There's so many like ethereal, sparkly looks that can be done with this color story. I think it's a very interesting and unique color story as well, and I absolutely love it. And then finally we have the Huda release from last holiday. This is the Empowered palette, a very beautiful palette. I've really enjoyed using this one, and I actually love the shade Manifest It, which is one of the shades that kind of has that like interesting kind of like gooey sort of center to it, but I've really enjoyed my time with this palette as well. Next up we have my Lawless mini palettes, and you guys, I think I'm actually going to declutter the Lavender One eyeshadow palette. I was so disappointed and let down with this formula. I did not think it was great. I really only like this shade and this shade. This shade's okay. This is like an unexcusably bad shade in my opinion, and I just don't feel the need to keep this around. I don't reach for purples too frequently, especially I feel like I used to reach for purples more in the past than I do now even, and I have other like lavender or periwinkle shades in my collection, and there's just nothing special about this palette, so I'm going to declutter the Lavender One. I am going to be keeping the Glam one from Lawless. I do really enjoy this palette. I think it's really beautiful. I love that. I do like a smaller palette like this, and I really do like the matte shades. I feel like there's good variety for just like warm browns, but I like that you have like the mauve pink as well, and I like the two shimmers. So this will be staying. Okay, I just turned my air off, so hopefully it's not noisy. Finally, we have the Baby One palette from Lawless. This is what this one looks like. Another really beautiful palette. I really love this shimmer shade. Love this on the inner corner, and I really like this shade. It's like one of my favorite dusty pink sort of shades, so I will be keeping this. Okay, I'm not gonna get rid of any of my NARS palettes. We all know I love NARS so much, and I just don't have it in me to get rid of any of my NARS palettes. This is the Suede Quad. This is perfect for like a cool toned mini travel palette. I have NARS Summer Solstice, which was my first NARS palette ever. This is what made me fall in love with NARS, so definitely keeping this. The most recent palette I own from NARS is the Rising Orgasm palette. That is this palette right here. I dropped this in this shade chipped a little bit. This reminds me quite a bit of Summer Solstice, but there are some differences, and I really enjoy this one as well, so definitely keeping. This is probably my least favorite of my NARS palettes, but I do still really enjoy this one for the like shimmer metallic shades. They're kind of like that sticky, thicker, like chunky sort of metallic that's really impactful on the eyes. I was disappointed in the mattes in this palette because I just didn't feel like they blended that well together, but it's been a little bit since I've revisited this palette, so perhaps I just need to give it another chance, but definitely keeping this. Also definitely keeping my NARS Summer Unrated palette. I'll be curious to see, is NARS doing a summer palette this year? Because if so, I will be purchasing, as I'm talking about how much my palette collection overwhelms me. This is the Stargaze palette. Really beautiful cool tone palette. There is, you know, a better lavender shade in my opinion, even though this is more of a satin, whereas the one in the Lawless palette was a true matte, but I love this palette. I will absolutely be keeping this. Okay, my LH Cosmetics palette are both new to my collection this year. I have this really beautiful shimmery quad. This is the Shimmer Saga quad. Definitely not going anywhere. And then I also have the Daybreak palette. Not my everyday color story, but I've actually really enjoyed using this palette and have created some looks that I really like. I don't have a lot from LH Cosmetics, so I'd like to keep this for that reason as well. I feel bad because I feel like I'm not decluttering anything. Let's talk about my Huda minis, because I think I actually am going to shock some of you, and I think I am going to declutter a few of my Huda mini palettes. So we first can talk about the ones that I know I'm not decluttering. We have this palette right here. This is the Wild Python. I really enjoy this color story, especially I have more of an appreciation for it even now, as I have been feeling more inspired by color, so keeping that. I will also be keeping Wild Tiger. I do feel like this is a really unique, warm toned color story to my collection, and I do enjoy the formula as well. And finally, we have the Wild Jaguar, which I will also be keeping. I was really impressed with the Wild collection from Huda Beauty. I felt like it was one of her better like mini obsession palette releases. Sometimes those could be really hit or miss, but I was really impressed. I'm looking at this shade, and I need to immediately pull for that very soon. So keeping this. I will also be keeping the Neon Orange. I just love this color story. I know that these are like, apparently there was a lawsuit and these like aren't safe for the eyes. I've been putting on my eyes for quite a while and have not had issues with mine personally, and I'm comfortable putting this on my eyes. That is not me speaking for anyone else, but this is very unique to my collection, this color story, so I am gonna also keep this. Now here's where it gets interesting. I think I'm ready to say goodbye to my two remaining original Huda Obsessions palettes, and it makes me so sad, but I think the time has come. So this is the Huda Coral Obsessions. This has come with me on so many vacations. I have two pans in this palette. I have loved this palette. I have used this palette so much, but this palette just doesn't inspire me anymore, and there's really nothing in this palette that I think is super unique to my collection. And if I'm wanting to reach for this warm, rich kind of coral color story, I would rather be reaching for the Sigma Corderosa. That's a palette that comes to mind. So I am ready to part ways with Huda Coral Obsessions. And I cannot believe I am saying this, but I also think I am finally ready to part ways. My palette is like destroyed at this point, so that's part of it. But the Huda Smoky Obsessions, I have a pan on this one. This has come traveling with me. I always love the final look that I get with this palette. But I'm currently panning the ABH Sultry palette, and I feel like, one, I'm just getting worn down from cool tones, but I do have other cool tone palettes in my collection. I do have the new one from Odin's Eye, and I have what I need from this palette I have in other palettes in my collection. This is kind of a hassle to pull out at this point because it's so messy, and I truly just think it's time for me to say goodbye to my Huda Smoky Obsessions. So that is what I'm gonna do. And then the nude medium and the nude rich. I don't know, I haven't thought about this, so let's see. I used to love these palettes, but haven't reached for them much at all recently. Okay, here is me. Yes, I think I'm gonna keep this one for sure. This one definitely speaks to me. Okay, we're definitely gonna be keeping Huda medium nude. Yes, keeping. Now the question is, are we gonna be keeping nude rich? I don't know. Okay, I do like this shade and this shade, but I definitely have them in other palettes, and like these three mattes are kind of speaking to me. What are we thinking in the end? I don't know. I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile and we're gonna compare at the end. Okay, I'm getting stressed. I feel like we are definitely not off to a superb start. Okay, as I start zooming in, we can talk about these two on the side. This one is new to my collection, obviously not going anywhere. This one is from Moira Cosmetics. It is the Fun is in the Air palette. And then I have this one from Menagerie. It is the Pastel Pup palette, which I will definitely be keeping. Really love this one from Menagerie. Okay, I do feel like these ones are a bit of a wild card. We have the Sassy Siennas from Dose of Colors, which is a really beautiful color story. And like these are just like perfect warm. Okay, I'm gonna keep that. And then I am gonna keep I am gonna keep this. These two just like make sense. They're perfect travel palettes. I definitely don't reach for them enough, but they're gonna stay. Maybe I could try and like pan that palette both of these next year. That is a thought. Okay, I will definitely be keeping all three of my Adept Cosmetics palettes. So we have the Ninhadrin, I don't know how to pronounce it. We have this one from Heather Austin, and then we also have the Plain Jane Remastered, which I will also be keeping. You guys, I do promise I plan to declutter some stuff. Okay, we're getting down the row here, and I do see palettes I will declutter. We have the Too Faced Pumpkin Spice. This one I will not be decluttering. I do really enjoy this color story, especially for the fall time. I actually really liked this palette, so this will be staying. As will the Too Faced Italian Spritz. I've been so impressed with this palette. I highly recommend this one. I thought this is such a fun release for this year, and I've had so much fun playing around with this palette and creating looks, so definitely keeping. And then I will also be keeping the Too Faced Born This Way Natural Nudes. This one just makes sense to keep in my collection. It's a very usable palette, so no sense in me decluttering this. Okay, then we have my Nabla Cutie palette. So up first we have the Nabla Cutie Nude, which I will keep. I do really enjoy this one. I think it's a really nice palette to have. Now I'm like, do I really though? Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one. I will also be keeping the Cutie Platinum. I really enjoy this palette. I think it's a really beautiful one, especially for a cool toned look. I got rid of, you know, my smoky obsession, so this can help, you know, be some of those cool toned shimmer shades that stay in my collection. Okay, this one, will I keep or will I not? I'm not sure. The Analog palette. Ooh, this is what it looks like. I don't feel like I need this one. I don't feel like I do. I don't. So I'm going to declutter the Cutie Analog. And then I also have the Metropolitan palette, which I think I'm also going to declutter. The color story just kind of throws me off, and there's nothing super special about this palette. I really do enjoy the shade Dissolution, and I like Alaska, but I have similar things in my collection that, you know, I can reach for in other palettes. So I'm gonna get rid of the Metropolitan as well. I have this Pat McGrath quad over here. This is the Interstellar Icon. I actually really love this quad. So this will definitely be staying. And then I have the Nabla Dreamy palette, which I teased in my No Pan Left Behind, but I am going to declutter this palette. This palette just like doesn't inspire me creatively. I just don't know what to do with this palette, and I don't get excited to reach for this palette. So I am ready to say bon voyage to this one. I am going to be keeping all 5 of my Kaja stacks. I have come to really appreciate these more and more over the years. So I have Glowing Guava, Chocolate Dahlia, Forest Night, Peach Madeline, and Coral Sunrise. I'm going to keep all of these. All right, we all know that I'm going to be keeping my Desi my Dose of Colors Desi Katie Friendcation palette. This is a palette on my last two raw. Who knows when I will be ready to actually declutter this. It's a palette I'm also considering doing as a Pan That palette next year. I'm not sure. It's a thought on my mind, but I will definitely be keeping this. It's getting older in my collection. That's why I kind of want to do a Pan That palette. I feel like if I did that, I would feel like finally ready to declutter this, but I am currently not at that place. So we're keeping this. I will also be keeping my Fantasy Cosmetica Druid palette. This is a beautiful palette. I am really interested in trying more for the brand because I've been really impressed with this so far. So this is definitely staying. Okay, you guys, this is another one. I don't know if when I open it, if I'll be ready to say goodbye or not. This is the Marc Jacobs Electric palette. Shoot. I don't, maybe pile. Maybe pile. This I will not be decluttering. This is from Glaminatrix. It's their Nocturnal palette. This is new to my collection this year. I haven't gotten around to testing it. It looks so beautiful. I cannot wait. So definitely keeping this. I will also be keeping my Urban Decay Stone Vibes palette. I actually really enjoy this palette. I am really glad to have this in my collection. So this will also be staying. I have my two What's Up Beauty palettes that I will also be keeping. I have the Geodes palette. I am actually really impressed with the What's Up Beauty formula. And then I have the Desert Monsoon palette, which I have not gotten around to testing this yet. They sent this to me this year if my camera could focus. It looks absolutely beautiful, so I'm very excited to test this one out, and this will be staying. This, however, will not be staying. This is the Charlotte Tilbury Easy Eye palette. I was just not impressed with this. I got it in a Beautylish Lucky Bag this year, and this is just nothing special in my opinion, so I am going to pass this one along. I do think I'm going to keep my Charlotte Tilbury Pillow Talk Quad just so I can have a Charlotte Tilbury quad for reference, and also I do feel like I can get use out of this one. This is another thing I'm considering potentially not decluttering, potentially like doing a Pan That palette or a Pan That quad sort of situation. So this will be staying for now. And then I have this M Cosmetics palette, which I really like, but it's the color story. I just feel like this color story doesn't necessarily speak to me, but I kind of want to give myself one more opportunity to try and reach for this, and then maybe at the end of the year, if I haven't reached for this, I'll declutter it. I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile. That's where I'm at right now. Okay, way down low here we have my Nomad what is this, the Fire and Ice palette. I'm gonna declutter this. I am very interested in the new Nomad Safari palette, but this color story just does not excite me, and I wasn't super impressed with the quality in this palette. I keep hanging on to it because I want to have a Nomad palette in my collection, but I feel like that's a silly reason for this to just sit around unused. And if I really want to try Nomad, I can purchase that Safari palette, so I am ready to pass this one along. Then from Urban Decay, I have the Naked Honey, which I am definitely going to be keeping. I am just feeling more inspired by like yellows, and even though there's not like a true yellow in here, I do really like this gold shade, and I like this palette for the fall time. I definitely have not given this palette enough love in its lifetime, and it is beautiful. So this will be staying, and I need to get more use out of it. I am, however, ready finally to pass along my Urban Decay Born to Run. I have owned this palette for a while. It is very difficult to pan shades in this palette, and I have 3, so I feel very accomplished and very proud of that. I reached this palette at the beginning of this year and just was not impressed or wasn't loving how the quality of this palette was working like it used to, so I am truly ready to just pass this one along. I think I'll give this one to my daughter to play with. I think she will enjoy it, so I'm ready to say goodbye to this one. See, I told you guys I would be decluttering some things in this video. And then we have my Urban Decay Naked Wild West. This shade Came Shattered. What do I think I'm gonna pass this one along too. I'm just not feeling inspired by this palette at all. I'll give this to my daughter to play with and she'll love it. This is not a palette that excites me to reach into. So I'm ready to say goodbye to Wild West. Okay, next up we have ColourPop Stone Cold Fox, and I am gonna keep this because here are where all of my cool tone shadows lie. All the cool tone shadows I could ever need, right? I am gonna keep this just so I can have one of the ColourPop larger palettes and some cool tones to reference back to. I don't reach for this one enough. I need to reach for this one some more, and this will stay in my collection. And then I feel like I'm torn on the Getting Fresh palette because I wasn't super impressed with the quality, but I also feel like I haven't even reached into every single shade yet. And ooh, the shades, you know what I think I'm gonna do with this palette is I'm gonna try and no pan left behind it. I'm gonna try and use every shade, and as I go along, if there's shades I like, I think I will depot them and put them into like my ColourPop Singles Z palette, and then anything that I don't care to keep, I'll keep in this palette and just probably give it to my daughter also to play with, and maybe we'll do that. Because I am like, this shade looks really pretty. I was super unimpressed with this diagonal row of greens, but I feel like that could be a really beautiful like yellowy shimmery shade. Maybe I won't like it. This gold looks really pretty. This looks pretty. This is a piece of crap shade. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna try and go through shade for shade and then just keep and depot what I want and give my daughter the rest of the palette. I'm obviously going to be keeping my Nabla side by side. I love this palette. We know I love Nabla Cosmetics. I definitely have to keep some palettes from them, and I really do enjoy this one. And then I have the Read My Mind palette, which I was really excited for when this released, and I have not reached for this one that frequently, so I do definitely need to try and get some more use out of this. I do think it's a nice palette. I just have not devoted much time to it, so I will keep this around at least for the time being. I am going to be keeping my Melt Bad Side Zodiac palette. I really like this one, so this will be staying. I'm also going to be keeping my Ether Beauty Summer Solstice palette. My sister recently gave this to me, and I actually really like this palette. I really enjoy the mattes, and maybe there'll come a day where I don't like this palette anymore, but right now I'm enjoying it, so I am going to keep this. The question is, do I want to keep this palette? So I decluttered this, gave it to my sister, and then she gave it back to me, and I took it back. But I don't feel like I'm gonna reach for this. So I feel like I need to maybe give this to my daughter. Perhaps she will love a purple palette. But I'm not reaching for, especially like cool tone purple as much anymore. I feel, I'm gonna give it to my daughter, because then it's like still, like I still have it kind of, you know? But I'm going to rid my collection of this one. So this one, I'm ready to declutter a second time. Moving on to my ABH palettes, we have my Nuevo palette, which I'm definitely keeping. I really like this color story. I think it's really beautiful, so definitely keeping this. Obviously keeping my ABH Jackie. I feel like this is a palette I need to focus on, maybe do like a pan that palette, a seasonal pan that palette, something like that, to try and get some more pans in the palette that I claim to love so much. I'm currently working on this in No Pan Left Behind and loving it, so this is definitely staying. Obviously my ABH Sultry palette is staying. This is my current Pan That palette, so at the end of the year this one will be going, but as of right now this is staying in my collection. And then we have my ABH Norvina palette, which I feel like is always on the chopping block, but I can never get myself to actually declutter, but I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to declutter this one because, first of all, I made that custom palette from, like, with my Natasha Denona shades, and it looks super similar to this color story. There's shades in here I'm not super impressed with. It's getting older, and I'm ready. I'm ready to part ways with this, so goodbye, ABH Norvina. Okay, we are on to Odin's Eye, which I will not be getting rid of much of my Odin's Eye. It's my favorite brand. This is the Flora Story palette. This is the only one I haven't gotten around to testing from this release yet. We have the Planet Spirit palette, which I'm actually so impressed with and really loving this palette. I was really intimidated by this one, but it's actually absolutely beautiful and really easy to work with. The matte shades are so easy to blend and surprisingly easy to work with. So happy with this one, definitely keeping it. And then we also have the Sea Talk palette. Love this color story. I think it's absolutely beautiful. Love Lauren May Beauty, so definitely keeping this one. From the newest collection, we have the Stone and Rock palette, obviously keeping this. And then we have the Jewels and Gems, just so beautiful. So excited to play around with this, but obviously keeping this as well. Next we have Saga Freya, which I actually think I'm going to declutter simply because this color story doesn't speak to me. I was super excited about this shade, and I was actually really disappointed in that shade. This shade, I feel like I can find something similar, and I don't reach for a shade like that frequently, and this was not a hit for me, so I am going to be decluttering the Saga Freya. Then we have the Verdandi palette, which I feel like I'm only keeping this palette for the middle two shades. Ooh, that's pretty. I wonder if I could declutter, or not declutter, depot. I'm gonna try and depot the middle shade because that is super pretty, and then I'm gonna get rid of the rest. Depotting but decluttering. And then same goes for this, or does it? Or am I keeping this for more? Ooh, do I need to put this in the, I'm like mixing all my shades together. You guys are probably like, girl, what are you doing? Do I need, I'm gonna put this in the maybe. Just realized how blurry that was. I am gonna put this one in the maybe. This is getting decluttered except for that middle shade. All right, you guys, it is a couple of days later actually, and we are getting back into the other half of my palette collection. So I know we left off going through Odin's Eye, and here is my Odin's Eye Solmani, the first palette. This is currently in my palettes on their last two raw, and I am not yet ready to part ways with this. I thought maybe I would be, but then I started using it and I really love this one. I think this will be really pretty in the fall time as well. My favorite shade in the palette, Broke. This shade was really similar to one of the shades in the Pat McGrath Bronze Seduction palette, and I absolutely loved it. I am definitely going to still keep this palette around for a while. Next up I have the Elva palette, and I think this is also such a beautiful palette. This palette has not gotten enough love for me. I do need to pull this out. I feel like I keep saying this palette hasn't gotten enough love for me, but really I'm looking at like these shimmer shades, and they look like just the most beautiful sparkly shimmer shades that I would be so into right now. So I'm going to make my best effort to reach for this palette a little bit more, but this one will definitely be staying in my collection. Then finally we have the Norns palette, which I also really enjoy. Definitely a color story that's outside of my comfort zone, but this bottom row of shimmers is so pretty. I love the shade Pink Chameleon, Amber Place, and even Optimism. So we'll be keeping the Norns palette. Just a few more Odin's Eye palettes to round it out with. I have the Hella palette, which I absolutely love. Angie did such a great job with this collab. I do have a pan in this palette, and I love the color story, love the shades. We'll be keeping. I will also be keeping the Christmas Eve palette. Love this palette so much. Such a beautiful, cool tone, kind of unique palette. Absolutely love this one. As well as the Merry Christmas palette, I also just absolutely love this color story. I love how many fun greens slash like green golds that you have in this palette. So could never part ways with this. All right, I have a few more from Pat McGrath. I have the Voyeuristic Vixen quad, which I will be keeping. I don't think that this is really anything special, but I also can get use out of these shades. Spent a lot of money on this one, so we'll keep this and try and get more use out of it. Then I have the Rose Decadence palette, which I really used to enjoy. Obviously, I have a pan in this palette, and Pat McGrath shadows are not easy to hit pan on, let me tell you. I also really enjoyed this shade right here, but last time I reached into this palette, I was not super impressed with the quality, especially like this shade right here. I don't really reach for mattes in these two matte shades, and I just don't feel like this is anything special to my collection at all. So I am ready to declutter the Rose, what is this again? The Rose, did I say Rose Decadence? Yes, the Rose Decadence. Okay, and then I have this Subliminal palette, which I shattered a shade, my favorite shade in the palette, of course. Thank goodness I felt like this blue was the worst shade in the palette and didn't really use that shade, because this shade is now all up in this shade's business, and whatever. I do really enjoy it. I actually enjoy all shades except for this one. This has been a palette that I feel like is forever on my chopping block, but I just can't get myself to get rid of it. I am going to keep it for right now. This is something I always say this, I could see in the future potentially decluttering, especially now that it depends how messy this palette gets, but as of right now, this is going to stay in my collection. Okay, we have a few indie palettes I know I will absolutely not be getting rid of. First up, we have the So Amazing palette from Clarity. Love this palette. I think it is such a stunner. I absolutely adore these shimmer shades. They are so sparkly and intense and metallic and just fun. And I also do enjoy the mattes for a nice pastel moment. So this will definitely be staying. Also keeping my Cleota Dragon Fruit palette, my cap or like lid has broken off. So it's always very interesting to store this one. I do have the cap or the lid to just put right back on, but that's a little annoying, but I love these shadows. These are the only Cleota shadows that I have. I'm definitely interested in picking up some of her singles, but I feel like all the ones that I want are always sold out. But we'll absolutely keep this. I know I'm really interested in the most recent release. It's just so expensive that I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready to spend the money, but the Dragon Fruit palette nonetheless will be staying in my collection. And then I have the Janessa and Myricks Lightwork Volume 3, which will obviously be staying in my collection. You guys know I rave about this palette all the time. So unique to my collection. Yes, it was expensive, but in my opinion, I do think this palette was worth it. And then even more expensive was the Lightwork Volume 4, but again, I do think that this palette was worth it. It's so interesting and unique and kind of just looks like an artist's like palette when you look into it. I'm super excited for her to release release more light work palettes. I think that they're always so fun, and I'm definitely interested in whatever else she has to release, but for right now, this will also stay in my collection. All right, you guys, Makeup by Mario Ethereal Eyes palette. I thought for sure, actually, when I opened this, I was going to say I was going to keep it, but actually, I just was not impressed with this palette at all. Should I declutter this? I need to swatch these shades right here. It is just like such a sparkly lid topper, but do I actually, I'm gonna swatch this against ColourPop Ritz. Okay, so ColourPop Ritz has like a base to it is what I'm gonna say, whereas this one doesn't, but I don't know if I care. But I cannot believe I'm saying this because I spent so much money on this palette, have barely reached for it, but still felt like I needed to keep it and try and get use out of it. I am gonna declutter my Makeup by Mario. This is just something that like I would rather reach for like Pat McGrath Mothership 10. And I said at the beginning, I was feeling overwhelmed by having too many choices. I am gonna declutter this one. My Persona Identity one is going absolutely nowhere. I love this palette so much. It is one of my favorites in my collection, such a staple. I've raved about this many times. So I won't go on and on and on, but I love this palette and it's definitely staying. And then we have Persona Identity 2, which I've definitely loved at one point in my life, but I barely reach for this anymore and I just don't feel inspired to reach for it like I used to. Like there's just nothing about this palette or this color story that like I'm definitely more comfortable reaching for color, so I'd rather reach for something like a glam light palette if I'm wanting a colorful look. And I think I am truly just ready to say goodbye to Persona Identity 2. So this one I will be decluttering. I'm definitely keeping Patrick Ta Major Dimension 1. I absolutely love this palette. It's such a staple comfort palette and easy reach. Such a good palette we'll be keeping, as well as Patrick Ta Major Dimension 2. I also am very excited for Patrick Ta to hopefully release another Major Dimension palette. We'll be interested in picking that up no matter what it looks like. So these two are staying. Then we have my Colored Rain Queen of Hearts palette, which is also forever on my chopping block. This is currently in my palettes on their last hurrah. And I don't think I am quite yet ready to part ways with this one either. I kind of want to give this a chance in the fall time, like one last hurrah in the fall and see how I feel about it. And then maybe declutter at the end of the year. I'm not sure, but for right now, this is yet again surviving another declutter and staying in my collection. I will definitely not be getting rid of any of my glam light palettes. So I have the Rutrow Reggae palette. Most recently I have the Scooby-Doo Volume 2 palette. I have the lovely, the beautiful rainbow colorful glam light cake palette. I have this beauty, which is the Ice Cream Dream palette. Absolutely love this one. And then for a neutral moment from glam light, I also have the Chocolate Martini palette, which is also a favorite of mine. So keeping all of my glam light palettes. Okay, next I have a couple from Alien Cosmetics, which is now Unearthly Cosmetics. So I have the Not Normal palette. I love this packaging. Even if I like didn't love the color story inside, I would keep this palette. This is definitely not my most reached for palette by any means. However, I do think if I were to actually challenge myself to use this in the fall time, I could get some good use out of it and really have some fun with it. So I'm gonna keep this palette. I do really enjoy the packaging. I just absolutely love. But then I have this one. This is the Hauntingly Glamorous palette. And again, I do love the packaging. I think it is stunning. I literally just never reach for this palette. The color story confuses me, intimidates me. I do really like this lavender shade down here, but I have other lavenders that I have in my collection. I'm thinking of like the Odin's Eye Solman palette. I have a lavender or like a periwinkle. And if I really felt like I needed a periwinkle, which I really don't feel like that's like a necessity in my collection, I could buy a single shadow. I feel, oh, it's hard because it's an indie palette. I don't think you can get this anymore. And I do really like the outer packaging, but I think I'm going to declutter it. It just feels like an extra choice in my collection that like, it's like a palette that sits there that I know I'm not going to use, but like can't get myself to declutter for some reason. So I think It's so hard. It's the outer packaging, but I'm ready to declutter it. We're decluttering it. I am not, however, going to declutter any of my Sigma palettes. So I have the Corte Rosa, which is this beauty right here. Love this for corals and just a warm tone moment. I have the Sigma Enchanted palette, which I also think is beautiful. I will say I'm not as impressed by the mattes in this palette, but I really like it for like the shimmer or the metallic shades. So I will be keeping this. And then I have my Sigma Untamed, which is my least reached for out of all of my Sigma palettes. And I think part of me is just a little intimidated because it is a grungier palette, but I do still really enjoy it. I think there's some beautiful shades in this one, and I'm going to keep it around at least through this fall and see like how much I reach for this, and perhaps we'll need to revisit this at the end of the year for as a potential declutter, but for right now I am going to keep this one. All right, you guys, next up from Lunar Beauty, we have the Eternal Eclipse palette. I really love this palette for a cooler toned moment, but you also have like some warmer toned browns. I love the row of mattes. I feel like it makes this palette like wearable to the everyday person, but then there's also these really fun like cool toned metallics, and you've got some pops of blue, which as I mentioned, I am feeling more inspired by blue lately, so I will definitely be keeping this. Okay, and then the Moonspell palette I'm so torn on, and again it comes down to the packaging. I love this palette more for the packaging than I do the color story inside. I just never reach for this palette and I don't feel super inspired by it, so it's like, why am I keeping this around? Just to like have this cute thing on my shelf. But also I'm feeling so overwhelmed by having too many choices. I think I need to declutter this, and it pains me to say that, but it's just not getting used. So like I should let someone else have this who will get use out of it. So I am gonna declutter my Moonspell. It hurts. Oh, it hurts because I love the packaging. I do love the packaging, but I'm ready to, it's going. I'm ready to let go. Okay, that still hurts a little bit, but moving on, we've got Melt Smoke Sessions, which I won't be decluttering. Freaking love this for a green toned moment. Like, absolutely adore this palette. I will also be keeping my Gemini palette. Love this color story for a grungy moment. It is not my most reached for palette by any means, but I love the outer packaging, love the artwork, and love the grungy color scheme inside. So this will also be staying. Okay, it's the Melt Gemini 2 I'm not as sold on because this is just not my color story. And again, Melt knocks it out of the park with the packaging, so I find it very hard to let go of this beautiful thing, but I don't reach for this. Oh my gosh, this is painful, but I think I need to let go of this as well. I can't just keep these things around for the packaging because it's filling up my shelves and I'm feeling overwhelmed. So I'm going to let go of the Gemini 2. I'm going to do it. I have the Melt Rust palette, which I also really enjoy. I think this is beautiful for fall time. I think I'll have so much fun. Now that I'm getting more into yellows, I like cannot wait to create just like the most grungy, like rusty yellowy shade, or yellowish rusty eyeshadow look this fall. So definitely keeping this one. And I will also be keeping my Melt Mary Jane. It's such a frustrating palette to work with, but I also always loved the end result, so I'm gonna keep this one for the time being. I absolutely will not be getting rid of any of my Kaleidos palettes, so here is the Escape Pod. I also own Club Nebula, another Angie collab that she just absolutely knocked out of the park. We all know my love affair with the Kaleidos Sashimi City palette. I love this palette. I adore it so much. One of my favorites in my entire collection, so definitely keeping. This one definitely does not get as much love, but I love the packaging. There are usable wearable shades even every day for me. This is, I think, Futurism 3, yeah, Astro Pink. Again, not one of my most reached for palettes, but also not something that I'm wanting to get rid of. Same thing goes for this one. This is Futurism 6, Lunar Lavender. Definitely not an everyday palette for me, but love these two shimmers. Here's more like lavender shades. Again, if I'm wanting like that lavender purple moment, I have those within this palette. And again, love the outer packaging. Such a good formula as well. And then another palette that's not like an everyday wear for me, but I absolutely love this color story and love this palette. It's the Kaleidos Flower Punk palette. This is going absolutely nowhere. I adore this palette, and I have like my go-to looks with this palette that I just love wearing, so definitely keeping this one as well. All right, you guys, getting closer and closer to the end. I have my Viseart La Plague palette, such a favorite, such a staple, beautiful palette, love it so much, definitely going nowhere. Okay, then we move on to the BH Cosmetics Weekend Festival, and this I have had for so many years. This holds such a nostalgic place in my heart. but I've known this declutter is coming up and I keep trying to I don't reach for this anymore. I used to have my go-to look with this, but I have so many other palettes in my collection now that I have more options with for, like, usually I would reach into this for like literally a warm brown look with like a pop of like this pinky shade on the lid. Obviously I would reach for Trixie as an inner corner a lot. I think I'm ready to say goodbye though. I really do. I've had this palette for so long, and again, it just kind of sits on my shelf. Yes, I think the packaging is cute. Yes, it holds a nostalgic place in my heart, but also like not super, like, it's just a makeup palette. I think I'm ready to let this one go. I will likely give this to my daughter though, because I feel like she will love this one. So decluttering this. And then I also have the BH Cosmetics 90s Dance Remix. I actually really enjoy this palette. I love that you have your top row of like neutral browns, but then you have these like colors that kind of pair together nicely too if you're unsure of how to pair things, or you know, if you just, it's a visually appealing palette is what I'm trying to get at. I am going to keep this one. This will be my only BH Cosmetics palette left in my collection, so this will be staying. Okay, I am going to be decluttering my REM Go-Go Boots palette. I just shouldn't have bought this. It's not a color story that speaks to me literally at all. The color story is fine, or sorry, the color story doesn't speak to me. The quality of this palette is fine, but nothing earth-shattering, and I don't need this. Okay, I have my two Aether Beauty quads. I really enjoy both of these. So I have the Amartine quad. I think this is beautiful. I'm going to keep this. And then I also have the Rose Quartz quad, which looks like this. I really like the shimmers, or like the metallic shades in these quads, so I'm going to keep both of these. I'm also going to keep my Nabla Glorious Glitter Lights palette. I don't have another glitter palette in my collection, and I don't wear glitter that often. But when I do want one, this is a really nice option. So this will be staying. Okay, we all know I'm definitely keeping my Artist Couture Supreme Nudes palette. I absolutely adore this palette, as well as my Supreme Bronze palette. This one doesn't get quite as much love, but such a beautiful palette for warm toned looks. But then you also have like a row of cooler tones at the top. So this is staying. Love this one. This one, however, I did not love, and it was a big disappointment. And I thought about keeping this around just because I have the other two. This is the Artist Couture Supreme Mauves. But this is just not good, and there's no reason for me to keep a palette around just because I own the other two that are good, but this one's bad. Like, no, let's just pass it along. I'm going to declutter Supreme Mauves. I'm also going to declutter my Be Perfect palette. This is like the Be Perfect Carnival 3. I'm going to give this to my daughter. First of all, she already plays with this one quite a bit. And if I'm wanting a rainbow palette, I'd rather reach into my Glamlite Cake palette. I just think it's better quality. So I don't need this anymore. I know my daughter will love this. This is like just way too big for me as well. So decluttering this. All right, you guys, this is what we are down to. I just counted, and I've so far gotten rid of 25 palettes, which isn't 50, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm actually happy with the 25 so far. So let's keep going and see if we can get to at least maybe 30. Not that this is like a race to declutter just to hit a certain number, but like honestly, like I said, the choices, it just feels like too much. Okay, let's jump into my Alter Ego collection. I am going to keep the Artemis palette. I really like this color story, and I don't own the dupe palette of this, which is the Natasha Denona Metropolis. So I'm going to keep this one. I'm also going to keep the Canyon palette because I don't own Natasha Denona Bronze Seduction, which this one is duping. And the Alter Ego formula is really good. I will say that I do enjoy the Alter Ego formula, so I am going to keep this one. I know I just recently got the Coastal palette in PR, but this dupes a palette that I already have in my collection, and I'd rather give this to my daughter to play with. Like, there's no need for me to own dupes. Personally, that's just not where I'm at in my makeup collection. Like, I just don't want duplicates. So I'm going to declutter the Coastal palette. It is a beautiful palette. I love the Huda Rose Quartz. This is beautiful, but I'm ready to let that go to my daughter. And then same thing with the Midsummer palette. This dupes a palette that I already own. Really enjoy the ABH formula, and again, I think the Alter Ego formula is really good as well. But I swatched these side by side, shade for shade, and they are literally like just about exact dupes. So I don't need both of these. I am going to declutter the Midsummer palette. And then the same thing goes for the Alter Ego Harmony palette. I do own Natasha Denona Retro, and it's not a color story I'm going to be reaching for like on an everyday basis. It is a more specific color story for me. So I don't need both. And I am going to declutter the Harmony palette. I will absolutely not be decluttering the Glaminatrix Nearly Neutral. I'm ashamed that I haven't gotten around to testing this yet because I was so bummed that I couldn't buy this when I wanted to, and then it came back and I purchased it and was so excited to get it, and I haven't gotten around to testing it. I don't know if I'm doing that thing where like I feel like this is like a super special palette. It got so many good reviews last year, so I'm like pushing off using it until like a special occasion, but I need to not do that. So this is definitely staying. Same with my Rowan 75 degrees quad. Actually my daughter kind of ruined my 1111 quad, so I had to throw that in the trash, but I ordered a new one and it's on its way to me. So obviously both Rowan quads staying in my collection. I've really fallen even more in love with these this year. I think they are just so unique, and I love the finish, the unique, interesting texture and finish that the Rowan shades have. So definitely keeping 75 degrees. And then I will also be keeping my Sugar Pill Bite Size palette. I love this palette for a nice mini matte rainbow moment. I think it's such a fun palette. I love reaching for this one from time to time, so definitely keeping this. Okay, we all know I'm keeping Tartelette in Bloom. I literally repurchased this palette because I needed to have it back in my life. So this is definitely staying. You guys, I'm looking at some of these palettes that I know I'm like really unsure about. I'm like, okay, we've really made it to the end here where I am just unsure about some of these. Okay, I'm gonna grab everything that I know I'm gonna keep. So I have the ColourPop Muppets palette. I really was impressed with this palette. Quality is great. Color story is so fun. And I'm so happy to have this one in my collection. So this is staying. Same with ColourPop Cabana Club. I really enjoy this palette. Love it. Great quality. Love the color story. Keeping it. Same with the ColourPop Lush Life palette. This just gives me all the rainforest vibes, and I absolutely love this one. I'm obviously keeping ColourPop Limoncello. This is one of my absolute favorite palettes in my collection. This will not be going anywhere. Obviously keeping ColourPop That's Taupe, especially as my ABH Sultry palette will be leaving soon. It'll be good to have these cool tones in. Actually looking at these shimmers, I'm like, I do want to reach back into this palette. It's been way too long. So keeping That's Taupe. Also keeping Lil Ray of Sunshine. I love this color story. Great quality. Cannot wait to reach for this one in the fall. I was going back and forth on ColourPop Sage the Day, just because there's a couple shades that I don't like in here, but there's also quite a few shades that I do really enjoy. Like, I think these two shades are really impressive for matte greens, in my opinion. My camera does not want to focus. So for right now, the ColourPop Sage the Day will be staying in the collection. Alice in Wonderland is new to my collection this year. Haven't even gotten around to testing this, so this will obviously stay. ColourPop Going Coconuts will be keeping. I really like this palette for like a neutral moment. Also definitely keeping ColourPop Wild Child. I love this palette. It's been too long since I've reached for this. I love this for like a really sultry, warm, kind of like deeper brown eye look. Just, ugh, this is such a beautiful palette. Also definitely keeping the ColourPop The Child palette. I love green eyeshadow, so this is just an obvious keep. Really good quality, really cute packaging, so keeping this. I'm also going to be keeping ColourPop Making Mauves. Again, I don't reach for colors for mauves as frequently as I used to, but this is a great palette for those times that I really do just want a mauve moment. And I like that it's more like approachable mauves. Like these two shades are like my type of mauves personally, where they're more of like that dusty sort of shade, and these three shades, so beautiful. Keeping this. Okay, I'm a little bit torn on the ColourPop Tinkerbell palette, but I also like think some of these are like, this Kelly green shade is really unique to my collection. I also think this is such a unique shimmery green. I really like these two shades. Like, we're keeping this. These two shades I thought would be like my jam, but I wasn't super impressed with them. But I am going to keep ColourPop Tinkerbell. I do think it's a pretty palette. ColourPop One and Done, I thought I had already decluttered, but apparently not. I'm ready to say goodbye to this. Not great quality, a really disappointing palette actually, in my opinion. So I'm letting this go. Then I have the ColourPop Winx Club palette, which is new to my collection this year, but first of all, I just shouldn't have purchased this. This was like a very random spur of the moment purchase. I think what I'm going to end up doing is depotting this shade right here. I really like this sparkly like mint shade. Maybe the shade Sunbolt, maybe this shade, but I'm going to take those couple of shades out, put them into my singles palette, and then I will give this palette to my daughter. But I am going to declutter the Winx Club palette. Just not a color story that speaks to me, and I really shouldn't have purchased this. I'm absolutely not decluttering my Sydney Grace Tiny Marbles palette. I love this one. There's that lavender if I need a lavender. So I'm gonna obviously keep this one. You guys, I think I'm ready to let go of all of my ColourPop quads. I just feel like these little things, like, they are nice. They're good quality. But it's things like this where I'm like, I'd rather just reach into a full palette, and these just kind of like add an extra decision to my life. And like, I like the shades and they're good quality. That's why I've struggled to get rid of them. But I just am more into palettes or like a special quad like the Rowan quad. So I actually think I'm going to declutter all 4 of these. I have this one's the toughest one, the Creamsicle. I do really enjoy that one, but I have my Kaja stacks. This one's tough. This one's, I think I actually might keep this one, but I'm going to declutter Pisces in the Sky, Capricorn in Charge, and even Taurus apart. Because yeah, I'm going to declutter these 3, but I'm going to keep Creamsicle. Okay, then we have Ulma Beauty coming to America, which has been in my collection for so long. Literally probably a year and a half to 2 years at least. And I haven't even gotten around to testing this. So what does that tell you? That it's just a color story. I don't think I'm ever going to be super inspired to reach for. I wanted to try the Ulma Beauty formula, but I just, like, I don't even know what to do with this palette. It's like a nice, I thought it would be a nice 9-pan colorful palette similar to the Sugar Pill Bite Size. But you guys, I literally have owned this probably 2 years and have not even tested it yet. So I am going to declutter this. I'm just going to declutter it. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, these last 4 I'm so torn on. Here is my Juvia's Place Nomad palette. And the only reason I keep this palette around is for this shade right here. It's such a beautiful like golden shade. Sorry, there we are in frame. Let me swatch this against a couple of my favorite golds in my collection. Okay, you guys, it's not similar at all, but I just swatched this next to like one of the golds out of the new Natasha Denona Yucca palette. And this one has like a green shift to it. And I'm like, okay, if I had to choose like a gold to put with an eye look, I would choose the one that like is a little bit green shifty over this. This is a really beautiful metallic gold, but this I do feel like it's just an option I just don't need in my collection anymore. I think it's a beautiful palette for the fall time, but Juvia's Place eyeshadows have never, the quality has never impressed me that much. So I think I'm ready to declutter this. Okay, then I have my Dominique Cosmetics Latte palette. I'm gonna keep this. Like, I don't know why this is like always in my mind on the chopping block, because it's great quality and it's like a color story. I think maybe because I feel like I have these shades in like 10 times over in palettes, but not all necessarily all in one place. And it's still good quality, still performs well. So I'm gonna keep the Latte palette. This one from KKW, I struggle to declutter because it's a camo palette, but like, it's a packaging thing again, because I don't think this is like such an earth-shattering palette. But I love camo print, but honestly, it's not that I can't believe I'm saying this. I thought for sure I was gonna say I'm just keeping this, I don't care, for the packaging. But now that we go through, I'm like, I just don't want extra options in my collection that I don't care that much about. I'm gonna declutter the KKW Beauty camo palette. I am gonna do it. Yep, I'm decluttering it. Okay, and then the last palette I have before we revisit my maybes is the Vive Cosmetics Muse palette. I don't reach for this one that much, but I also feel like this would be a nice palette for mauve, or just like more, yeah, like more mauve-y looks. It's also my only Vive palette. Quality wasn't like earth-shattering. I'm gonna keep it for now. I'm gonna keep it for now, and this might be another one maybe we have to revisit at the end of the year. Perhaps I need to update like my palettes on the chopping block in the next like month or two to include palettes that like right now I'm on the fence about, or I'll just include them in my palettes on their last hurrah. I'll just include them in my next palettes on their last hurrah update, but right now I'm gonna keep the Muse palette. Okay, you guys, I have my palettes in the stacks of 5. So as of right now, I have 35 palettes that I am getting rid of, which this is the best I've ever done in a palette declutter. I remember last year's palette declutter, I think I was wanting to get to 35 and I was at like 31 or 32 and I was struggling so bad. But I do have these 5 palettes also to revisit that I said maybe to. I'm just gonna declutter all 5 of them. If they're a maybe, then in my mind, it's likely just an extra, what feels like an extra choice in my palette collection right now. And there's nothing here that I'm like looking at that I'm feeling so guilty, like I would feel so guilty about decluttering. So also adding to my palettes that I'm decluttering, I am finally going to be decluttering the Marc Jacobs electric palette. This has gotten a ton of use for me in its lifetime. It really has. I haven't reached for this in so long, so I'm ready to say goodbye to this. Same with my Natasha Denona Mini Gold. I have so many other options in my collection that I prefer over this. I'm gonna say goodbye. I really do love this one from Huda Beauty. I really like this shade. That's gonna be like sad to let that go, but like, am I really gonna keep a palette because I really love one shade so much? Again, it's been so long since I've reached into this palette, and I have a lot of these tones and shades throughout my other palettes, so I'm ready to say goodbye to the Natasha Denona, or the Huda Beauty Nude Rich. Even though this is a fun color story, a pretty one, I have other blues in my collection that I have kept as we've gone over, and this is just nothing special. So I have so many other Odin's Eye palettes as well. So I'm ready to say goodbye to the Alva Mini Forest. And then finally we have the M Cosmetics Divine Skies palette, and I think this is really pretty, and I would be interested in picking up like one of the more neutral color stories from M Cosmetics if I place another order on the M Cosmetics website. I think this is like really nice for travel. It's just this color story is not something I'm inspired to reach for, and even if it was something more like boring and neutral, I think I would be inclined to travel with it, so I'd reach for it more. But I'm ready to say goodbye to Divine Skies. All right, you guys, and here is an overview of all the palettes that I am going to be decluttering. Again, there are 40 palettes here.
I'm going to start easy for me, and I'm going to start with a part of my makeup collection that I don't see myself getting rid of anything, and that is my Natasha Denona collection. Here are my Natasha Denona minis. I currently have 6. I have decluttered some of my Natasha Denona minis in the past, but as I look through these, like, I know I'm definitely not getting rid of Mini Nude. This is one I have repurchased because my other one was so shattered and I wanted to have this in my collection, so obviously going to keep that. I also really love having the Mini Retro in my collection, so I know I won't be decluttering that. I do like to keep the Mini Love Around. Clearly, I really like this shade right here. I love that for like this kind of duochrome pink, sort of like icy inner corner. I also really enjoy this mauve shade, and I like this shade as well, so I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep the Mini Pastel. I just think this is a fun complementary palette. I really enjoy all of these shades actually. It's just creating a full look with this palette isn't something that I'm doing. These would be my 2, like if I were to declutter, these would be the 2 that I would consider. So up first I have the Mini Starlit palette, which I didn't realize all of these shades are available in other Natasha Denona palettes. This has the shade Galaxia right here, which I really enjoy, and I do like having Natasha Denona mini palettes in my collection just on days that I want something quick and easy. They're an easy reach. There's nothing really wrong with this color story, so for right now I'm going to be keeping that. And then I was going back and forth on the Mini Biba as well, but I think for right now at least I am going to keep this. I don't have any complaints with any of the shades, and it seems like whenever I wear this I'm pretty bored with how my look looks, but then I seem to get compliments, and I usually just wear this to work. But again, it's really quick, simple, and easy. I don't really have to think when I reach into it, so I'm going to keep all of my Natasha Denona minis. And then I also will be keeping all of my midi palettes and larger Natasha palettes. So we have the Natasha Denona Yucca palette, which she released this year. Such a beautiful color story. Just such a fun take on greens, really high quality. Then we have the I Needed Nude, which I also really love. I think this is such a beautiful palette as well. So obviously keeping that. The Mini Pastel is not necessarily a favorite, but I've also had fun this year kind of mixing and matching shades from the Natasha Denona palettes and kind of creating a custom midi palette. So I want to keep all of my midis. I mean, I basically feel like I collect them at this point, so I'm not getting rid of any of them. I'm going to turn my lighting down slightly to see if that helps a little bit. Then we have the Xenon palette. Definitely not my like color story, but again, I kind of wanted to own all of the palettes, so I have that. I have the Glam palette, which I purchased for the first time this year. This is, again, just kind of a very quick, easy, simple workhorse, never gonna do you wrong sort of palette. Not the most exciting, but definitely a good palette to have in the collection. My first Natasha Denona midi palette was the Sunrise. Mine looks different because, again, I've been kind of playing around with custom palettes, but obviously keeping that one. I have the Retro Glam palette, which looks like this. Mine might have a couple of shades, I think, that are kind of swapped out into like my actual custom palette, which we'll get to, but obviously I'm keeping them all. I'm just quickly going through them. Then we have the Zendo palette, which also looks different. Again, kind of just swapping around shades. I actually really like how this one looks right now. We have the Natasha Denona Love palette. Again, mine doesn't look like the original Love. In fact, mine looks even more pink and red. And then the Retro palette, which this is the custom kind of winter palette that I created, and then every other shade kind of just fell in the last 3 or 4 palettes that I shared. I need to pull this back out. I need to pull this back to like the top of my makeup drawer so that I actually get use out of this, because I think it looks like such a fun color story. So that is my current like custom palette that I specifically created. And then finally I have the My Dream palette, which looks like this. Those are all of my middies. And then I have 3 of the larger palettes. So we have the Natasha Denona Lila palette, which was my first ever Natasha Denona palette. Definitely not my favorite color story anymore, but this palette still holds a place near and dear to my heart, so we'll be keeping. I have the Natasha Denona Biba palette, which I fell back in love with this year. This is just such a staple palette to have in the collection. And then an all-time favorite is my Natasha Denona Gold palette, so this is obviously going nowhere. Okay, I have another stack of palettes here that I know I'm keeping. It is my 5 large Huda Beauty palettes. So her newest release is the Pretty Grunge palette. Really beautiful, cool toned color story. Then I also have the Mercury Retrograde palette, which is definitely getting older in my collection. I feel like there is some sentimentality that I have with this palette that kind of keeps me holding on. It is not my favorite color story anymore, but there are some shades in here that I definitely do still really enjoy. I would love to hit a couple pans in this palette potentially in 2024. Like the shade Supernova Gold Glitch, would love to like actually hit a pan. Even the shade Utopia, I feel like, or even Frazzled is like this gold green. I would love for this palette to have some pans next year. That'll be a goal. Then I have the Rose Quartz palette, which is definitely a favorite Huda large palette. This is such a beautiful color story, really unique. Some really, really beautiful kind of like ethereal sparkly shades in this palette. Then we have Naughty Nude, which is another really beautiful palette. Kind of an interesting take on like purples and like, you know, I like that palette. And then we have the Empowered palette, which came out last year, and this is definitely a little bit deeper and a little bit different than what we had seen in years past. Really beautiful palette as well. Really enjoyed this one. So my Huda palettes are all staying as well. Okay, I promise there will be some decluttering done in this video, but I'm trying to get all of the like easy things out of the way that I know I won't be decluttering before we make some tough decisions. So here is my Pat McGrath Mothership collection. Mine don't have the names on them, so I don't necessarily know the name of each Pat McGrath palette, but I'm not going to get rid of any of my Motherships. They cost so much money, and I feel like I am trying to collect, wouldn't say I'm trying to collect them all, but if I see them go 40% off, inevitably I usually make one Pat McGrath palette purchase each year. This one, it looks so boring, but it's so beautiful on the eyes. And then this one, which we already went through, the Mothership Moonlit Seduction, is a new favorite to my Pat McGrath collection. Here is my old standing favorite. It's the Bronze Seduction. Such a pretty palette. Love that one. I definitely don't get as much use out of this one. I feel like this one like actually has a, I don't want to say a boring color story in case someone really loves this, but this one just like does not get me like creatively excited. And in fact, I decluttered this a couple years ago, and then I decided to reclutter it to my collection because I started to really get a collection going. And then we have this one right here, which I believe is a Utopian Dream. Okay, I'm gonna try and turn my lights down even a little bit more to try and, I don't know. Sorry if my lighting is like so off. I actually really enjoyed the Utopian Dream this year, so. And then I have my 2 Patrick Ta palettes, which I will be keeping. I have not had, I'm gonna check for mold again. I haven't had any issues with mold in mine. I really enjoy the Patrick Ta palettes. I know not everyone has had a great experience with these, which is really unfortunate, but I'll be keeping mine because, I mean, I personally still really enjoy both of these. Okay, these are the other 3 I have from Pat McGrath. So I have this palette right here, which if you can tell, we had a bit of an accident. I feel like maybe it's time for me to actually just get rid of this palette because it's so messy. I really, really do love this shade. It's like this, like green to gold sort of shade. But do I really need to keep that? When was the last time I reached into this? So long ago. Oh, I wonder if I can, do these magnet out? Not really. No. No. And I like this shade as well. This is like a true like red green sort of shade, but like, it really has been so long since I've reached into this palette. I feel like I really should just let this go at this point. Like, I don't think I reached for this year. Maybe one time. No, I don't need this. I don't need it. Okay. I am actually gonna say goodbye to the Pat McGrath. I'm actually gonna say goodbye. It's time. It's time. Okay. Then I have 2 of the quads left. I've gotten rid of a couple in the past. So I have Interstellar Icon right here, which I actually really enjoy. I think this is a really fun quad, and I actually really like every single shade within this quad. I think is really fun and kind of unique to my collection. I mean, it's not like the most special thing ever, but I really like this one, so I'm gonna keep that. And then I also have, I think this is Voyeuristic Vixen. Yes, and I like this one. I will keep this. I think it's really just like this shade right here, like these 2 shades. They're fun, they're flaky, they're sparkly, but you have a matte in here, and then you just kind of have this like metallic. Not the most special thing ever, but I'm gonna keep this at least for right now. Okay, my 3 rolling quads I know are not going anywhere, so I'll share those with you quick. I have 75 degrees right here. This is the oldest one in my collection. Spoiler alert, you may see this in my Rolling Project 10 pan. I've decided I'm not gonna do a pan that palette this year, but I think I'm going to work on this quad of shadows. I almost said shades, shadows. I think I'm gonna work on this throughout my Rolling Project 10 pan, so maybe this won't be in my collection due to me working its way out, but keeping that. Then I have this one right here. This is the 1111. So beautiful. I actually repurchased this because my previous one got destroyed. I loved it that much. So obviously keeping. And then this is the newest one in my collection this year. This is in the shade Mood Forever. I would definitely be interested in picking up the rest of the Rowan quads that I don't own. I just think they're really unique and really fun. I really feel like they add something special to my collection. So these 3 are also staying. Okay, we can move on to Kaleidos next. And I know for sure, like my larger palettes from Kaleidos I'm gonna keep. So I have the Escape Pod, looks like this. One of my first like really colorful palettes, and one of the palettes that really got me excited about color. So this one is going to stay. I also have my Club Nebula palette in collaboration with Angelica Nikovis. I think this is such a fun color story as well. Definitely something a little bit outside of my comfort zone, but I do really enjoy the Kaleidos formula, and this is definitely something I would like to keep as well. Then I have the Flower Punk palette, which I actually really, really love. I just love this color story. I could do without these 2 shades, like the mints I don't always know what to do with, but I've created some looks that I just absolutely love using these 7 shades. So definitely this palette is going nowhere. I also love the artwork. I think this is so pretty. And then I have 3 of the Futurism palettes. So I know I'm going to be keeping the Futurism 7 Sashimi City. This is one of my favorite palettes in my entire collection. I love this palette so much. But these 2, I'm like, what do? I just don't really reach for these palettes that frequently. And I'm kind of like a little bit up in the air on these 2. So we have the Futurism 6 Lunar Lavender, really pretty palette. And I really should reach for this more. I feel like I don't feel like I'm gonna be able to get rid of this just because I don't feel like I have shades like this. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one. I'm gonna keep Lunar Lavender. And then I also have Astro Pink, Futurism 3 Astro Pink. This one looks like this. I just never find myself excited to reach into this. And I think I've kept this around because I feel like these are very wearable, like matte shades. I'm actually curious, do these, nope, those don't magnet out either, dang it. It's these 3 shades that I like don't feel like I get much use out of or much like excitement out of. That's not even like that great of like a blue. Well, yeah, that kind of, okay. I do kind of like that. It's so tough because I know that you can't get this palette anymore, which actually is the reason I would keep it rather than declutter it. I know a lot of people end up decluttering palettes that you can't get anymore. I just don't know if I could get myself, I think I'm gonna keep this one as well. I'm gonna keep it. This was going in my cool palette chopping block, and I just don't know that I'm ready to declutter this one yet either. I think I'm gonna keep that too. Okay, for those of you bored out there that are like, girl, you're literally not gonna declutter anything, we can talk about Sigma next. Sigma is a brand that I feel like I hear so many good things about the formula, but I just have never been uber impressed with the Sigma formula. I will say my favorite of the palettes in my collection is the Corderosa, and I am going to keep Corderosa. I think this is a really fun color story, especially for like spring summertime, and I do find myself really enjoying reaching for this. I like the shades. For the most part, I feel like this palette does perform really nicely, and I really like the shade High Society as well as Belle of the Ball. I really want to keep this palette in my collection, so this is gonna stay. I had mentioned, I believe, in my cool toned chopping block that I felt like Sigma Untamed was going to be decluttered. Either that or this was in No Pan Left Behind at some point this year, and I was like, I just cannot get myself super excited to reach for this. I opened this up and I think the color story is absolutely beautiful, but I just feel like the dark mattes specifically, like I really do struggle with the mattes in this palette, and I also just don't get excited. Like when I look into this, I don't get excited to create a look with this. I'd rather reach into an indie palette of some kind, and I'm ready to say goodbye to this. I look at like these two greens and I like feel like I look at these two shades, like the greens, and I don't want to declutter it, but I have, you know, I have greens like that in my collection, and I don't find that this like forest green really works that well for me. So I am ready to finally say goodbye to Sigma Untamed. That one is going to get decluttered. And then I actually think I'm going to declutter Sigma Enchanted as well. I really enjoyed this palette last year, and I really had fun reaching for this palette some this year as well. But I feel like the reasons I reach into this palette, specifically, I really like the shade Cosmos, Metamorphosis, even Budding, sometimes this shade right here. But again, I struggle with the darker mattes in this palette, and these shades specifically that are like some of my favorites, I feel like I have these shades in other palettes that I prefer more. This palette kind of gives similar vibes to the Huda Beauty Rose Quartz palette, but I think the Huda Beauty Rose Quartz is just so much better. So I actually, because I don't want to have too many options, and I already have too many options, and we'll still have too many options at the end of this video, I'm gonna say goodbye to the Sigma Enchanted palette as well. Okay, I'm kind of just grabbing things as I go. This is my next bundling of palettes. So up first, we have all of my NARS palettes here, which you guys know I have a love affair with NARS, so I'm not going to get rid of any of these. I'll just briefly show you. I have the NARS Suede 6-pan. This is nothing super special, but I just like to have this. Specifically, I bought this last year when I was traveling like once a month. I don't use this a ton, but it's kind of one of those like quick and easy things. If I just want something for work or for, you know, quick travel, I have that. This is the palette that made me fall in love with NARS. It is the Summer Solstice palette. I think it's so beautiful. I love this palette. Then I have the NARS Climax palette, which I do struggle with the formula, is specifically in the mattes. I find they muddy together on me a little bit, but I also think that the metallic shades in this palette are so beautiful. So I am also keeping that. Next, I have the Orgasm Rising palette, which does look quite similar to the Summer Solstice. Like, they do look quite similar, but they are different, and I do really love NARS, so I'm going to be keeping this one as well. Then I have the Stargaze palette, which I believe released last holiday. Definitely something a little bit darker for NARS, but I really enjoy like the purple shades in here. The metallics in here are like those chunky kind of stickier metallics that are really poppy on the eyes. This isn't a favorite palette by any means, but again, I love NARS, keeping that. And then I have the Summer Unrated palette, which looks like this. My glitter shade kind of broke and crumbled, but I really enjoyed this palette as well. Again, NARS mattes, just, well, with the exception of the Climax palette, I find really easy to work with and really easy to blend. And then I do really like some of the satin formulas in here as well. They're really smooth, really beautiful on the eyes, so keeping that as well. Okay, I have my Charlotte Tilbury. Do I want to keep this? I don't know if I do. I thought about potentially panning this, but I just don't know that I care enough to. It's the Charlotte Tilbury Exaggerize Quad. I don't think I'm gonna keep this actually. I'm just not someone super impressed with the Charlotte Tilbury formula, and I feel like if I'm reaching for this, I'm forcing myself to reach for it. Like, I'd much rather reach into even like the Natasha Denona Mini Starlight palette. I feel like has similar vibes, but I prefer the Natasha Denona. So I actually think, I wasn't planning to do this, but I actually think I'm going to be decluttering this little quad from Charlotte Tilbury. I am going to keep my Nabla Glitter Lights quad. I don't have, you know, a lot of glitters in my collection, and I don't love a glitter, but when I do want a glitter, I really do feel like this adds something special, and I have no issues with this like flaking all over my face. So I'm going to keep that. I have this one from Nabla as well. It's the Cutie Nude palette. It's the last Cutie palette I have left in my collection. I actually really do enjoy this palette. I like the cream to matte formula in here, and I like the shimmers. They're very, very smooth. Another really quick, easy palette to work with if I just need something to like dash out the door. So I'm gonna keep Cutie Nude. All right, you guys, I have my Lawless palettes. And okay, so I have the baby one. I was so underwhelmed by the the Lawless lavender one this year. And as I look into this, I really like these 3 shades. But that is really it. Like, I am not reaching into this palette for anything aside. Sometimes maybe this. I literally couldn't stop reaching for this when this first entered my collection. So I feel like that's why I've really struggled to let this go. But this is not a palette that like I get excited to reach for. I'm curious, can I magnet out these? No. It will pain me kind of to get rid of this shade right here. I don't know why. I just absolutely love this metallic shade. Like this rose gold, but that's like not a reason to keep this, especially because I'm sure I can find a similar rose gold in my collection. So I actually can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm gonna get rid of the baby one. I am gonna get rid of that. I am over it. I think I've also just really obviously purchased and tested so many palettes since like 2021, which is when that came into my life, that I just like indie better. So it's a struggle sometimes. Okay, so I have the Glam one here. I think I actually will keep the Glam one. I do really enjoy this color story. I like the metallics in here, and I would like to keep one Lawless Beauty palette in my collection, at least for right now. Maybe I will, you know, no pan left behind this in 2024 and change my mind, but for right now, I'm gonna keep this one in my collection. All right, and then that just leaves my Huda Beauty mini palettes here. I have 4 left in my collection, 5. So I have 3 from the Wild collection. Yeah, Wild. So I have the Wild Python. I am gonna keep this. I do want to no pan left behind this and kind of see what my thoughts are after that, but I do like, I love this lime green. I think that's so fun. I really didn't reach for this one this year, so that's a shame, but I'm gonna keep that. I'll also keep my Wild Jaguar. I think this is a really, really fun color story, and I actually feel like this would be a great complementary palette to the Huda Beauty grunge palette that released this year. Like, I feel like the color stories are quite similar. So I'm going to keep that, as well as the Wild Tiger palette. I really enjoy this palette for a unique kind of take on like almost like mustardy fall grungy tones. I think this is a fun palette. I love this duochrome in the center here, so this one will stay. I'm also gonna keep Nude Medium. I really like this palette, but it definitely is getting older. I don't know that it's gonna make it through like next year's declutter at the end of the year, but I do enjoy this one. This one's gotten a lot of use, and I would like to keep this one in my collection, as well as the Neon. I know that, I think there was some sort of like, there might have been a lawsuit with these neon palettes. I've never had an issue using this on my eye, and this is something very unique to my collection, at least as of right now. I like the like lid topper like neons. I love a neon, so I'm also going to be keeping this. Okay, here's just like kind of a random stack of palettes that I took off of a shelf. So we all know I'm not getting rid of my Tarte Lid and Bloom. I repurchased this palette because I missed having it in my life. It is an absolute favorite, staple, go-to, just easy palette. Is it the best palette of life? No. Is it the most exciting color story? No. But for just a basic staple, this I love. Then I have the 90s Dance Remix palette. This is what this looks like. I am going to keep this for right now. I would love to no pan left behind this and kind of think through my thoughts after using the palette kind of in that manner. I feel like I've learned a lot about my palette collection doing No Pan Left Behind this year, but this is not a palette I got around to doing so with. So I think it's a fun color story. It is the only BH palette I have left in my collection. So for right now, I'd like to keep that. And then I'm obviously going to be keeping my Tiny Marbles palette in Sydney Grace Tiny Marbles in collaboration with Mel Thompson. Such a beautiful color story. I always forget I have this. I literally need to use this. I'm using this palette. I'm setting this out to use this soon because I always forget about the shade Scarab, which is probably my best blue brown shade in my collection. And I need to get more use out of this, plus this like lavender shade down here. So this I'm definitely keeping. Okay, you guys, I think this might come as a surprise because you guys know I have been a Nabla stan in the past. I was obsessed with Nabla, but after using my side-by-side No Pan Left Behind style this year, I just decided I don't think the quality on this is anything to write home about. I don't get excited when looking into this color story. There's so many other color stories I'd rather reach into. There's so many better shimmer metallics that I have in my collection for the lid. And I actually think, looking at it, it makes me really sad because I'm like, ugh, I used to love this palette so much. This has obviously gotten a lot of love and use for me in its lifetime. But I think I'm ready to say goodbye to Nabla side by side. So we are gonna do that. And then I have the Nabla Read My Mind palette. This is what this looks like. Ooh, I wasn't planning to declutter this because it is, well, I do still have the Nabla Cutie Nude. I wasn't planning to declutter this, but I'm like, now looking into it, I just don't get excited to reach, but I think I'm gonna keep this one, try No Pan Left Behind it, and then see how I feel about it after that. That's what I think I'm gonna do. I don't feel like I've given this one enough of a chance this year, and I'm looking at like this quad specifically, and I'm like, okay, I feel like I could really get down with those shades. It's been a little bit since I've reached into this palette. I would like to have a larger Nabla palette in my collection just for reference, so I'm gonna keep this one, but I am saying goodbye to Nabla side by side. Okay, then I have, okay, so I have Friendcation. This is going nowhere. I'm gonna use this as long as I possibly can until the shadows literally just crumble and are done. I love this palette. It's my go-to country concert palette. We all know that. I would love to hit pan in like this shade. I feel like I'm so close. Would love to see, you know, some pans going in this palette next year. I feel like I've used this a lot, and the pans, especially the mattes, are a little bit more firmly pressed. This shade did break on me and I kind of repressed it back in, but I'm really surprised I don't have a pan in this palette. But Friendcation is staying. I actually think I am ready to get rid of the Lunar Beauty Lunar Eclipse, Eternal Eclipse palette. I'm really surprised, but as I look at this palette, and I don't feel like there's any shade in this that's super unique to my collection that I would rather reach for over some of my other shades throughout other indie palettes or my singles. And I just, again, too many choices. I have so many palettes. I'm not gonna stop buying eyeshadow palettes because I love to test and try new formulas, have fun with different color stories. And even looking at this, it pains me to declutter it because I really, really did enjoy this palette at one point in time. But I think, you know, it's getting older in my collection. It's just not a love anymore, and I need to be okay with that. And I'm going to say goodbye to the Eternal Eclipse palette. Then I have this one from Vive Beauty. This is the Muse palette. This is a really big palette, and I just don't get excited about this one. I purchased this when I was loving mauve tones more than I used to. I don't think that the formula is anything special, and it just does not spark joy. So I actually am gonna pass along the Vive Muse palette as well. All right, you guys, more palettes. Yeah, I'm not getting rid of Supreme Bronze. I just didn't really reach for this one this year, but I'm not getting rid of this because I really loved this palette. And then I know I'm not getting rid of Supreme Nudes, one of my favorite palettes in my collection by Artist Couture. I think it's such a great staple like palette. And I think if I actually do, declutter some palettes, I'm like, girl, you're not doing well. But I feel like I could get myself to reach for this more frequently than I did. I'm really excited to just see where 2024 takes me in terms of palette usage, because I'm not going to try and pan, with the exception of that Row and Quad. I don't think I'm going to try and actually pan any eyeshadows purposefully So I'll be interested to see how I use my palette collection. A couple from Urban Decay, I think I have two. So I have the Naked Honey. I really actually enjoyed reaching back into this year and kind of fell back in love with the warm tones of this palette. This is definitely something I want to pull back out and get some more use out of. I really like the shade Honey for just this really beautiful kind of golden yellow shade on the lid. I don't feel like I have anything quite like this in my collection. And this is actually pretty good quality for Urban Decay, so I will be keeping that. And then I'm also keeping my Urban Decay Stone Vibes. I actually recently took this to Las Vegas with me when I was there for the Creators and Friends event, and I fell in love with this palette. The shade Tiger's Eye is so impactful and beautiful on the eyes. This palette has not gotten enough love for me. It's so beautiful. I'm so glad to have this in my collection. So this I'm also keeping, as well as my three Too Faced palettes. I have the Too Faced Italian Spritz. This is probably the best palette I feel like Too Faced has made. I think the color story is a little bit unique to what they typically do, and it was just incredible quality. I had so much fun creating looks with this. I'm really excited to pull this one back out this coming spring and summer, so that one's staying. I also have the Too Faced Born This Way Natural Nudes. This is, again, just a really great palette to have for like some different nude options. You have kind of neutrals, you have more like pinky shades, and then you have warm browns. This palette has gotten a lot of love from me in its lifetime, and it remains a staple in my collection, so that will stay. And then I have the Too Faced Pumpkin Spice, which I think is also a really fun color story. I really enjoyed this palette. There's a couple shades that, you know, could have been better, but overall I do really enjoy this palette, so this one is also going to stay. All right, then I have a bunch of brands that I just own like one or two from, so maybe we'll go through those quickly. I have the Dominique Cosmetics Latte palette. This, where are we? This is a palette that I feel like is always on the chopping block, and I think the reason being is I know I have these shades throughout my collection, but also the quality in this palette is really good, so like why would I get rid of it? I just need to actually reach for this one more. Again, really basic everyday with a couple of pops of color, but really great quality, so I'm gonna keep this. We know I'm keeping my Viseart Le Plug palette. I love this palette. I think it's so fun, but also just very, very easy to work with. I've created a couple looks this year that I've really enjoyed, specifically with the yellows, and I'm definitely interested in, you know, purchasing more palettes from Viseart in the future, which is saying something because I used to kind of complain about Viseart. I didn't always love them, so that's staying. Obviously keeping my Lethal Cosmetics palette. This is the Wildflower palette. I think this is so beautiful. Formula's really, really nice. I'm so impressed with these two matte purples. Really, really good. I'm very excited and curious to try more from Lethal. I also have this 9-pan shimmer palette from It's Belle Cosmetics. I really enjoy this. Obviously it's a complimentary palette, but it's stunning. There's some really beautiful duochromes in here, some very intense metallic shades, and overall this is just a really solid palette, so I'm happy to have that. I have these two from LH Cosmetics. This is the Shimmer Saga palette. I'm definitely keeping this. It's just a quad of 4 shimmers. Really beautiful, especially if I have a look that I'm feeling is looking kind of boring. I like to just use this to pop on top, so I'm definitely keeping that. The Daybreak palette though, I think I am going to be decluttering. It is another palette that was going in my Cool Toned Chopping Block series, and as I really started to compare it to the other Cool Toned palettes in my collection, I realized that there's really nothing special about this palette, and this is not a color story that like excites me in the least. I have that Mel Thompson palette with the blue brown shade that's better than this one, so this one I can get rid of. Then I have the Moira Fun is in the Air palette. This is not an absolute favorite, but I do really like, and actually I'm curious. Nope. I'm like, can I magnet out a few of these? I am not impressed with the like shimmers in this palette, but I love this the lime yellow, or like neon yellow. I really like the cobalt blue, and I like these two shades right here. I really wish this might be something, maybe I'll play around with this a little bit more. It has like bulkier packaging too, which is just kind of annoying, but I really don't have a matte shade quite like that. The packaging is quite cute, but it's just really bulky. For right now, I'll be keeping this. The Basic Witch palette from Bella Beauté Bar. Recently got this. I'm so excited about it. Started testing it. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited about Bella Beauté Bar. I actually recently purchased their all shimmer palette that they released December 15th. I'm so excited to have that. I do actually have a code with them if you're interested in ever picking anything up. I am so impressed with the quality of both their mattes as well as their multi-chromes. The shiftiness of their shades, truly unlike anything I have used before. They are onto something, and I feel like they could quickly become one of my new favorite eyeshadow brands. So obviously keeping that. I'm obviously going to keep my Persona Identity 1 palette. This is so old, but I really love this palette. I brought this with me to Vegas as well. Love the color story. The shimmers are so impactful on the eyes, but so smooth. So even if you have more mature lids, this is just a really nice palette. I've raved about this for years, so that's staying. I'm also keeping my Sugar Pill Fun Size palette. I love this. This was like the palette that got me into experimenting with color, and I enjoy this one. I couldn't get rid of that one. Nor could I obviously I'm probably not gonna get rid of a lot of my indie palettes, so take that as you will. This is from Fantasy Cosmetica. It's the Druid palette. This is currently the only palette I own from Fantasy Cosmetica, but I'm definitely interested in like all of their palettes. I think they all look so beautiful. I really love these two special shades. They came broken, but I just pushed them right back in and they work just fine. This is such a beautiful like blue teal, like really beautiful. Also the quality of the matte's really good. I love this like grungier sort of color story, and this one is definitely staying, and I'm excited to try more from Fantasy Cosmetica in 2024. From Unearthly, this they used to be Alien Cosmetics, so I have the Not Normal palette. Even though I rarely reach into this palette, I will always keep this palette for this packaging. Like, this is my favorite packaging in my entire palette collection. I just absolutely love it. I do want a No Pan Left Behind this palette, just to kind of get a better understanding for the formula. So that is staying, as well as the Fall Magic palette. This is ranking so high up in my palette ranking for this year. If you haven't caught that video, if it's up, I will leave it linked down below. Otherwise, it's coming in the next like couple of days. But this is such a good palette. I am also so excited to continue to try more from Unearthly this year. The shiftiness of their multi-chrome, like, and the sparkliness is just drool worthy. So that's staying. And then I will also be keeping my Clarity Cosmetics So More Amazing palette. I don't love the mattes in this palette, but I do really enjoy the, actually, I bet these are, oh my gosh, I can't win today. I literally cannot win. Okay, keeping this, it is a bulkier palette, but I love the 5 shimmer shades. So sparkly, so metallic. The duochromes, like this shade right here, Beach Please, such a beautiful like duochrome shade. The shade Oh Ship. It's just, I really enjoy this palette. I love the shade Don't Be Shellfish for an inner corner highlight. So this one is also staying. Okay, I have a couple more random, just like one-off palettes. I have the Juvia's Place Sweet Pinks palette, which I recluttered into my collection, and I'm actually really glad that I did. I loved this shade as a nail polish this year. I am gonna keep this. This worked perfectly for Barbie this year. I just don't have anything quite like this in my collection. Can we? Nope, we just cannot win. I'm like, I would love to just keep like these 2 shades. I do like that one as well. But anyway, I'm gonna keep this. I don't really have anything. There's shades in here that are unique to my collection, so this is gonna stay. Okay, my Cleota Dragon Fruit palette, my packaging broke. So I actually ended up depotting those shades, and I have it in, not this one, I actually have it in a different single palette, but this is my Sunken Treasures. They sent it as, it was 9 pans, and they sent it kind of like as a build your own palette, so I just wanted to share that really quick. I haven't yet gotten around to trying all of these, but I am excited to expand and grow my Cleota singles collection, but I'm going to be throwing away this packaging. So does that count as a declutter? I mean, I kept every shade, but that's gonna go. My Colored Rain Queen of Hearts palette, I kind of teased this in my No Pan Left Behind series, but I actually ended up decluttering 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 out of the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, half of the palette I decluttered. Half of this palette I ended up decluttering or depotting and kept the shades. The other 6 I'm going to obviously be getting rid of. The Queen of Hearts palette, just, you know, I was so excited for it. It used to be like one of the most talked about palettes, and it was just not something I was super excited to reach into, but there were some really good shades in it, and those are the shades that I decided to keep as singles, but as a whole, this palette is getting decluttered. All right, more palettes from Dose of Colors. I have the Sassy Siennas palette, which looks like this. Really beautiful, warm toned color story. I never reached for this, but I just literally cannot get myself to declutter. So next June or July, when I do my mid-year palette collection and declutter, if I have not reached for this palette like at all, it needs to just actually get decluttered. And then I have the Dose of Colors Baked Browns. This has obviously gotten a lot of love for me in its lifetime. I hit a new pan on this palette this year, and I would like to, you know, continue to keep this in my collection just because I feel like it is like a staple. Like it's, again, kind of just a nice palette to have. So I'm gonna keep both of these from Dose of Colors, but for both of them, if I haven't reached for them one time between January and June of 2024, these both need to go. Mark my words. Hold me accountable. Okay, from Aether Beauty, my sister gave me this one this year, and obviously Aether Beauty isn't a brand anymore. This is the Summer Solstice palette. This is what this looks like. I actually think this is so beautiful, and I really, really enjoy this palette. So I am gonna keep this one. Oh my gosh, the train has been going on for like 10 minutes. It's really annoying. So I'm gonna keep that. Then I have this little quad in the shade Rose Quartz. I actually really liked this as well. I pulled this in for a No Pan Left Behind this year and ended up like repeating the look that I created a couple of times. It was just quick, simple, and easy. And so I also will keep this as well as this little quad. This is the Amartine quad. Really beautiful, just 4-pan purpley mauve sort of palette. I would like to keep this in my collection as well. So that's staying. Then I have my collection from Alter Ego. I actually have more that I've set aside just because I have the dupes, and I usually give them to like my sister. But I have the Canyon palette. This is the dupe for the Natasha Denona Bronze, which I actually do not own. And so I am gonna keep this. I do really like this color story. The quality of Alter Ego is really good. And I think that's a solid one to have in my collection. I am gonna pass along the Mirage palette. It's the dupe for the Huda Beauty Empowered palette, and I just kind of like having the original. Like I have the Empowered, so I definitely don't need the Mirage. So I'm gonna pass this one along, and I will be keeping Artemis because this is the dupe to the Natasha Denona Metropolis palette, which I don't own and regret every moment of not owning it. Beautiful color story. Again, the quality in the Alter Ego formula is really, really good. So this will be staying. I'm also going to be keeping all three of my What's Up Beauty palettes. I love the What's Up Beauty formula. I love their color stories. They just a solid brand in my opinion. So I have the Dragon Eye palette, which is the newest addition to their collection. I also have the Desert Monsoon. This one is so pretty as well. Oh my goodness. And then I have the Geodes palette, which I fell in love with last year. The shade Citrine I ended up hitting a pan on this year. I use that as an inner corner quite frequently, but I love all the shades. Love What's Up Beauty. So those are all staying. Okay, not a ton of declutters in here either. We'll go through some of my like most special shades slash palettes in my collection. I have from Adept, who makes such a fun, unique, they have beautiful eyeshadows within their palettes. I have the Plain Jane Remastered, looks like this. I have the Ninhydrin palette. Oh my goodness, like those shades. So freaking beautiful. I also have the Heather Austin palette. Oh my goodness, again, so freaking pretty and just so many interesting like shifty shades. Love it. And then I also have the Minka palette, which is a little bit different, more so just like molten metallics in here, but again, so beautiful, and quite a few of these are really interesting. And quite a few of these shades are actually very unique to my collection. So keeping all of my Adept palettes, as well as obviously my Danessa Myricks Lightwork palettes. So I have volume 3. I actually have, oh no, looks like there was a little bit of a scrape that happened here, but that's okay. That's okay. I actually hit a pan in this shade this year, in the shade Polaris. I just love the Danessa Myricks Lightworks palettes. We have Lightwork volume 4, which looks like this. I actually used this shade yesterday creating a look. It's this like kind of like sticky, flaky, chunky metallic, but it actually worked quite well. I literally drool over these shades. I could sit and just have this eyeshadow palette open and stare at it for hours, I swear. And then she came out with the Lightwork volume 5 this holiday season. This is what this looks like. Ugh, so freaking pretty. So obviously keeping all of those. And then I have, okay, so I have this one from Mockingbird Beauty. They sent this to me. It's their first eyeshadow palette. The quality in this is actually really, really good. This color story just does not speak to me, especially when I compare this to the other cool tone palettes in my collection. Obviously, this was a part of my cool toned chopping block. So this one I am going to be decluttering. ABH Cosmos going absolutely nowhere. I really, really fell in love with this palette this year. Great quality and just created some looks I really loved with this that I want to recreate. I also really liked the Nuevo palette last year. This is what this one looks like. Again, really good quality. I do really like the shade Peacock for kind of like a blue brown shade. I love this shade Lily. You have this really fun, beautiful like lavender shade in here. I also really, oh yeah, I said the shade Lily. Even like, this is a really solid palette, really solid. I need to reach into this again because I'm like feeling inspired after looking at that. Obviously keeping ABH Jackie. I am hoping to get some more love and use out of this next year, maybe a few more pans. It is getting older in my collection. Like eventually it is gonna have to like, it is gonna have to either like, it's gonna have to someday go. But I'm hoping, you know, I don't want to set like a pan goal for next year with this, but maybe I should set like a 50 use goal. I might do that. Maybe in my no pan left behind, I'll set like a 50 use goal and update you guys on how it's going with my ABH Jackie palette, something like that. Cause I mean, I'd love to get a pan going in this shade, one of my other favorites, and then like these, all of them, keeping that though. And then I'm not gonna open this up because I have not yet completed, I haven't done my finale for the ABH Sultry palette, but this palette, no matter how it's looking at the end of my pan, that palette in a few short days is getting decluttered. So ABH Sultry is going away. All right, next up I have Melt and Glamlight. I don't think I'm gonna get rid of any of these. I love my Chocolate Martini palette, although it definitely has not gotten enough use and enough love, but this will be staying. I have the Scooby-Doo Retro Reggae palette. I really enjoyed this one. I did have a little bit of issues with these two mattes, but aside from that, I really love the Glamlight formula. They make really intense metallics, so I'm gonna keep that. I will also keep the Glamlight Cake palette just because I don't have, like these shades are unique to my collection. I don't have a lot of rainbow palettes in my collection. I certainly don't have shades like, this is unique. So we're keeping this, even though the packaging is kind of annoying to store. I also have the Scooby-Doo 2 palette. Again, a really fun color story, definitely a larger palette. Not my favorite from Glamlight, but I also will be keeping that one. And same thing with the Glamlight Ice Cream Dream. This palette is truly one of my favorites, especially in terms of like colorful palettes in my collection. I just think it's very fun, very unique. The mattes blend so effortlessly for being like these colorful, like almost like neon pastels. I know that's kind of like an oxymoron. And then again, they just have such a good high quality metallic formula. I actually feel like I got a decent amount of use on this palette this year. So that's staying. And then I think I will be keeping all of my Melt palettes as well. So I have the Melt Bad Side Zodiac Earth palette. I love this for just a little 8-pan grungy palette. I felt like the quality on this was actually really solid. So that'll be staying. Keeping Melt Smoke Sessions, I love me a green eyeshadow. And I thought about decluttering this palette at one point. I don't think that these are good mattes. I think they're very difficult to work with, but I like to keep this palette around for a companion palette because I love the green metallics in here. Very shimmery, very intense, a fun color story. So that'll be staying. I am keeping Melt Mary Jane. I am. Even though it is one of the most frustrating palettes to work with, I'm gonna keep this because I always like the looks that I create. And you know, cool tones are in right now. Cool tones are in, so we're gonna keep Melt Mary Jane. It'll pain me to do so. It'll pain me to create looks, but then I have the Melt Rust palette, looks like this, definitely keeping. Love me a good grungy color story. I don't reach for this enough because I do feel like Melt's formula is a little bit more difficult to work with in general, so I really have to have the patience for it. But I would like to no pan left behind all of my Melt palettes next year and kind of see where we're at after that. But here is the Melt Gemini palette. Such a fun color story. I love this one as well. Okay, a few more indies and then I'm gonna wrap it up with my Odin's Eye collection and my ColourPop collection. So none of these are going anywhere. I have my Glaminatrix collection right here. I really fell in love with Glaminatrix this year. So I have the Fairy Lights palette right here, came out for the holidays. really intense metallic shimmery shades. Really enjoy this if I want like a complementary metallic palette. Obviously I don't just create a look using just this palette, but I love this. Then I have the Nocturnal palette, which is such a fun color story, especially for spooky season. In my opinion, this just gives me spooky season vibes. Not every matte is perfect in this palette. I did have a little bit of issues with some of the mattes blending. Well, I think it was that I was really trying to maybe mix colors together that just didn't go together, and I got a little bit of muddying there. But these shifty shades, the metallics, they're so smooth, literally so smooth on the eyes. I love Glaminatrix special metallic shades. Their mattes are good too. Maybe not every matte in this palette, but then I have the Sugar and Spice palette. This is what this looks like. Not my favorite color story, but again, the metallic, shimmery, duochromes, multi-chromes, literally like so smooth to the touch. You can literally just like place your finger on and you get like color payoff. It's, I really fell in love with Glaminatrix this year, and I'm so excited to continue to see what they release next year. Next up, we have the Rich Romantic palette. Really beautiful color story. It's kind of giving, I don't know why, it's giving me like Princess Diaries vibes. Don't know why. But I really actually liked this one more than I thought. When these two released similar to the same time, like I ordered this and was waiting for this to arrive when this released, I didn't think I was gonna purchase this, and then I did. And I have no regrets. I actually prefer this one to the Sugar and Spice. And then my favorite out of all of them is one of their releases from last year. It's the Nearly Natural palette, which you can't get anymore, but I believe you can still buy the singles. The mattes in here are definitely more buildable. They kind of remind me of Viseart mattes, but I really enjoy them for that. This green, like swampy, poopy sort of shade is so pretty on the eyes. And then the metallics in here are just so metallic, so punchy, and just absolutely stunning. I also brought this palette to Vegas with me, and it is like a new favorite palette in my collection. So obviously keeping that. This one is new to my palette collection this year as well. It's from Menagerie. It's the Killer Purr palette, and I have really enjoyed my time with this. I really like this shade right here. By the way, my shades fell out, and I don't know if I have the color story correct right now, but this like I don't know if it's this duochrome like purple to, but this duochrome like pink to gold is so pretty. I got some compliments on that when I wore it. Love the grungy shades in here. I really enjoy this shade. I really like this. It makes me want to try more from Menagerie. I also have their Pastel Puff palette, which I'm definitely keeping. I don't have shades quite like this in my collection. I feel like these are pretty unique mattes to my collection, so I definitely do want to keep them. I don't think they're the best formula ever, but you know, they work. They're my Snowball shade also just, I have to like repress it in every time. That's okay though. I love the shade Snowball. I will be keeping this. And then I have my two palettes from Nomad. So I have the Okavango Safari palette I will be keeping. I really love this color story as well as the outer packaging. Nomad always kills it in their theming of palettes. My one complaint is I feel like their shadows are just a little bit firmly pressed and they feel a little bit dry to the touch. But I did have really good luck with this palette. I felt like I liked every look that I created. I also felt like these shadows lasted, like they were long lasting on the eyes. So I have that. And then first of all, killed it with the packaging of the Ghost Town palette. And then how pretty is this color story? The metallics in here, some of them are like that molten metallic kind of cream sort of formula. So intense and so stunning on the eyes. I wish there was like a lighter shade or two in this palette. Like I'm looking at this middle row and I'm like, maybe like, I wish we could have done something a little bit lighter, but I still love the color story. And I'm happy that I had better luck with Nomad. I wasn't a huge fan of the Fire and Ice palette, so it was nice to really enjoy those two releases this year. Okay, moving on to Odin's Eye. You guys know Odin's Eye has one of my absolute favorite formulas. I love all of their palettes, so I'm probably not going to be getting rid of much, but we can start with this one right here because I did try and depot this and it did not go well. It was my first Odin's Eye palette ever, the Solman palette, and this will be getting decluttered. I tried to depot it, it did not go well. I wasn't able to save any of the shades. Goodbye to that. I'm going to keep obviously everything else. So I have the Planet Spirit palette, which is in collaboration with Betty Jean. I have the Sea Talk palette in collaboration with Lauren from Lauren Made Beauty. Also the Flora Story palette in collaboration with Amanda from Makeup Just for Fun. So pretty. I have my Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas Eve palettes from last year, some of my absolute favorites. I have yet to pick up the holiday palettes from this year. I'm trying to hold strong, but if they went on sale, might be a different story. Okay, I hemmed and hawed about possibly decluttering the Norns palette as I was doing my chopping block for the cool tones. And then after I realized that I did not have good luck depotting, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep the whole palette for right now because I do really like, I have a pan on the shade Pink Chameleon. I really enjoy that shade. I really like this bottom row. I like Amber Place as well as Green Chameleon. I don't create or haven't really created a full look using just this palette. Maybe I need to try. Maybe I need to No Pan Left Behind this. Even Optimism I like. I like the metallics. There's just not a lot going on with the mattes, and it's something that kind of like the color story confuses me a bit, but I'm not yet ready to part with this. Then I have the Hella palette in collaboration with Angelica Nikovis. Such a beautiful palette, fun color story. Really love this one. The shade River I love. I have a pan on the shade Double Sided. I love all of the greens, so obviously keeping that. And then also in collaboration with Angelica Nikovis, I have the Trick or Treat palette. Holy smokes, what a beautiful freaking palette. These two shades are so pretty and unique to my collection. I love everything about this palette. I had so much fun creating looks with these palettes this Halloween season. And then I have the Lil Ghost palette. Also just absolutely in love with this palette. So that one's going nowhere. Then I have the Elva eyeshadow palette. I don't use this enough. I really need to like pull this out in the springtime and No Pan Left Behind this because I think the color story is so pretty, and especially as I have decluttered some of my like mauve tone shades, like this has like what I'm looking for in terms of mauve tones. So you know, I need to pull this out and get more use out of it. And then I have the Stone and Rock palette, which I will be keeping. Really beautiful color story. Like, we love a green over here, so we love this. And then I also have the Jewels and Gem palette, which is also really, really beautiful. I had a little bit of issues with some of the mattes in this palette, but I love it for the shimmers, so also keeping that. All right, and then we are gonna end with my ColourPop collection. I find ColourPop palettes easier to declutter, maybe because I spent less money on them, but maybe I should just stop buying ColourPop. But then like inevitably they release a really good palette and I'm like, ugh. Okay, we can start with these two cool toned ones at the top, which I'm gonna declutter both of these. I am gonna get rid of the Satin Taupe palette. I just do not love this palette like I thought I would, and I kind of have known that since I started using this palette. I just feel like the mattes specifically are not that good. I think I am going to end up depotting these three shades and keeping those, but there's nothing special about this, and I have better cool toned mattes in my collection that I can get out of like my Natasha Denona I Need a Nude, and then just if I'm wanting something like Snake Eyes or Slated, I can still reach into that, like I'll depot those. But I'm gonna get rid of that taupe as well as Making Mauves, and especially as I look at Making Mauves compared to the Elva 2 from Odin's Eye, I'm like, okay, I still have the mauve tone shades that I like, but I just was not impressed with the matte formula. Again, I think I will depot the shade Bi-Coastal and Mauve on Top, these two shades right here, but aside from that, the rest of this I just not super impressed with. And actually, as I open this palette, it kind of like has a smells like Play-Doh, so I think it actually is time to maybe just depot that whole thing. Okay, ColourPop Lush Life. I No Pan Left Behind this past year, and I used to really love this palette, but I just do not love this as I used to. And even some of my favorite shades, like I really enjoyed this shade, Hideaway, Pom Pom, they just don't perform like they used to. This is one of the ones that I can tell there's been a decline in the quality, and so for that reason I feel like I have other shades, like I have a similar shade to this in my Odin's Eye palettes. Like I just don't need to keep this in my collection anymore, so I'm gonna get rid of Lush Life. I will be keeping Low Ray of Sunshine. I like this for an all matte palette, and I do feel like some of the tones within these mattes are unique to my collection. So this one's staying, as well as the Wild Child palette. I really like the Wild Child palette for something a little bit deeper and a little bit more sultry. I felt like the mattes blended really well in this one. This was good quality ColourPop, so that one's staying. I'm also gonna be keeping the ColourPop The Child palette. I really enjoyed this palette. I felt like it was good ColourPop quality. I feel like there's some really fun colors within this palette, so this one is staying. And while I have this one open, I'm gonna open Sage the Day because these two are really similar, and I was not super impressed with Sage the Day. I was thinking about keeping Sage the Day until I do like my green palette chopping block, but I actually think I may just declutter Sage the Day. The shades that I liked in Sage the Day were actually these two mattes as opposed to really any of the shimmers, and like these two look practically the same. Like they are practically the same shade. The blue brown, as I mentioned before, ColourPop can't seem to do a good blue brown. Yeah, I'm gonna declutter Sage the Day, but I'm keeping The Child. Okay, getting rid of more than I expected. I'm also getting rid of the ColourPop Alice in Wonderland palette. This color story does not speak to me. I don't know what to do with it. It doesn't make me excited. So that I'm going to be decluttering. On Cloud 9, I recently got, I was not super impressed when I started to use it, but I haven't even tested every shade in this palette, so I'm not gonna be decluttering Cloud 9 yet, but just know I was not super impressed with that one. I'm definitely keeping ColourPop The Muppets. This is my favorite ColourPop palette in my collection. Great, like excellent quality for ColourPop. So fun with some of the colors, and I really love this one. So that's staying. I will also be keeping ColourPop Limoncello. We know that I absolutely love my ColourPop Limoncello palette. Excellent quality. This one has come traveling with me so much. I just love this palette. That's all I have to say because I've talked about it a lot. ColourPop Cabana Club. Ooh. Ooh. I really enjoyed this when I picked it up, and it was like an unexpected love, but I'm like, do I really? You know what? Do I need it? I actually think I'm gonna keep this one for right now. I'd like to no pan left behind this before I make a decision. Going Coconuts, I am going to keep. I do feel like this does add value to my collection, just because if I want like a neutral base and then like to go in with say like an Adept palette, I feel like I can just reach into this and it's a very easy, like I don't even really have to think about it, palette. So I'm gonna keep Going Coconuts. I am also gonna keep the Tinkerbell palette. I don't think that the quality in this palette was amazing, but I really like these shades right here. The blue brown shade is just not good, but it's been a little bit since I've reached into this palette. I again would like to no pan left behind this, but I think even if I were to declutter this, I would keep. I even really like the shade Place Between, so I'm not ready to let go of ColourPop Tinkerbell just yet. All right, last two palettes, Stone Cold Fox. I'm getting rid of it. The mattes are just, I don't know. Like ColourPop, I don't know if they can do a good cool toned matte, personally. I feel like they struggle a little bit, and there's no like metallic shades within this palette that really speak to me. Like there's nothing out of this that I really care to even depot. So I actually am shocking myself, and I'm gonna get rid of Stone Cold Fox. I just don't love it like I used to. And then I have Getting Fresh, which I actually probably would have told you that I thought I would declutter earlier this year. In fact, I did say I wanted to like no pan left behind this and then just keep what I wanted to keep and declutter what I wanted to declutter. But I actually created some looks with this palette that I really liked this year, and as of right now, I'm going to keep the Getting Fresh palette. I'm going to keep it. So kind of shocking, because if you had asked me earlier this year, I would have said definitely get rid of Getting Fresh and keep Stone Cold Fox, but we're gonna do the opposite. That being said, I know this was not like an epic declutter, but I do like to just come on at the end of the year and kind of like clean up the eyeshadow palette as we look in, and kind of clean up the eyeshadow palette collection as we get into the new year. I did post a palette collection declutter in June of this year, and I believe I got rid of like 40 or 45 palettes then. Today we are getting rid of 21 eyeshadow palettes. All right, you guys, we are gonna start with stuff that's not exciting, as in I know I'm not gonna declutter these palettes, but we're just gonna start with like the easy choices so that I can save my energy for the tough decisions towards the end. So here are all of my Odin's Eye palettes. And I really don't see myself getting rid of anything except for potentially my Norns palette. So we have the Stone and Rock palette right here. I buy just about every single palette release from Odin's Eye. It's just a brand that I love. Then I have the Merry Christmas palette as well as the Christmas Eve eyeshadow palette. Then I have the Hella Original palette as well as Halloween 2. So we have the Trick or Treat palette, and then we have the Lil Ghost eyeshadow palette. Where is my, oh, here it is. Like, here's the Jewels and Gem palette that goes alongside the Stone and Rock palette, so we'll be keeping that. My newest palettes from Odin's Eye to my collection are these ones. So we have the Earthwood eyeshadow palette, which looks like this. We have Mighty Monster, which is a really fun color story. And then we also have the Spring Dragon palette, which is more of a pastel palette. And then another collection that I have the Planet Spirit palette right here. This is a beautiful palette. I also have the Sea Talk palette right here, and then the Flora Story eyeshadow palette. So keeping all those. Then we get to my two oldest Odin's Eye palettes in my collection. So we have the Alva palette, which is this palette right here. This is such a beautiful palette, and I just do not get enough use out of this. This is one I am gonna be keeping, and I really, really want to roll this into a project so that I can complete this palette, No Pan Left Behind, because I think it's like, looking at it, it looks absolutely stunning. So I don't really know why I never find myself reaching for this, but for right now, this one will be staying. And that brings us to the Odin's Eye Norns palette, which I have completed No Pan Left Behind style this year. It is another really old palette to my collection, and I will say I really like this eyeshadow palette. I hope that my lighting is like okay so that you can see these palettes and they're not too washed out. Anyway, I really love this palette for, like, I love the bottom row. I also like Green Chameleon and Pink Chameleon, as well as Amber Place. But as a whole, this palette just really does not motivate or excite me to reach for it. I don't love the color story, and I honestly feel like the color story kind of makes me like back away from reaching into it, even for like these few shades. So I think what I'm actually going to do is I think I'm actually going to depot these into magnetic pans and just make single shadows out of the shadows in this palette that I really enjoy. And I think I actually might declutter this palette. I think I'm ready to say goodbye to this one. As I said, I did complete it No Pan Left Behind style. I created some looks that I really did love, but I think I'm ready to part ways with this one. I do, as I said, collect most Odin's Eye palettes, but also I don't want to keep things around just like to keep them around. This one isn't so nostalgic or so special to me that it's like a palette that I will retire but keeping. I do love the artwork of this one though. Ugh. But I don't need it. So I don't need to keep it for the artwork, right? I don't. Because it just takes up space in my palette. No, I'm gonna declutter it and it's gonna be fine. Okay, we have our first declutter. I'm actually surprised I'm decluttering something from Odin's Eye. I wasn't planning to do that going into this video. All right, next up I have my Rowan quads. We have the Mood Forever quad right here. Sorry, no, we have the 1111 quad right here. I will not be getting rid of any of my Rowan quads. I love these. And we have the 75 degrees, which I am currently working on in my Rolling Project 10 pan this year. So this one is also staying. And then we have the Mood Forever quad. I love these Rowan quads. I think they're absolutely beautiful, especially if you like a cream shadow. I know that these aren't going to be for everyone, but I don't even like cream shadow that much, and I love these quads. So those will all be staying. And then I will also be keeping all of my Huda Beauty larger palettes. So we have the Rose Quartz palette, which looks like this, so beautiful. Then we have the Mercury Retrograde palette, which was my first palette, my first large palette that I purchased from Huda Beauty. All right, I turned my lighting down just a little bit to see if that helps hopefully not wash things out so much. All right, then we have the Naughty Nudes, also so stunning. We have the Huda Beauty Empowered, which is a little bit different from what she's like typically come out with. I think this one is so fun as well. And then most recently she released the Pretty Grunge palette, which looks like this. Will also be keeping. I will also be keeping all of my Natasha Denona midi palettes. These truly are like a collector's mentality. Like, I will keep these even to collect. And honestly, I love the Natasha palettes because you can pop the shades out and you can mix and match and create your own midi palettes if you want as well. I've had fun doing that. So you'll see some of my Natasha palettes don't look exactly like their original, but we have the Yucca palette, which is a favorite. We also have the Glam palette, which really has become a favorite in my collection as well. Then we have the I Need a Nude eyeshadow palette. The Xenon, which is my personal least favorite, and I kind of knew that going in. I knew this wasn't necessarily like my color story, but we have Xenon. All right, next up we have the My Dream palette, which is a very, very beautiful palette. I really like this one. Then we have Zendo, which was another palette that I didn't personally love. Mine looks very different from the original, again, because of my custom, like, create your own palette. I have the Love palette, which also wasn't a favorite, and again, mine will look very different than the original Love because I've been mixing and matching. We have my first Natasha Denona midi, which is the Sunrise palette. Mine looks, again, very different. Then I have the Natasha Denona Retro palette. I have the Pastel palette. This one is such a fun color story, but I just honestly didn't end up loving this one like I thought I was going to. And then finally we have the Retro Glam palette. Again, mine looks a little bit different, but still really enjoyed this one as well. We can stick with Natasha Denona here. I will also be keeping all of my large Natasha palettes. So I have the gold, which we all know is an absolute favorite in my collection. I have the Natasha Denona Lila palette, which this one is going in my project These Products Will Self-Destruct, but if I end up like saying goodbye to this one or decluttering it, I will just retire this and still keep it in my collection. And then finally I have the Biba palette, which is just such a great basic B sort of eyeshadow palette that I absolutely love. I will also be keeping my Ensley Rain palettes. So most recently I have the Cosmic Dreamer palette. I haven't yet gotten around to testing this, but I'm so excited to. Ensley Rain is one of my favorite indie eyeshadow brands. I have the Cold Moon palette, which is such a beautiful, cool toned color story. Then I have the Flower Moon palette, which is such a fun kind of springtime sort of color story. I love these special shimmer shades in this palette. And finally we have the Groovy Gardens palette, which is such a fun, grungy sort of vibe. I absolutely love this palette as well. So all of the Ensley Rains will be staying. Okay, I think we all know that my Danessa Myricks palettes aren't going anywhere either. So we have my Groundwork palette, which I use every single day for my brows. And this is just such a perfect palette to have in your makeup collection. I really cannot rave about this palette enough. Then I have my Danessa Myricks Lightwork Volume 3 palette. This was my first Danessa Myricks palette. I am absolutely in love with this palette, and this made me fall in love with the Danessa Myricks formula, so keeping that. Then we have Volume 4, which is so fun and so beautiful. I love this palette as well. And then finally, her most recent Lightwork palette is the Volume 5, which looks like... So I'm like, ugh, the lighting is really hard to capture everything, but so pretty. All right, you guys, I think we all know that my Bella Beauté bar palettes are also not going anywhere. So I have the Angles of Illumination palette, which right now mine has 2 shades that I've popped out and are currently in a Z palette, but this is such a beautiful 16 pan all shimmer palette, especially if you are a blue lover. Then I have the Basic Witch palette, which was my first Bella Beauté bar eyeshadow palette, and I became quickly obsessed with the brand's formula. So I have been interested in pretty much everything they've released since. I haven't bought everything because they are more expensive, but I do really enjoy the brand. Then we have the Dead Roses palette, which was their Valentine's Day release or Valentine's collection palette this year. This is what this one looks like. Not my everyday color story, but excellent quality, and definitely going to be keeping this one around. And then most recently I picked up the Secret Garden palette, which is such a beautiful palette. It is a larger palette, but I'm so excited to continue to play around with this palette with all the colors, the greens. There's a row of neutrals, which I love. The shimmer shades, or the special shades, I'm especially excited to play around with. So this one's newest to my collection, definitely keeping all of these. Okay, I'm gonna try and break it up a little bit, and we're gonna toss in some palettes that I actually will be decluttering some from. So here's my stack of ColourPop palettes, and we can jump into all my 9 pans first. So I have the ColourPop Wild Child palette, which I actually do really love. This is a really beautiful, deeper, warm toned brown palette that you can definitely get some really sultry looks with. So I actually really enjoyed this one. I'm gonna keep that. I'm also going to keep Little Ray of Sunshine. There is something about this eyeshadow palette that just makes me happy. It is a 9-pan all matte palette, but I love the selection of shades in here, especially for the fall time. So I am gonna keep this. I am going to declutter my ColourPop The Child palette. Really cute palette, but I did No Pan Left Behind this. I completed it in that project, and I just wasn't as impressed with this palette as I have been in the past. It is getting older. I feel like the quality is declining a little bit. I thought about swapping out, or I thought about keeping a couple of the shades that I still really like. I actually really like these 2 shades at the bottom. But then I was like, you know what? I have enough eyeshadow palettes in my collection. I have enough shadows. I can just pass this along to someone who is gonna get more use out of it. Then I have the ColourPop Going Coconuts eyeshadow palette. I did swap out this center shade for a shade out of one of my other ColourPop palettes. And I am ready to part ways with this as well. I understand this is just a very basic neutral palette and could be really useful, but it's just not a palette I personally get excited to reach for. I would rather reach into my Natasha Denona I Need a Nude or my Natasha Denona Glam eyeshadow palette as opposed to reaching into this. Or even like my Tartelette in Bloom palette. So for me personally, I'm ready to also part ways with the ColourPop Going Coconuts palette. I'm also ready to part ways with the Tinkerbell palette. This one makes me sad because I love the packaging, similar to how I feel about the ColourPop Child palette, but I just don't love the shadows inside. I also completed this No Pan Left Behind, and I just was not impressed with the looks that I created. I felt like they were not kind of what I had envisioned when I went into this palette, and I do feel like the shades they look so beautiful in the pan, but it doesn't necessarily translate onto the eyes. So I don't want to keep this palette around to just have it sit around neglected. I would like to pass it along to someone who's going to get more use out of it. So this one I'm also getting rid of. Next up I have, are these all 12 pans? They're not all exactly the same size. Okay, so I have ColourPop Cabana, which I think I've thought about decluttering in the past, or did declutter, and then I recluttered this into my collection. Ooh, I don't know. I feel like I'm like, do I actually need this? I'm honestly not sure. What I was thinking about doing for this video was basically anything that's a maybe setting aside, and then doing a separate like chopping block No Pan Left Behind series for palettes that are maybes. And I think this might be a maybe for me. I like these 3 like neutral warm browns. I like the pop of blue, but what I've found with my ColourPop palettes as I've been working my way through them is as they've aged, the quality, especially in the shimmers, just really does start to decline. So I think I'm actually going to set this in the maybe pile, and then I will do a separate chopping block series, like I said, where I No Pan Left Behind these palettes and then decide if they get to basically re-enter my collection or if I'm going to declutter those as well. So this is going to be a maybe. My ColourPop Cloud 9 eyeshadow palette, I am going to declutter. This is something that I purchased at the tail end of 2023, finished testing it kind of end of last year / beginning of this year, and I just was not impressed with this. I think the matte shadows are just a little bit, honestly, they pull more gray than I was wanting, even though they look kind of like, I don't know what I wanted from this palette. But I will say the shades I was most excited for, this shade right here as well as this shade right here, were just fine in my opinion, and I just am not excited about this palette. I was really underwhelmed with the quality, so I'm gonna pass along ColourPop Cloud 9. We know I'm going to be keeping my ColourPop Limoncello palette. This is one of my favorite palettes in my collection, and definitely my favorite from ColourPop. Beautiful color story. I love to travel with this. I think the quality on this one still performs really well, and I'm definitely going to be keeping this. I'm also going to be keeping my ColourPop Muppets palette. I also really, really love this palette. I think it's such a fun color story, and this was excellent ColourPop quality. Sometimes it's hit or miss on the type of quality you're getting with ColourPop palettes, but I really enjoyed my time with this palette, and I'm going to continue to use it in my collection. And then we have my ColourPop Getting Fresh palette. Now this is currently going in my regular No Pan Left Behind series, and so I think I'm going to move this along to the maybe, but as of right now, I'm kind of leaning towards, even just looking at it right now, I'm like, do I even want to work my way through using this No Pan Left Behind? I don't know. I feel like a part of me just like does want to declutter it, but then I like created a couple looks last year I really liked. Now granted, I could just depot some of the shades that I want to keep. I think I actually am gonna end up doing. I didn't, well, maybe I'm just, oh no, I don't know what to do. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna declutter this, but there's a few shades in here I will end up depotting to keep. I really like some of these like brighter bronzy golds. I was really underwhelmed with the like green shades. That's what I was most excited for in this palette. I was really underwhelmed with those shades, but I am gonna depot a couple of these shades, but declutter the palette as a whole. So this one is getting decluttered, and I will share that update in my next No Pan Left Behind update as well. All right, a couple more easy ones. I have my Adept collection, which I will be keeping all of my Adept palettes. So we have the Adept Heather Austin palette. We have the Adept Minka eyeshadow palette, stunning. We have my favorite Adept palette, which is the Ninhydrin eyeshadow palette. I absolutely love all the colors in here. And then we have Plain Jane Remastered, which honestly is not my most favorite palette, but I do love the Adept formula, and I also like that these shadows are magnetic, so I could pull these out and kind of use them to create a custom Z palette. There's just some shades in here that I just don't find myself reaching for. I'm not much of a red girly, but there are some shades that I really do love. Like I like these two shades, I love this shade, so I'm gonna keep the Plain Jane Remastered. It's just not my favorite from Adept. And then I have the Flying Fiddles palette, which I purchased this year, and I have really enjoyed this eyeshadow palette. A really fun twist on a neutral palette, and this I'm a big fan of. So this will be staying as well. And then I will also be keeping all of my What's Up Beauty palettes. So we have the Desert Monsoon palette. I've mentioned quite a few times recently that I feel like What's Up Beauty is one of the most underrated indie eyeshadow brands. I love their eyeshadow palettes. This is the Dragon's Eye palette, and then we also have the Geodes eyeshadow palette, which is also so beautiful. All right, this is what I have remaining for my Nabla collection. There was a point in time where Nabla was like my favorite brand for everything, and I purchased every single eyeshadow palette that they released, but I'm just not as into Nabla as I have been. I am gonna keep my Glorious Lights eyeshadow palette. This isn't a 4-pan like glitter quad, and I actually really like the Nabla glitter formula. It is like tacky-ish to the lids, and I don't have any other glitter palettes, so I'm gonna keep this. I have kept the Nabla Nude Cutie for quite a while just because I did really enjoy this palette at one point in time, and it's just not my absolute favorite anymore. I think it's really hard for me to part ways with all of my Nabla eyeshadows because I was such a big fan at one point in time. Ooh, I thought for sure I was gonna say that I was going to declutter this, and I'm like, ugh. I am. I have other palettes, other neutral palettes that I prefer over this one, so I actually am going to declutter the Cutie palette, the Nude Cutie. And then I think I'm also going to declutter the Read My Mind. I keep telling myself I need to No Pan Left Behind this and kind of decide how I feel about this, but then every time I try to do that, I just do not feel excited about this eyeshadow palette at all. So I'd rather just pass this along to someone in my family, a friend, someone who's gonna get use out of this, and that person just isn't me. So I am actually going to declutter the Nabla Read My Mind eyeshadow palette as well. All right, then we have my Natasha Denona mini palettes. So I'll lay them all out. Okay, so we have I Need a Nude, which we know I'm keeping. I love this palette so much, I literally repurchased it because my original was so destroyed. And I will also be keeping the Mini Retro palette. I love this palette, especially for the shade Galaxia right here. I am gonna also keep my Mini Pastel. I like this one. It's not a favorite, but it is a fun one, and I really like this shade on the end here. I don't love the Natasha Denona Mini Love palette, except for the like inner corner shade. I'm like, do I want to potentially just, should I maybe this one and no pan? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna maybe this one so that we can no pan left behind, and I can see if I want to get rid of this or if I just want to like depot this shade to keep it. Okay, then I have the, is this the Mini Biba? I have the Mini Biba, which I also have the original Biba palette. And in theory, I should absolutely love this palette, but I feel like this always ends up pulling more peachy on me, even if I'm just reaching for like these two shades and this on the lid. And I just get really frustrated because I don't always want a peachy look. But then I feel like every look that, or every time I wear this palette, I get compliments. So it's like such a toss-up. But I also have my Biba palette. And if I was gonna travel with a Natasha Denona Mini, I always travel with the Mini Nude. Like, these are also like similar enough, but I'm also gonna always want to reach for Mini Nude over Mini Biba. So I actually think I'm gonna declutter Mini Biba. We're gonna say goodbye to Mini Biba. And then we have the Mini Starlit palette. This is what this one looks like. I did not realize when I bought this, and it's my own fault, I didn't realize that all of these shades were shades that you could find in other Natasha palettes. And I wasn't super impressed with this palette, but this is the shade Galaxia, which I love so much. So part of me is like, well, do I really want to declutter it? But I do still have a lot of Galaxia left here. And I guess I could always just re-buy Mini Retro if I went through Mini Retro, because I love this shade too. I actually think I'm going to declutter Mini Starlit as well. I don't need both. Okay, I'm decluttering Mini Starlit, meaning we are for sure decluttering 2, possibly 3, and then we are keeping 3 of my Natasha Minis. Yay. Okay, you guys, it's a couple days later, so I have press-on nails now. The lighting might be better. I'm not sure, but I really want to get my apartment clean, and that means I need to finish this palette declutter. So next up, we have the Too Faced Italian Spritz eyeshadow palette, which I will most definitely be keeping. This is probably my favorite Too Faced eyeshadow palette that they have ever come out with. I love the color story. I thought the quality was really nice, and I've had a lot of fun playing with this one. Then I have the Too Faced Natural Nudes palette. This is what this one looks like. I will also be keeping this. I like having this one around just for like a neutral palette that gives me a variety of neutrals. We have like true light neutrals, we have some dusty pinks here, and then we have some more warm tone browns at the end. Overall, just a really nice palette from Too Faced, so I will keep that. And I will also be keeping my Too Faced Pumpkin Spice palette. I think this is a really fun color story. I love a pumpkin spice latte. I love the fall, so also kind of keeping it for that. But I do like the palette overall. So we're going to keep all of my Too Faced palettes. Then we can move on to my Dose of Colors. I am going to be keeping my Sassy Siennas currently, but this is a product that I've said will self-destruct if I don't use it 20 times this year. So if I don't use this 20 times this year, this will be getting decluttered at the end of the year. Then I have my Baked Browns eyeshadow palette, which I will also be keeping. This was also a product I told you would self-destruct, but I have completed this shade right here completely in the palette. So this palette is saved, and I'm really happy to have this in my collection. I also feel like this pan right here has expanded quite a bit, and it's just a solid brown matte palette to have in my collection. And I will also be keeping my Dose of Colors Friendcation palette. I've had a couple of casualties in this palette now, and I don't believe I've ever dropped this palette. So this palette, or this shade right here, completely crumbled, and I had to kind of push it back in, and then this just like fell out. I was filming a video the other day, and I think that video will be going up after this video, and this shade just fell out, which was so sad, but I love this palette and I'm keeping it. We can go through my ABH palettes next. I'm gonna keep all of them. We have my ABH Jackie palette, which we know how much I love ABH Jackie. Then we have the ABH Cosmos palette, which I really loved. I know this palette was kind of hit or miss for people, but for me, I really enjoyed this eyeshadow palette, and I'm really happy to have this in my collection. And then finally, I have the ABH Nuevo palette, which I also think is a really fun and beautiful color story. So this one will also be staying. Okay, zoomed you guys in a little bit and turned my brightness down a bit, just trying to get the best lighting here. These are my Unearthly palettes. I will definitely be keeping the Sorcerer's Smoke palette. This is such a beautiful neutral palette with some greens and just some fun pops. Then we have the Fall Magic palette, which is a very, very beautiful palette as well. I love all of the special shades in this palette, and Unearthly just makes a really great formula. Then I have the Alien Cosmetics Not Normal eyeshadow palette, and I think I'm going to put this palette into my palette chopping block. I think even if I do decide to declutter this eyeshadow palette, I will just like retire it and not use it anymore, but maybe like display this palette somewhere on my shelves, just because I really love the artwork of this eyeshadow palette. This is the color story of this one, and this is just not a palette I find myself gravitating towards. It's not a color story I get excited to reach for, and I would really love to No Pan Left Behind this. So I'm going to put this in my palette chopping block, and we will decide what will happen with this palette after I have No Pan Left Behind it. Next up, I have all of my Kaleidos palettes, and I actually think this is gonna be really difficult. So we can start with the easy choices. I know I'm gonna keep my Flower Punk palette. This is what the Flower Punk palette looks like. I absolutely love this palette. The mint shades aren't my favorite, but the rest of the palette I am so in love with. So this is definitely staying. Then I know I'm also most definitely keeping my Sashimi City eyeshadow palette. This is what this one looks like. I also love this palette. It's one of my favorite palettes in my entire collection. So this one is staying. These two I feel like are consistently on my chopping block in my head. And I think I struggle to declutter these because I think the packaging is so unique and the quality is really good. I just do not find myself gravitating towards these color stories. Now this palette right here, the Lunar Lavender, is currently in one of my project pans, and I need a No Pan Left Behind this. So I'm actually gonna put this one also in the chopping block. And then we have the Astro Pink palette, which looks like this. This is not a color story. This isn't a color story I feel inclined to reach for, and I think the reason I've kept this around is because I tell myself, well, there's two neutral browns at the end here, so I should think of this as a usable palette. But I guess I just, like, this does not motivate or inspire me to use this. It's just not a color story that's for me, I don't think. So I actually wasn't planning to do this at the beginning of this video, but I think I am going to be decluttering the Astro Pink. So I'm gonna set that in the declutter pile. Then I have the Escape Pod. I absolutely love this palette, and this is a palette that really did make me want to play around with color more, so this just holds a fond place in my heart. I also really love the selection of shimmers in this palette. I like the greens. I love the shade Soiree. I think it's a really beautiful inner corner highlight. I really love this purple, and I love this like periwinkle purple and this cobalt blue, so I will be keeping the Escape Pod. And then we have Club Nebula, which I do really love this eyeshadow palette, and there are a few specific shades in this palette that I really do keep this palette around for. I think I love the shade Gravity. I love the shade Nebula. I like the shade Celestial. The mattes are just a little bit deeper than I typically am reaching for. Oh, this is so tough. I feel like my favorite shades in this palette really is, I do really like this row right here, and I love the shade Astro. I think the shade Astro is so beautiful, and Gravity is a really unique shade in my collection. But this is a bulkier palette, and I just don't find myself reaching for this one all that frequently. I really, really love Angie's collaborations with Odin's Eye, so I think maybe I am ready to pass along the Club Nebula palette. I feel like I'm gonna feel regret for that, but also I'm like, I'm gonna see if my sister wants this one, so it can stay in the family, but it's not taking up as much space in my collection. I also just love the packaging of this. Like, yes, it's bulkier, but I love, like, the artwork on the front is just so beautiful. Plus, it was Angie's first collab, so I'm like, I'm gonna see if my sister wants this one. I think that's what we're gonna do. I'll declutter it from my collection and pass it along to hers. All right, you guys, next up I have just a bunch of, like, palettes from brands I only own, like, one from. So we can start with this one right here. This is from It's Belle Cosmetics, and actually I do have a second palette from It's Belle. I just haven't gotten around to testing it. This is the Flare palette. It is a 9-pan all shimmer palette, but I actually really love all of the shades in this palette, so I'm gonna keep that. Then I have the Terra Moon Space Chemistry palette. I did purchase this palette this year. It is not my favorite palette in my entire collection. I was not impressed with the matte formula, and I think that there's something to be desired with these shimmers in terms of longevity. I don't feel like they stay on my eyes all day, but it's still a really fun palette to have in my collection. I also purchased it this year, so I'm looking to rank these both midway through the year and at the end of the year. So I'm gonna keep this. I think we also know I will most definitely be keeping my Tartelette in Bloom palette. I decluttered my old palette, my old Tartelette in Bloom, because it was so old, and then I repurchased another Tartelette in Bloom because it's just such a staple palette to have, at least for me in my collection. It's not the best palette, not the best quality on the market, but I just love this palette, so that's staying. Then I have my Dominique Cosmetics Latte palette. Looks like this. I have completed this palette, No Pan Left Behind, and it is just not a favorite palette in my collection anymore. I used to really love this, and I still think it's a beautiful palette, and someone who maybe doesn't have as large of a palette collection would love this palette and get so much use out of it. But because I have so many palettes in my collection, I really do like to cycle and rotate through my palette collection. I've got these shades and other palettes that I prefer reaching for over the Dominique Cosmetics Latte palette, so I am going to be decluttering this one. I also am decluttering my Juvia's The Pinks palette. Now, I have already gone ahead and depotted 3 of the shades into little, oh my gosh, magnetic pans, because I really enjoyed these 3 shades and felt like they were unique to my collection. The other 3 remaining are just not shades that I personally find myself gravitating towards. So I'm decluttering this palette, but I did save a few of those shades. Most definitely keeping my Tiny Marvels palette in collaboration with Mel and Sydney Grace. I absolutely love this palette. I've been working my way through this eyeshadow palette, No Pan Left Behind style, and it reminded me of just how much I love this palette, so this is staying. I'm also going to be keeping my Fantasy Cosmetica Druid palette. I love this palette, and I'm definitely interested in picking up more palettes from Fantasy Cosmetica. I just haven't done it yet. I swear every palette they launch, I'm like, ooh, that looks so pretty. Ooh, that looks so pretty. I would be so happy to have every palette that they have, or that they've come out with, but as of right now, I just have the Druid palette, and I will be keeping this. I am ready to part ways with the last remaining BH Cosmetics palette in my collection. This is the 90s Dance Remix. This is what this looks like. It's a fine palette, and I really enjoyed this palette when I first got it, but I just feel like the quality is not what it used to be. And I also have these shades in, like, specifically my Glamlite Ice Cream Dream palette is pretty similar, or I can get like a similar vibe with that palette. So I'm ready to pass this one along. And then I will also be passing along my Moira Fun is in the Air eyeshadow palette. This is what this one looks like. It's pretty, but definitely not my favorite color story, not my favorite quality. I really feel like I was keeping this through my last declutter just because I really like the shade, this like neon yellow, cobalt blue, and the orange. But I have purchased the Blend Bunny Surge palette, and I can get better quality shadows in pretty much the same shades. So Moira Fun is in the Air. We'll also be getting the boot. All right, next up I have all of my Melt palettes. Going into this, I'm like, I think I'm gonna keep them all. Okay, so we have the Bad Side Zodiac Earth palette. I am a Taurus, I'm an Earth sign, so I purchased it for that reason, but I actually really love this color story. I think the matte shades, or the selection of mattes, is really fun. It kind of is giving Subculture vibes. And then I really like, this is like such a fun yellow gold, not my typical like reach, but I think it's beautiful. And I also really love this like bronzy kind of satin taupey sort of shade. I think it's really pretty. I was actually really impressed with this palette, so this one is staying. I'm also going to be keeping Melt Smoke Sessions. I absolutely love this palette if I'm wanting just a very intense green shimmer on the lids. Plus, this is my first Melt palette, and I love the outer packaging. I think it's such a fun one. So that one's staying. Oh, then I have my Melt Smoke Sessions eyeshadow palette. Am I ready to part ways with this? I didn't think I was. Like, when I pulled out my palettes, you know when you pull your palettes out, you're starting to prep for a declutter and you kind of know like what you're gonna be getting rid of versus what you're not. I definitely thought I would be keeping this, but I'm like, maybe I am finally ready to part ways with Melt Smoke Sessions. I feel like the only time I reached for it is when I was testing it at first, and then it got rolled into No Pan Left Behind. And I always say this is a really frustrating formula to work with. It ends up all over my face. I really don't see myself reaching for this unless it gets pulled into a project. And I feel like I can get pretty much the same vibe from this that I can if I mix, even if I have to mix and match a few other palettes in my collection. I think I'm actually ready to get rid of Melt Smoke Sessions. Okay, we're decluttering, and I don't even think I feel regret towards that. Okay, that's great. Then I have the Melt Gemini palette. This is what this one looks like. I do find Melt's formula to be a little bit more finicky to work with. Like, I feel like I have to take more time when using Melt palettes, which is why I don't feel like I reach for them on a very frequent basis. But I am going to keep the Melt Gemini palette. I think it's a beautiful color story, a very fun grungy one for the fall time. So I'm going to keep that. And then I have the Rust palette, which looks like this. Okay, I wasn't thinking I was going to be decluttering the Rust palette either. But looking into this, I'm like, do I actually need this? Probably not. Like, honestly, probably not. I'm looking at this and I'm like, with the exception of like this shade right here, which honestly, I feel like I have something very similar. It's different, but I also just am not reaching for that type of yellow that frequently. I actually think I'm gonna declutter Melt Rust as well. I'm like, okay, Gemini has, this is like a little bit more yellow than Gemini, but like, I'm ready to declutter. Okay, I'm shocked. I was not planning to declutter any of my Melt palettes, but I'm ready to declutter Rust as well. Wow, I'm shocking myself. Okay, this feels good. Okay, now that I've actually decluttered some things, I feel like I can share another stack of palettes I know I'm not decluttering. So these are 5 palettes in my collection that I haven't gotten around to testing yet. They're new, so obviously I'm not gonna be decluttering them. Up first, we have the MAC Encrypted Kryptonite palette. I really wanna get around to testing this very shortly before my next palette ranking goes up. I feel like this would be an easy palette to just bust through that and kind of see what I think. Then I have the It's Belle Cosmetics Under the Full Moon. How freaking beautiful is this palette? I love a blue eyeshadow. I've really fallen in love with blues, so I'm very, very excited to play around with this palette. I'm kind of sad that I haven't gotten around to it yet, but that one obviously will be staying. Then I have the Dive Room Cosmetics Dewdrops palette. How freaking beautiful is this little 6-pan all shimmer palette? Like, the shade Drip, that yellow, oh my goodness, I'm so excited to play around with that. I'm excited for the shade Splash, this really beautiful kind of marbled shade. Blish looks like a really beautiful kind of like white based blue. There's a blue. I'm excited. We're playing with this soon. I'm a little embarrassed I have not gotten around to the Resurgence palette. I've used a couple of shades from this already, but it's embarrassing that I have not yet finished my testing process with the Resurgence palette from Unearthly in collaboration with Heather Austin, so we need to get around to that. And then I also have the Glamlight Kiss palette. Why was I so excited to buy this? And then I got it and I was like, this is actually like so dark and deep. Like, there's really not any light shades except for like this shade right here. But I think I saw swatches of like the greens and I was very into the greens and the blues. I haven't used this at all yet, so we need to get around to testing this as well. All right, you guys, I have a lot of indie palettes coming up, and for the most part, I feel pretty attached to a lot of my indie eyeshadows. So I don't know that there's gonna be a lot more that I'm decluttering, but you never know. I surprised myself with the Melt ones, so we'll see what happens. I will definitely be keeping my Sugar Pill Fun Size palette. I love this little 9-pan all matte colorful palette. That one's definitely staying. I'm also keeping my Menagerie Killer Purr palette. This is what this one looks like. I did have one casualty in this palette. It was my own fault. I dropped this. Also, I dropped it, and these are magnetic pans, so they all kind of, can you tell? I even broke a mirror. 7 years of bad luck. I broke this within the last year and I already felt like I had a couple of years of bad luck. So can we just like tack those on to the 7 that are to come? My pans fell out, so this might not look exactly like the layout. I didn't look up the layout to put the pans back in, but the shimmer shades in this palette are so beautiful. I really, really enjoyed this palette. And I'm also going to keep my pastel pup palette from them. It's not my most used palette in my collection, but it is a fun pastel palette to have around. Then I have, oh, I have 2 Lethal palettes. I'm going to grab my other Lethal. All right, I have the Midnight Serenade palette from Lethal. Purchased this one this year, so this is one that will get ranked in the ranking palette videos for this year. Definitely keeping, although I will say I was not as impressed with the wear time on these shadows as I expected to be. I think that the shimmers are so stunning and so beautiful, but they just tended to like fade and crease throughout the day, so that was a little bit disappointing. Nevertheless, we'll be keeping, and we'll also be keeping my, is this the Wildflower? I think, yeah, I think this is the Wildflower palette. This is what this one looks like. This is an absolutely stunning palette. I have so much fun with this palette every single time that I play with it, so definitely keeping this. Also going to be keeping my Cosmic Brushes Muse eyeshadow palette. This is something that I purchased either at the very end of last year or the very beginning of this year, but I started testing it this year, so this is something that will get ranked this year. And I am so impressed with this palette. I do plan to pick up more palettes from Cosmic Brushes in the future. I was waiting to see if they have a release before purchasing, just because if I'm remembering correctly, the shipping was pretty expensive, so I'd rather just like purchase a bulk of their palettes at once. But this is a beautiful color story. I really love this shade Antique at the bottom, as well as Ambient up here. The green shimmers and the mattes were so easy to work with, so highly recommend this palette, and that one's definitely staying. I have a couple more palettes that I just own one from the brand. We know I'm keeping my Persona Identity 1 palette. Mine looks a little beat up. We had a casualty here. I absolutely love and adore this eyeshadow palette. In fact, it's like if I had to choose to do like a sultry smoky look, I'm gonna go with this palette 10 times out of 10 over the Melt Mary Jane palette. So that just makes me feel even better about decluttering Melt Mary Jane. Not that they have the same color story, but I'm like, these shades like Gold Digger and Seductive are like the vibe of like what I'm wanting from Melt Mary Jane. Melt Mary Jane is like definitely more intense and like glitter metallic, but then you have glitter falling out throughout your whole face. So keeping Persona Identity and also keeping my Viseart Soleil Le Plug. I absolutely love this eyeshadow palette, and I definitely want to try more from Viseart. I just haven't gotten around to, you know, picking a palette to do so, but love this color story, love the formula. Definitely keeping. All right, next up we have my stack of Glaminatrix cosmetics palettes, and I'm a huge fan of Glaminatrix. Their formula, their quality, I think is excellent. So I don't think I'm gonna get rid of any of their palettes. First up, I have the Fairy Lights palette. This is an all shimmer 6-pan, very metallic palette. Really fun to just have in your arsenal to kind of mix and match with other looks if you're just wanting to add like a big pop of like a sparkly, intense metallic shimmer. So keeping that. I also have the Rich Romantic eyeshadow palette, which looks like this. I actually wasn't planning on picking this up, and then I saw swatches and I had to. I'm so impressed. Ignore the green paint on my finger. so impressed with the like special shades that Glaminatrix does. They are the most smooth feeling on the finger. I have never felt a formula quite like it. They're so shifty, so pretty. I cannot recommend Glaminatrix enough. So keeping that. Then I have the Sugar and Spice eyeshadow palette, which I have popped in a couple of shades out of some of my ColourPop palettes because I wasn't a big fan of the color story, specifically with the mattes in this palette, and the ColourPop shades fit right in. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pop in whatever I want. These pans are magnetic. Really big fan though, again, of the special shades in this palette. I think they're really fun. It's not my favorite color story of all time, but again, I really love the quality. I love the outer packaging. I think is so pretty. So I'm keeping that. Then I have my Nocturnal palette, which I think is such a fun color story, specifically for spooky season. This shade actually right here is kind of reminding me of the shade out of the Club Nebula palette. Let me actually compare. All right, Club Nebula and and Glaminatrix. They look very similar, and I actually swatched them out too. So here is Club Nebula, here is Glaminatrix. There is a slight difference in undertone. Like potentially the Glaminatrix has a little bit more yellow in it, but very, very, very similar. So maybe I still feel even better about passing Club Nebula along to the sis. I am going to be keeping this palette. I think it's really beautiful. I will say I struggled a little bit with some of the mattes, but I, again, love the quality of the special shades. The shade Night Vision, this green is so beautiful. I also love Luna, Milky Way. So, so pretty. Keeping that. And then I've said so many times on my channel that the Nearly Natural palette is like one of my top favorite palettes in my entire collection. So obviously keeping that. All right, next up I have my stack of Glamlight palettes. And for the most part, I really love the Glamlight formula. Up first though, I have the Scooby Retro Reggae palette, and I did depot this green shade right here into a magnetic pan because this green was such a special, unique green to my collection. I freaking loved it. But the rest of the palette, I really struggled with this quad of shades over here, and I've no pan left behind in this palette twice now, and I just am ready to pass this one along. So I will be decluttering the Scooby-Doo Retro Reggae palette. Then I have the Chocolate Martini palette. I really love this palette. This is such a solid, kind of neutral palette with a bit of a twist. On camera sometimes, or even in pictures, it doesn't look like it has the variety or the depth and dimension that really does come through. I really love this like golden copper shade, and there is just a variety of undertones amongst the mattes. I have created some looks I really love with this palette, so this one I'm keeping. I'm also keeping the Glamlight Cake. I'm currently trying to work my way through, no pan left behinding this palette, and it's been a struggle. I have not reached for this once this year, but I don't have a palette quite like this in my collection with this variety of colors, and the quality is excellent. So I will be keeping this. I will also be keeping my Ice Cream Dream palette from Glamlight. I love this palette. It is my favorite palette, I believe, from Glamlight. The matte formula, I mean, every single matte, no matter the color, no matter the shade in this palette, performs so beautifully on the eyes. The metallics, specifically in this row, I really love using as nail polish and on the eyes. They're absolutely beautiful. It's such a fun color story to have in my collection. Again, I really don't have all of these tones or shades throughout my collection, so it is pretty unique to my collection, and I will be keeping this one. And then I have my Scooby-Doo 2 palette, which I love, love, love the outer packaging. And while not every shade in this palette is my absolute favorite, I am going to keep this palette. I really do love this row of metallics as well as the other metallics scattered throughout. And I do love some of the matte shades. Like I like that I have the cobalt blue. I do like this dark green up here. And I got to keep at least one Scooby palette. So this one will be staying. Okay, we can move on to my Aether Beauty palettes next. I have 2 quads and 2 larger palettes. So let's start with the easy ones. I know I'm going to be keeping the Summer Solstice palette. I actually had thought I was going to declutter this and then I gave it a second try through No Pan Left Behinding this palette, and I really enjoyed it. Aether Beauty is also coming back, and I'm very excited to see what they come back with. I am also going to keep my Amartine quad. It is just a little mauve, like dusty purple quad. But if I'm looking for just an easy dusty purple look, this palette always has my back. I always love the way that my look turns out when I use this little quad. So I'm going to keep that. I do think I'm going to declutter the Rose Quartz Crystal quad. This is what this one looks like. It is really, really beautiful, but I definitely prefer the Amartine quad, and I just don't get as excited about like the one look I can create. I know I can create more than one look with this, but the limited looks I can create with this palette, I don't get as excited as I do the Amartine Crystal quad. So this one I'm ready to part ways with. And this one I just, I don't know about this one. My sister ended up giving me this one. It is the Rose Quartz Crystal Gemstone palette. Maybe I need to No Pan Left behind this one. Maybe I put this one in my palette purgatory chopping block situation and work my way through this to make a decision. I think that's what we need to do with this one. So this one is moving to the chopping block pile. We're not sure about this one yet. All right, a couple more indie palettes. I have my 2 Nomad palettes. I have the Okavango Safari palette. Just a really, really fun color story on this one. I will say I am not the biggest fan of the Nomad Cosmetics formula. I definitely think there is something to be desired. There is room for improvement. I think that some of their shadows are just pressed extremely firmly, and I really struggle with some of them, but I really enjoyed some of the looks that I created with this palette. I think it's such a fun, like, I love a leopard print, so the outer packaging really gets to me, and I am gonna keep that. As well as the Ghost Town palette. Again, love the outer packaging. Nomad Cosmetics really like nails it with attention to detail in their packaging. So I'm like, could they just put a little bit more into some of their formulas? This is what this palette looks like. This is a very beautiful color story. Really fun palette. The only shades I really struggled with in this palette was this row right here. I will say this is the most recent palette I personally own from Nomad, and it is definitely a notch up in terms of quality. So I haven't tried some of their palettes after this one. Maybe their quality has improved even more, but I'm a huge fan of this palette. I think it's beautiful, and I'm definitely keeping this. Okay, I have my Sigma Corta Rosa palette, which I'm definitely keeping. I recently finished this palette, No Pan Left Behind, and reminded myself just how much I love this palette. So this is definitely staying. And I will also be keeping my Clarity Cosmetics So Mermazing palette. Although, should I put this in the chopping block? No. I'm gonna keep this one. I really do love the 5 shimmers in this palette. I recently panned the shade Don't Be Shellfish. I just want to make sure I complete this No Pan Left Behind before the end of summer, because I haven't done that with this palette yet, and I would love to know my thoughts after using it in that way. But as of right now, So Mermazing will be staying. I am also going to be keeping these 2 Alter Ego palettes. I have the Canyon palette right here, and then I have the Artemis palette right here. These are the 2 palettes from Alter Ego I personally have felt like keeping. I also have the new Mystique palette, which I haven't gotten around to testing, but typically if Alter Ego sends me a palette that is a dupe for a palette I already own in my collection, I set it aside for my mom or my sister, just because I always kind of like the real thing. But I think Alter Ego makes an excellent formula. I am currently in the process of No Pan Left Behinding this palette and really enjoying my time with this. And I also just love the color story of the Alter Ego Artemis. I wish that all of their palettes would be like this heavy, bulky material. I really love the Artemis palette, but keeping both of those. I have my Artist Couture palettes. I know I'm keeping Supreme Nudes. I absolutely love this palette. It's one of my favorites in my entire collection. But Supreme Bronze, I've like been kind of like hemming and hawing about. This is one I'm not 100% certain of. That is what Supreme Bronze looks like. I loved this palette when this launched. I really did. And I'm like, the shade Toasty, this one right here, Soleil, and Baked are really what's like making me want to keep this palette. Okay, I just wanted to like swatch. I don't know if you can even see. I wanted to swatch Soleil. It's not coming. It's more gold swatched than it is yellow. If it was yellow, I would probably struggle. If it was like a true yellow, I'd probably struggle a little bit more. I think I'm going to declutter this one. Oh, this one is tough though. It is really tough because I'm like, Toasty and Baked are like excellent shadows. Oh, it's so tough. Do I need to? I'm gonna put this in my chopping block. That's what I'm gonna do. This one's going to the chopping block pile. Then I have, okay, you guys, I have the Lawless. I have Lawless, the Glam one. This is what this looks like. I recently No Pan Left Behind this palette, and I was saying that I was trying to decide whether or not I wanted to keep this one after No Pan Left Behinding. I was thinking I was gonna keep it, but I actually think I'm going to declutter this palette. I feel like I have the shades in this palette that I feel like I have these matte shades in my Natasha Denona collection, and then these 2 shades right here I do really like, and I think they're really beautiful, but I also feel like I have indie shadows that I would rather use over these 2, so I'd rather just pass this one along. I feel like my sister would love this palette. I'm gonna declutter this one. Then I have some more indie palettes I definitely won't be parting ways with. I have the Diva Room Cosmetics Moth and Moon palette, which I am still working my way through. I haven't even completed this palette. I am so impressed though with this top row of special shades. They are they're absolutely incredible. And then I'm also keeping the Gloomy Gardens palette. I purchased this year. I really enjoy this palette. It's also something I will rank in all of my ranking palettes this year. So keeping that, and then also keeping Blend Bunny Surge. I haven't even finished testing every single shade in this palette, but I've really had so much fun with this one. I'm actually so impressed with the Blend Bunny Cosmetics matte formula. I feel like sometimes, because I feel like Indie does like special shades so well, I don't think that they're gonna do mattes as well, but I have been so impressed with the mattes from Blend Bunny, so keeping this. Okay, we are on to the last little bit here. We have the Urban Decay Stoned Vibes palette, which I have really been enjoying traveling with this palette lately. I've gone to Vegas twice in the last year, and this has come with me both times and gotten quite a bit of use while I'm there. So definitely keeping that. And I'm also going to keep my Naked Honey eyeshadow palette. I really, really like this color story. I think this is a great one to have in my collection. It's not my favorite palette of all time, but I do really enjoy that. Then I have my little LH Cosmetics Shimmer Saga quad. I really love having this. Again, a 4-pan all shimmer quad. Good to have from time to time if I'm wanting to just jazz up a look. So I'm gonna keep that. Then I have my stack of Huda minis. So I have the Huda Nude Medium. I do really love this color story. Keeping that, great quality. I have the Nude Rich, which I had decluttered, and then I recluttered this into my collection. I really love the shimmers in this palette. I don't so much feel like I need like the mattes in this palette, but I do really love the shimmers, so I am gonna keep this one for the time being. Then I have the Wild Jaguar, which I really enjoy. I think this is such a fun one. I will also be keeping Wild Python, which looks like this. I will also be keeping Wild Tiger. I did have a Casualty in this palette, but I especially love this shade. I talk about that shade quite a bit. And then I'm also keeping my Neon Orange. I don't have a palette like this at all in my collection. I have had comments that I think there's shades in here that aren't necessarily safe for the eyes. I've never had an issue with any of the shades personally, and I really like the color story. All right, and then we can end. I think we're ending with my NARS palette. So I have the NARS Suede quad here, which I wanted this for traveling, and I'm gonna keep this. I really like NARS, and this is a nice little just 6-pan palette to have. We have NARS Summer Solstice, which is my absolute favorite palette of all time, but it looks really, really similar to NARS Orgasm. This is NARS Orgasm. And I'm just thinking, like, I definitely prefer this NARS Summer Solstice to NARS Orgasm. Do I need both? I don't feel like I need both. I told you guys, like, I feel like I've said before, like, I'm buying every single NARS palette, but I did talk myself out of one of the recent ones, not the checkered one, but there's another one that came out right before this. I talked myself out of that because I was like, I'm not gonna reach for that pink color story. And now I'm looking at these and I'm like, I feel like I do not need both of these, and I definitely prefer Summer Solstice because I love this lid topper shade and that lid topper shade. I think I'm gonna declutter NARS Orgasm Rising and just keep Summer Solstice. And then I think I'm keeping everything else. So I have NARS Climax, which I will be keeping. I have this one, which I do like, but I'm like, do I need it? Do I? This is the Stargaze palette. I love these 3 shades. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this one. I'm gonna keep it. I don't want to declutter that one, just to like have an extra declutter. Then I have this one. I purchased this one this year. I probably didn't need this one, but I'm wanting to keep this one around to like rank it and things like that. It's not like bad, it's just like, I feel like this is a regurgitated color story, but I do also like the checkered. We know I like checkered things, so I do love that. I'm keeping that. And then I have the Summer Unrated palette, which looks like this. I will also be keeping this one. This may be a repeat, but I feel like since I've filmed 2 days, across 2 days, I'm like, did I talk about my Patrick Ta Major Dimensions? I have Major Dimension 1, which I will be keeping, as well as Major Dimension 2, which I also will be keeping. I haven't had the issues in my Major Dimension 2 as some people have, and I really like the quality of both. So those 2 are both staying, and then I will also share my Kasha stacks with you guys. Oh boy. Okay, so we have Cold Brew, which is one of the most recent stacks. Keeping. I also have Bubble Tea, which also came out with Cold Brew, and it's a really fun purple stack. I have Neutral Moment. They sent over a really generous PR package with a bunch of these. Neutral Moment I've been reaching for a ton. It's an all matte trio and I really like that. Chocolate Dahlia is one that I personally purchased for myself and have owned for a while. A really good neutral one to have in my collection, so keeping that. Forest Night I really like. This is a really fun kind of neutral trio. I really like the, oh, we had a little sprinkle out there. I really like the top shade in this one because it is a little bit more of that like chunky, sticky, very metallic texture. Okay, then I have Glowing Guava, and I'm like, do I need Glowing Guava? I feel like I have Decluttered and Recluttered Glowing Guava. This is just really not a color story I feel that drawn to. And I feel like I recluttered this into my collection because I was loving the stacks and kind of wanted to like have all of the stacks, but now I'm like, I don't need all of the stacks, but I want the stacks that work well for me. I think I'm going to declutter Glowing Guava. Then I have, this one is Mauve Bouquet. Okay, I did pull this one out. I had decluttered this one in the past, and then I pulled this one back out because I do really like this for like a mauve moment, and it has one of those really beautiful, again, chunkier, glitterier like textures on the top. So I'm gonna keep that. Also gonna keep Peach, is it Marmalade? Peach Madeleine. Love this stack for a peach moment. And then also we'll be keeping Coral Sunrise, again a fun peach moment one. I actually had this and then dropped mine and it broke, and so I pulled this one back out of the PR package that they sent. I really love this one. And then there's two others that they sent in the stack that I didn't own. One is in Rosewater. Let's see what this one looks like. Ooh, that top shade looks extremely pretty. Ooh, another sparkly shade. Okay, that also looks so ethereal and pretty. Is this also a sparkly? Okay, yes, also a sparkly. Okay, I think I am gonna keep Rosewater, and then I have Velvet Dream here, which looks like another one that I will keep. So maybe I'm only decluttering one stack. All right, so we have Velvet Dream has kind of like a lid sign shape, but maybe like a little bit deeper on top. Is this an all matte stack? This looks like a really beautiful all matte stack though. Okay, yes, an all matte stack, but this looks like a very useful warm toned all matte stack. So I'm gonna keep this, meaning I'm keeping 10 stacks and decluttering just the one Glowing Guava. All right, you guys, so after all of that, these are all of the palettes that I will be decluttering. There are a total of 23.